Good morning. It is 9:30 a.m. on February 7th, 2023, and I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We will begin with a roll call, please.
Good morning. Supervisor Arenas.
Here.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Semidian. Here. Vice President Lee.
Present.
President Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thanks, Cynthia. Supervisor Semidian, would you be so kind as to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning?
Very much. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We're going to go to public comment. Oops, I'm so sorry. We're absolutely not doing that. We have an invocation this morning from Reverend Fanny Davis, and that is Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Going to give an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Oh, someone left me their coffee. All right. I'm very honored to get to introduce our invocator and someone I consider a friend, Reverend Fanny Davis. She is the senior presiding pastor of Antioch Baptist Church. Pastor Fanny Davis was licensed to preach January 8, 1996 by Reverend Floyd Tompkins Jr., former senior pastor of Antioch. Pastor Davis was ordained April 2004 by Reverend Dr. J. Alfred Smith Jr., former senior pastor at Antioch Baptist Church. She received a BA degree in Biblical Studies in December 2002. Later, she attended American Baptist Seminary of the West in Berkeley, California, and received her Master of Divinity in May of 2007. During her 23-year ministry, she served Antioch Baptist Church as Sunday school teacher, youth director, team leader for Antioch Baptist Church Food Basket Ministry, usher board, Bible study leader, team leader of the Antioch Jail Ministry Program, conducting worship services as a chaplain at the Santa Clara County Main Jail, church choir president, associate pastor, and assistant to senior pastor, Reverend Dr. J. Alfred Smith Jr. Pastor Davis has been a faithful member of Antioch Baptist Church for over 44 years. In addition to her duties at Antioch Baptist Church, Pastor Davis has served on the Board of Ministries of the Council of American Baptist Churches USA of the Greater Bay Area and chaplain for Turning Weakness into Strengths Services, a local nonprofit, faith-based organization with focus on inmates being reintroduced into the community after incarceration. Participating in the work of the Lord has not been limited to Antioch Baptist Church. She has participated with the Emmanuel Baptist Church Coat Giveaway Program and worked with Emmanuel and True Vines programs feeding the homeless and low-income families. Outside of the church, Pastor Davis enjoyed a successful career of 32 years at the United States Treasury Department. She served as a taxpayer education coordinator with the IRS, and this position provided her an opportunity to work with communities throughout the valley from Modesto to Bakersfield, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Salinas, and all of Santa Clara County. I'm very honored to welcome you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you for inviting me, Supervisor Susan Ellenberg, and all other supervisors. Let us go to the Lord in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Father, we come to you this morning thanking you for the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. Bless their meeting, Lord Jesus, and continue to guide them with the decisions that they must make. And Father, we pray that your presence would be in this meeting and that everyone that will speak will be out of love and concern and that your will be done. Continue to direct them this year and the years to come as the role that they play in reaching out to the community and serving them. And Lord, we give you glory and praise and honor once again for this day. In Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to item 4, our adjournments. Before I turn to my colleagues, I'd like to ask that we observe a moment of silence for the thousands of victims of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Thank you. I'll turn now back to Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, President Ellenberg, and thank you for taking that moment. Today, we adjourn in memory of Evelyn Ukovich. Evelyn passed away on October 30th, 2022, at the age of 93. I want to acknowledge and welcome her family, Linda Hirschbach and Martin Ukovich, who are joining us today. Evelyn Stock Ukovich was born on August 23, 1929, in Dickinson, North Dakota, the third of 3 children to Leon Stuck and Gladys Wilkinson Stuck. Evelyn spent her young life in Dickinson with her parents and siblings, Robert and Marjorie. Due to her father's health, the family decided to move to Santa Cruz, California, when she was 8 years old. Evelyn attended Mission Hills Junior High School and Santa Cruz High School, graduating with the class of 1947. After graduation from Santa Cruz High School, Evelyn moved to San Jose. It was there that Evelyn met Mitchell Ukovich at a wrestling match at the San Jose Civic Auditorium. Mitchell was a California Highway Patrol who played football at San Jose State College, as well as professionally for the Washington Redskins and the Chicago Cardinals. Evelyn and Mitchell were married at St. Patrick's Catholic Church on April 24, 1949. Family life started with the arrival of daughter Linda in December 1949. Evelyn took to her role as a mother by serving as a Girl Scout leader, room mother, and other roles in PTA when Linda went to school. Evelyn worked as a baker at Peter Burnett Junior High School and Schallenberger Elementary School when Linda started school. When son Martin was born in June of 1961, Evelyn was back to being involved with PTA, Cub Scouts, and Little League. When Martin began school, Evelyn became a hospital volunteer at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, where she took to a variety of roles, including auxiliary president, president of the Central Coast County's Hospitals Auxiliaries, and she served as a director of volunteers for Valley Medical Center. During this time, Evelyn worked on fundraising for the Burn Center, one of only 3 regional burn centers between Los Angeles and the Oregon border, which opened in 1970, and fundraising for the renovation of the hospital's chapel. Over the years, Evelyn belonged to a variety of organizations, including California Highway Patrol Wives Club, Bellarmine College Preparatory Mothers Guild, Lincoln Glen Little League Mothers Group, San Jose Women's Club, Catala Club, San Jose History Museum, and California Pioneers. Evelyn loved sewing, and in the 1970s began making Raggedy Ann and Andy dolls, which she sold at the Fairglen Art Fair for several years. She personalized a red heart on each doll she made. In later years, Evelyn crocheted lap robes for the Veterans Hospital in Palo Alto while listening or watching the various sports teams she followed over the years: the San Francisco Giants, the Washington Redskins, then called the Redskins, and the Green Bay Packers. Antiques were always an interest to her, and in 1979, Evelyn progressed from being a collector to being a dealer. For the next 35 years, Evelyn sold antiques in a variety of locations, including the Willow Glen Collective. She also attended workshops and classes about antiques. Evelyn was a loving wife to Mitchell for 40 years. She's survived by her daughter Linda Hirschbach, son-in-law John Hirschbach, son Martin Ukovich, grandson Mitchell Hirschbach, his spouse Alexis Rochlin, and grandsons David, and great-grandchildren Henry and Finn. Evelyn was a woman who lived a full and rich life with many interests, and she raised 2 beautiful children who went on to serve the community in many, many ways, and I'm sure that was in no small part due to your parents' example. Thank you for being here and letting us honor her today in this way. I appreciate you both.
Thank you. Next.
So today we also adjourn in memory of Charles Alexander. And I want to acknowledge and welcome his family, some of who are here with us today. His son Tony Alexander, daughter-in-law Linda, his daughter Sharon, older brothers David Alexander and Robert Alexander, grandchildren Brandon Jones, Marika Martin, Jordan Alexander, Ashley Alexander, and great-grandchildren Braylon Jones, Dylan Thomas, and Aiden Martin. Charles Chuck Delano Alexander was born on July 16, 1935, in Vernon, Texas. His family relocated to Stockton, California in 1949 and moved to Los Angeles, California in 1950, where he attended Thomas Jefferson High School. Chuck graduated in the summer of 1953 and attended LA Valley Junior College, where he participated in varsity track and football. During his time at San Jose State, he founded the Good Brothers House on 5th and St. John, a rooming house for African American athletes in a segregated time where they were able to live and study. He had a photograph of him, of his smiling dad, David Alexander, sitting in front of the structure. Chuck wanted to make sure that African American students and student athletes had housing during the late 50s. Chuck graduated in 1961 with a degree in leisure studies. In 1959, he married the love of his life, Sophrona Williams, as she attended and graduated from San Jose State University. Upon completion and receiving a bachelor's degree from San Jose State, Chuck started working for Santa Clara County Probation Department as a counselor for one of the juvenile group facilities. He worked his way up in the probation department, serving as a group counselor, assistant superintendent, superintendent of the Harold Holden Boys Ranch, and director of juvenile hall. Chuck retired in August of 1985. During Chuck's time in San Jose, he had been the historian taking pictures of all of the events happening in San Jose and Silicon Valley. That included his time at the Good Brothers House in the 50s, sit-ins at the downtown San Jose Woolworths in the 1960s, the rise of San Jose State becoming Speed City, the changing leadership in the African American community in San Jose and Silicon Valley of new elected leaders, and celebrating Antioch Baptist Church's anniversaries. Chuck was also one of the founding members of the African American Community Services Agency. I know he will be missed, and I know many of us here knew him because he took pictures of everything that was happening in our community. His family is his greatest legacy. I want to invite Tony up to say a few words because really he raised his children, he and his wife, to be public servants also and community leaders. So welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez, President Board Supervisor Ellenberg, Vice President Otto Lee, Supervisor Smidian, and my new supervisor, Sylvia Arenas. Thank you all very, very much. I just want to say that, one, my dad enjoyed being here in San Jose. He came in '55, and when he came to work for the county and had the opportunity to help other young people come through the county, working in juvenile hall and being able to work with other young people, it was a great thing. Him and Lynn Ramirez's father, who was the one that hired him here for the county, were able to do a lot of great things for folks here in our community. And again, I just want to thank you because he worked here for the county for 25 years, and we left his pension. So just wanted to throw that out. But the thing is, though, is that he loved working for the county and having the opportunity. And this county did a lot of wonderful things. So he enjoyed doing that. And just thinking back when we used to go to the county fair, being a part of that, he enjoyed showing his county his badge, saying that he worked here for the county and doing a lot of different things. So I just want to say thank you very much, and thank you for the honor of adjourning in his memory. We appreciate that, and he will be missed, But one of the things that I always tell people is that he lived a great life. He gave us a great life. And so all those that he touched, it was a wonderful thing. And thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tony. Your dad broke a lot of barriers, and he did it with a lot of humility, really, truly.
Yes. So
Thank
thank
you.
you all very much.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you. Today, we're also adjourning in order with memory of Brenda Aluwalia. Brenda is a long-term Berryessa resident that passed away on December 20th at 86 years old. He was born in India, immigrated to the United States in 1988, and worked in Santa Clara County and retired in 2007. After retirement, he dedicated his life to public service and was passionate about improving the quality of life of his community. He was a member of the Berryessa Citizens Advisory Council to ensure that community projects were completed for the benefit of our Berryessa residents. He has been active on several other boards and commissions, including the Santa Clara County Roads Commission, of which he was a District 3 appointee. His service extended above government as he was also an active member of the local cricket community, helping grow and expand the City of Santa Clara Cricket Club as its secretary and serving on the Northern California Cricket Association's board of directors. My office and I would like to express our deepest condolences to the Aluwalia family, as he was a notable District 3 member of the community and will be dearly missed. And I believe some of Brenda's family members are here with us via Zoom, for whom I will share some sentiments of theirs they have asked me to share. Brenda's activism was possible with the support of a strong, loyal wife. He worked with pride and served with love, kindness, and positivity to better his community. And as he aged, he seemed to maintain a sense of vitality, and may we all be able to do the same in our aging futures and reap love in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. I want to take a few moments to memorialize a dear friend and a one-time colleague, Betty Gerard. Betty passed away this past November, actually, at the age of 97, and led a remarkable life by any measure, but there's a personal connection here that I'll share with you in just a moment that made her presence felt in our community in a way that's really quite special. Betty, having passed at 97, if you do the math, was born back in 1925 in Seattle. And she was an only child, whip smart, precocious, ended up going to the University of Washington when the number of women enrolled was relatively modest. And she graduated magna cum laude and was Phi Beta Kappa. And you would not be surprised, had you ever met her, that she was also the editor of the Student Humor magazine for a couple of years while she was an undergraduate. She went on to get a master's in journalism at the very highly regarded journalism program at Northwestern in the 40s. And she had a long career as a writer and in public relations, worked for household names like Westinghouse and Sunset Magazine and Raychem, and eventually landed at Hewlett-Packard in Palo Alto and worked there for more than 20 odd years. Betty came into my life and my world, though, when I was a relatively recently elected member of the state legislature in 2002, I believe, and 20 years ago. And she showed up at the office having retired and said she wanted a job. And I said, well, we don't have any extra jobs. And she said, no, I don't mean like, employment. I'm retired. And she was at 77, retired. But she said she thought she had something to contribute and wanted to find a way to contribute it, and wanted to do that as a volunteer, both to help me and my staff individually, but also to give back to the community. And so she had regular hours at the office, she had a desk, she had a cubicle, she had opinions, she had a lot of talent. And we were the beneficiaries, my constituents were the beneficiaries of her volunteerism from her late 70s into her late 80s, because she stayed with us for a decade as a volunteer. I was always delighted by the fact that the office we had there at Town and Country Village in Palo Alto had a wonderful group of staff who ranged in ages literally from 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. And we used to jokingly refer to Betty as our adult supervision. She was gentle but firm, and there really wasn't anything she wasn't willing to tackle, no matter how big or how small. When we kicked off our There Ought to Be a Law contest to invite community participation in the lawmaking process, she embraced that and made it her own, organized it every year, and then rode me until I had literally read each and every one of the eventually 462 submittals. She organized them, she organized me, and occasionally she slipped in an opinion of her own about what ought to be a law or not. She just gave and gave and gave, and her skills as a writer were noteworthy because every year we got her holiday newsletter. And for those of you who receive or send holiday newsletters, you'll know what I mean when I say Betty's got read at our house. It was something you actually looked forward to and wanted to read, and she had a wonderful way of describing not only the life of her 4 kids and her 4 grandkids, but what was going on in the world. And then this past holiday season, the letter didn't come. And instead, we got a lovely letter from her family letting us know that at the age of 97, with the fullest of full lives and the most generous of hearts, Betty Gerard had passed away. So I am pleased and appreciative of the opportunity to adjourn today's meeting in Betty's memory as well. I thank my colleagues for that privilege and send sympathies to Betty's family. There will be a virtual service on the 26th of this month, and our world really is a better place because Betty chose to give of herself in a way that very few folks are either inclined or able to do. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you to all of my colleagues. It's an honor, I think, for all of us to get to hear these stories of lives well lived, and to all of the families and friends and loved ones who are here or listening online. May their memories be a blessing, and may you find comfort from those who knew your loved one. Thank you all for being here. Item 5 is commendations and proclamations, which we do not have to present publicly today, so that takes us to item 6, which is public comment. Public comment is the portion of the agenda reserved for members of the public who wish to make comments to the board on matters not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the Board of Supervisors. If you are in chambers and would like to submit a comment, there are yellow cards in the back. We will begin with folks in the chamber, and then to anyone who has joined us online. Can you let me know, Cynthia, where we are in terms of requests?
Yes, absolutely. And just a procedural note for the public, those who would like to make public comment, please note comments will first be received by person and speakers, followed by virtual speakers. Each category will only be taken once per item. Please be sure to submit your request prior to the start of public comment. And currently, we have 5 in public and 17, hold on one moment, looks like it's climbing, and 23, 24 in virtual queue, and it's still climbing. Just give it a moment.
Okay, Cynthia, what I'd like to do, clearly we're going to be at 1 minute each.
Yes.
I'd like to, we'll hear the 5 in person first, and when we begin the first online comment, we'll close public comment at that time, and whoever's in the queue will be welcome to speak.
Okay, perfect. So then we'll call our first in-person public commenter, Elba Morales. And we'll set the timer for 1 minute. Thank you.
Good morning, board members and audience. My name is Elba Morales. I'm a public health nurse with the First 5 program in Santa Clara County Public Health Department. I'm here today to ask the board that the board help public health nurses in Santa Clara County improve working conditions and access for our clients. We serve some of the most vulnerable members of our community. On behalf of my colleagues from First 5 and CSEC, we would like to ground us all in the commonality that we share, that we are here because we care about our community and we are here because we care about each other. We ask that our voices be heard and accounted for in decisions that directly impact us because we are the front lines. We come face to face with our community members, with our clients. We are here because we want to improve access to services for our community members and our clients and improve resiliency in the nurses that serve them. I represent nurses in our program ranging from 8+ years to brand new nurses.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public commenter is Leslie Yip. Leslie, if you come to the podium, please, you will have 1 minute to speak.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Like Elba, I'm one of the public health nurses with the First 5 program, and I'm here today to ask the board to help public health nurses in the Santa Clara County, specifically the First 5 program and CSEC program, to implement the 410 schedule. This schedule will provide longer working days, which can improve client access and reduce overtime costs for the department. It is unfair that it's only our programs that are not offered this position, and it's not fair for our clients to not have access to public health services like other programs. Not agreeing to a chance at the alternative work schedule will only further damage rapport with our clients and deny access to care. Please note that the average experience of public health nurses in the program for First 5 is 2.4 years, which is very low. Like Elba said, there's just a ton of brand new nurses, and we're unable to provide the services that are necessary for our clients. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public commenter is Gina Schaub. Gina, you will have 1 minute. If you can come to the podium, please.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. My name is Gina Schaub, and I'm the only CSEC public health nurse for Santa Clara County. I provide medical care and support services for commercially and sexually exploited children. My clients often have commitments that restrict their availability to receive services. They are committed to their school, work, counseling, and other commitments for court in their daily time. So it's very important that we be provided an alternate work schedule to meet their needs. CSEC PHNs require specialized training to provide support for the complex needs of this client population, and the role of a CSEC nurse is extremely demanding, and it's vital for us to be able to meet the needs of these CSEC clients and attend to our own personal needs with an alternate work schedule. So I request the support of the board to encourage our department to allow an alternate work schedule.
Our next speaker is Mark Trout.
When Fauci recommended remdesivir to be used as medicine, which shuts down the renal, it causes renal failure and kills the people, and they call it a COVID death, this explains why the U.S. had more deaths from, quote, COVID than any nation. And, you know, in Robert Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci, that lowlife, he ought to be hung. That guy he killed kids. They buried him in a graveyard in these wicked medical experiments. And I'm telling you, I was listening to Naomi Wolf with Eric Metaxas. You should watch this. You should zoom them in. And you all know what's happening. You all know you've got your phony preachers in here, and they don't call upon God. They don't know God. There's coming a day you're not going to be able to run away from God on Judgment Day. Jesus sees you, he hears you, and he's going to get you if you don't repent and turn from your wicked ways. He died on that cross for your sins, and your lies are going to be exposed, and they are.
Our next speaker is Cole Cameron.
Great to see you all in person today. I'm enjoying my mask and my 5 shots. I'm here as the chair of the Veterans Commission, asking, after just receiving a great memo from Tiffany Lanier, who we've had some great conversations with, as I have with Otto Lee's staff and Dave Cortesi's staff, looking at alternatives so we can have our commissioners, with some of them with medical issues.
Can we make that stop? Thanks, Cynthia.
And what I'd like to do is see what we can do about actual hybrid sessions beyond possible teleconference options. I see that on item 32, you're asking for extra help, and I know how busy our clerk team is, and so asking some additional support would be great. Thank you very much.
And that concludes in-person public comment. And Madam President, it does look like we have 30 virtual speakers. So
Okay,
I'll start that
30,
now.
so let me just announce so that they can hear. When the first person speaks, we're going to close public comment. So if you would like to speak, please add your name right now. Thank you very much. Let's begin.
Perfect. Our first speaker will be Danielle Brooks. Danielle, you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Danielle Brooks, and I'm a staff developer RN, and I'm one of the forgotten 135. I was present at the Board of Supervisors meeting on October 18th, 2022, and at this time, Dr. Smith listened to our concerns and offered reassurance. He stated that he fully expected to be back in 2 to 3 weeks for additional requests for the board to approve realignments and deal with the concerns being raised. Today is February 7th, and we still do not have any information on a study or a raise. I'd like to point out that myself, my staff developer colleague, Colleen Allen, and our electronic health record nurse coordinator, Claudia, have all been on site at St. Louis Regional Hospital since 6:30 this morning for a very important go-live for integration between our IV pumps and the electronic health record. The success of this launch is dependent on people like us who have boots on the ground this morning teaching and assisting our end user RNs with this new functionality. We feel undervalued and ignored, and we ask you to give us the raise that you've given all of the other members of our nursing union. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Colleen Allen. Colleen, you will have 1 minute. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Oops. Good morning. My name is Colleen Allen, and I am one of the 135 forgotten nurses, along with my partner, Danielle Brooks, that just spoke. In the past, I've been on the meetings. I am a disabled combat veteran who served in Afghanistan, and after my service, I served many years in the ER as a trauma nurse and the OR. I decided to go into education to share my knowledge and experiences with the nurses that are currently serving in the front line. In addition, I still respond to the bedside during nursing shortages, during RRTs and code blue situations. I'm here again to ask for equitable treatment along with my other RNPA members. At O'Connor and DMC, the emergency department staff developers are already making the decision to step down from their positions to go back to the bedside due to the lack of this raise. I'm just again asking you for the equitable treatment, and it was given to all the other RNPA members, so please consider getting it for us as well.
Our next speaker is Gail Ann Osmer. Gail, you will have 1 minute to speak, and the timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Good morning. Gail Osmer here. About a month and a half ago, I contacted one of a county employee that works higher up in the county regarding the despicable treatment being done to some unhoused people and unhoused people being let out This person contacted a board of supervisor staff and turned it over. The complaint is that this person had a horrible operation and was let out the next day. It's a known fact that Valley Med and O'Connor lets out the unhoused without any kind of respite, anything. I don't want this ball to be dropped. Nobody has contacted this woman. VMC let her out, and it's not right what they're doing. And the worst one is O'Connor. They have let out many unhoused people back on the street where they don't need to be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. In 1 minute. Federal ATF and Homeland Security to be around the future of Santa Clara County domestic violence issues needs to be specific around gun use. It needs to be open and transparent with the everyday community, as additional good advice and ideas are always needed in a community democracy and with domestic violence issues. This will help strengthen needed local county autonomy and to help avoid community opacity, secrecy, and confusion as that can happen in Alameda County and is possible over-reliance on federal law enforcement. I also hope Santa Clara County will continue to want to look into how almost all Bay Area city and county governments and local agencies in some form offer some form of summary of their closed session meetings and their public meeting agendas. Why is it such a special long-term tradition of this county to fully avoid any sort of closed meeting summary? That's one to always look for better accountability practices. Thanks a lot.
Our next speaker is Carmen Brammer. Carmen, you will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Thanks. I'm Carmen Brammer, the current chair of the county's Senior Care Commission. Thanks to the Board of Supervisors for continuing hybrid meetings. I look for the board to extend this to commission meetings. I further ask commissions be given the flexibility to meet via Zoom. This is allowable under the Brown Act, as commissions are not legislative bodies and the boss are not seated members. The act was written before today's technology, a pandemic, and I, as a woman of African ancestry, would not have been able to chair a commission or participate in boss meetings. The elimination of the virtual option creates undue hardships associated with in-person only commission meetings. We are losing a longtime seated member, Tyler Taylor, because he cannot participate in person due to his responsibilities as an executive director of SASE. Finally, keeping the virtual option has environmental benefits, and the lack of a virtual option disproportionately negatively affects Black and Brown communities. Please keep us in the 21st century so that we can participate in our democracy.
Our next speaker is Alan Kamara. Alan, you will have 1 minute. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Alan Kamara. I just want to give you an update on behalf of our nurses. We met with HR last week. We know HR was supposed to do class study on the 135 forgotten nurses that I'll be speaking today. What we were told by HR is that there is no timeline to when they will finish the class study, and there is no timeline as to when these nurses will get a salary increase. So that leaves us with a question coming back to you, asking you, how long can these nurses wait when they are doing the work that is required of all their special positions? We just want the Board of Supervisors to tell the county, ESA, specifically HR and labor relations.
Our next speaker is April. April, you have 1 minute to speak. The timer will begin once you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm April, a nurse coordinator in the VMC neonatal ICU. I am one of the forgotten 135 nurses. In the newspaper today, you will read that our hospital is at risk of losing funding due to failure to provide nursing services, and ensure quality of care. What you won't read is that the administration immediately turned to the staff developers and nurse coordinators, calling urgent mandatory meetings. The corrective action plans required to keep our hospital doors open necessitate immediate retraining of clinical nurses on several vital tasks and policies. The hospital is leaning heavily on the staff developers and nurse coordinators to perform nurse trainings, audits, and implement quality improvement programs. Without us, the corrective action plan submitted to the state will not get implemented. We will lose federal funding and our doors will close. How can 135 nurses be so vital to the continued existence of the hospital yet not be included in a raise given to over 3,000 other nurses? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Cavallones. Nancy, you will have 1 minute. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Cavallones. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart at Bend the Arc South Bay. I live in District 5. I'm calling in today to request that all meetings remain hybrid. I am deaf, and being able to use the captions on Zoom enabled my participation in civic life. I also work, and I'm the parent of school-aged children, so I'm not able to attend meetings in person during the day. There must be a virtual option for all public meetings with no exceptions to ensure accessibility and equity for all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christine Fitzgerald. Christine, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Christine Fitzgerald, Community Advocate for Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. As you have heard from prior speakers, the issue of a hybrid meeting is so important for many of us. Those of us with disabilities that may not be conducive to being in a potentially harmful area to us. COVID, we may be done with COVID, but COVID is obviously not done with us. Moreover, like so many others have spoken, I myself have several different disabilities and tried to get from one place to another. For the various meetings that I sit in and on would be virtually, if not totally impossible due to need of paratransit services. So having the ability to go from one place to another, be active in our community is vital to everybody. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Romo Ludwig. Connie, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Board. Today, I'd like to bring awareness of former San Martin resident Sylvia Hamilton. February marks the 10-year anniversary of her passing. As a founder of San Martin Neighborhood Alliance, she put her heart and soul into working with San Martin residents to ensure that they would have a voice. She earned the unofficial title of Mayor of San Martin from residents from Morgan Hill, San Martin, and Gilroy. After her passing, a marker was placed at the Henry Cole Parker picnic area, and I've repeatedly requested that it be replaced. I respectfully ask again today for the board to allocate funds and assign someone to assess what's needed to replace this marker and to enhance the picnic area. Thank you for your compassion, concern, and for being attentive to this request. Have a great day.
Our next speaker is Yatasha Yamamoto. Yatasha, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Yatasha, and I've been working at the county as a nurse over 12 years. In those 12 years, I've been working as a clinical nurse and also an assistant nurse manager. And as of today, I am a staff developer position. There are only about 135 of us that need the raise. Please include us in the raise like other assistant nurse managers, clinical nurses. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana Zamora Marroquin. Diana, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin, and I'm with Planned Parenthood Marmonte. I'd like to start by thanking you for continuing virtual public comment via Zoom and the phone for these meetings. I'm here to ask that you extend this policy to the public meetings of boards and commissions. Many localities, ours included, have seen the benefits that virtual and hybrid meetings provide. Continuing the policy would provide residents with better access to public meetings, thereby allowing a more diverse and inclusive segment of the population to participate. Additionally, there is an overall increase in community participation. With the ability to Zoom in from virtually anywhere, folks who may otherwise struggle to attend in-person meetings, such as the elderly, students, and those without transportation, can now be actively involved in government meetings. The greater participation we have in our government, the more reflective our government is of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rocio Molina. Rocio, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Rocio Molina with Catalyze SV. I am the Community Engagement Manager, and I'm here to echo many of the public comments that you've already heard today regarding access to virtual options for the county meetings outside of this meeting. As some of the supervisors have already shared during the last conversation that you all had about this, it's important to determine the capacity needs for these services to continue now that they have not been deemed essential, as you heard from community members, in order to increase public participation and continue to create accessibility for some underserved populations. This is a critical need. So we hope that we can continue to follow up on this thread and continue to determine what will be needed to make this happen. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Nurse Educator. You will have 1 minute to speak. Please go ahead. Go ahead and speak. Your timer is unmuted. Or I'm sorry, your speaker is unmuted. Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker. We'll come back to Nurse Educator. Our next speaker is Joan Dominguez. Joan, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead. Joan, go ahead and unmute your mic. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to unmute. Please accept. All right, looks like we're having technical difficulties. We'll move on to the next speaker. We'll come back to you, Joan. Our next speaker is Sofia Peña. You will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sofia Peña. I am one of the 135 forgotten nurses who did not receive the 10% pay increase. We already spoke here about our specialized roles in the hospital system, but you have ignored us and devalued us. So now it's personal. Even though my classification is nurse coordinator lactation, I'm still a nurse available to jump in wherever needed. I have been commuting from Gilroy to VMC for the past 22 years because I love our patients. I take it seriously that moms and babies' health and well-being are at stake. In 2022, when everything was shut down, I showed up. I worked all year, including weekends, and called sick only 2 days. In 2021, I only missed 1 week to take care of my daughter who had COVID. My little one had panic and anxiety attacks, wondering if her mom would come home alive. When you go to bed tonight, I hope you have a clear conscience and do what's right and fair. Give us all nurses equally the compensation we deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pastor Jason Reynolds. Jason, you will have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am here to speak on behalf of the book, the Legacy and the Destiny Academy programs that the board has been supporting and looking forward to continuing that support. As many of you know, that there's been disparities in the help and the educational services for students of color, even as our wonderful policymaker Tony Thurman has pointed out, and that has only grown during the pandemic, especially for Black students. These academies intentionally help our community continue to decrease these educational gaps. We want to make sure that that can continue to happen. And that funding is foundational to make that grow, both in book, both legacy, and with destiny. As those numbers have risen, we hope that your support will do the same so that we can continue to see a vibrant, growing, and healthy community for our students and for their families. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Juan C. Garcia. Juan, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Juan Alfaro Garcia. I'm one out of the 135 nurses who have been forgotten and have not yet received the raise that the rest of the nurses have received. I'm currently an infection control nurse at O'Connor Hospital and have been here for the last 3 years, for which we have played a key role during the pandemic and helping our patients and staff with their safety. During the last 3 years, I have seen how difficult it is to hire infection control nurses due to the increased education and knowledge that is required. Not receiving this raise will prevent us from continuing to hire new nurses to continue to work in this important role. I hope that we receive the raise that we deserve. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beverly Wong. Beverly, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beverly Wong, and I'm speaking on behalf of Parents Helping Parents in San Jose. We serve around 6,000 families of children and adults with disabilities each year. We really appreciate the county is continuing to offer remote public participation at these Board of Supervisor meetings, and we're asking that you extend this policy to public meetings of boards and commissions. We believe that making these meetings accessible to the diverse population of our county is vital to ensuring equity in our community. Here in Santa Clara County, there are over 144,000 residents with disabilities. People with disabilities are often isolated and excluded from public and civic life. So virtual options make meetings more accessible for people with disabilities, older adults, and those unable to risk their health at in-person meetings. The elimination of a virtual option would create a hardship for many, especially the disability community and communities of color, and likely reduce engagement and the diversity of participants. So we ask the board to extend remote public participation to board.
Our next speaker is Marcella. Marcella, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Marcella Johnson, and I'm a pediatric nurse coordinator at VMC, the Pediatric ICU. I am one of the 135 forgotten nurses that have not been included in the raise. I feel discriminated and unequitable treatment given to me and the rest of my coworkers. I have 16 years of experience in the ICU with pediatrics. I do patient care daily. I chart. I keep all the sedated pediatric patients under sedation safe. I do all my paperwork, teaching. I deserve to be compensated. I decided to work from the Valley community and to serve the whole community because I love it here. I do dental procedures, one of the very few in the nation that does this. Please consider us in the race and don't forget about us.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Mantes. Jeffrey, you'll have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Mantes. I am one of the 135 nurses who was forgotten. I am one of the infection control nurses at O'Connor Hospital. I was formerly a clinical nurse in our subacute unit until CDPH released an all-facility letter in 2020 requiring all skilled nursing facilities to have a full-time dedicated infection control nurse. I was offered the role and accepted it, but want to share that nobody wanted to take the responsibility related to the fear as well as the training required for the position. But I stepped up and accepted the challenges. In my 2 years here, I have obtained my 2 national certification in infection control. Additionally, I've done a lot of work to increase hand hygiene compliance and decrease hospital-associated infection. And my performance improvement work was accepted as a poster presentation at our national APIC conference Awards in 2022 and was featured in their press release. I am honored to work with the county and hope you will approve the increase for our small group of hardworking infection control nurses. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noela Asana Nafon. Noela, you'll have 1 minute. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Noela Asana, and I am one of 2 staff developers covering the 5 medical surgical units in SCVMC. I have been a nurse for over 13 years, and we provide mandatory regulatory education to over 450 nurses, 260 nursing assistants, and over 60 monitor techs and clerks. We are part of the forgotten 135 nurses whose services are so vital, yet we were left out. Please help us join the county to ensure that we get equitable pay. We were promised that this will be addressed, and we are here to help you, help us get the pay. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Tini. Jennifer, you'll have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
My name is Jennifer Tenney, and I work as a lactation nurse coordinator for O'Connor Hospital. I am one of the forgotten 135. I have not received the 10% raise that all other nurses have. I feel very frustrated and undervalued. I am solely responsible for O'Connor Hospital to achieve the prestigious baby-friendly designation. I have been working on this for the past 4 years. It's an enormous job and responsibility. I also do consultations and patient care. Santa Clara County prides themselves on equality when it comes to patient care and respect. However, this is not the case for their nurses. This inequality in pay is unacceptable.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anthony Williams. Anthony, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead. Anthony, your mic is unmuted. You may speak. Anthony, go ahead and unmute your mic. Just press the accept button. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
This is Pastor Tony Williams, founding pastor emeritus of Maranatha Christian Center. I'm here to speak on behalf of Maranatha Christian Center, Bible Way, and Emmanuel Baptist tutorial programs. I started Book Academy tutoring program almost 30 years ago. Book began because of the gap between minority communities and others in our educational system. That gap continues today. This cultural sensitive tutorial programs are much needed in today's climate. These programs have benefited our youth by providing much needed services and care. And our cry is to please continue funding these programs as they are much needed. And COVID exacerbated the problem and expanded the gap during that time. Thank you very much for this time, and we certainly will appreciate you approving the funding. Thank you again.
Our next speaker is Angie. Angie, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Angie Rosenbaum. I'm a registered nurse. I've worked at the county for 23 years. I'm also one of the 135 forgotten RNs. For the last 2 years, I was the nurse coordinator of the O'Connor Medical Clinics. I helped develop the clinics from scratch. We started with 2 small clinics, general surgery and orthopedics, and now have 12 different specialty clinics. These clinics are important to the enterprise as we provide more access to services for our local community. I'm not here today to ask for a favor. I'm asking to be treated as an equal and compensated fairly. Thousands of county RNs have been granted the 10% across the board increase, except for 135 of us who were left out. We have the same education and dedication to our jobs as everyone else. We deserve to be compensated equally. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is phone number ending in 705. You will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Renaud. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. First, I want to say there might be a technical problem. Another colleague of mine said they didn't hear the "your hand is raised" message when she pressed *9. And I also didn't hear the *9 thing announced before public comment was called for. It is extremely important that a hybrid option for public participation is restored for all public meetings without exception. In your priority setting meeting in January, you committed to equity as one of the county's core values. And if you're going to live up to that promise, it is unacceptable to end the online option for any public meeting. This is an economic justice issue. This is a racial justice issue. This is a disability justice issue. Ending public meetings would have the effect of giving public space to someone who earlier called for hanging a public health official while excluding disabled people from participating. It is not acceptable that without hybrid options, the only people who can participate in public meetings are those who can take time off during the day from paid and unpaid.
Our next speaker is Walter Wilson. Walter, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, Board of Supervisors and staff. I want to speak today on behalf of the programs known as UGMA After School Academies, which includes Bible Way, Maranatha, and Emmanuel Christian Centers, or Emmanuel Baptist Church. These programs are very important. First of all, let me say thank you for supporting these programs over the years. And thank you to Jeff Smith and his staff for helping to work with us to create this support for these programs. I think it's the disparities that's happening here is very apparent. And more importantly, in this county where Blacks are leaving here at an alarming rate, this will be a major issue for this board. Blacks are leaving here at an alarming rate, and there's reasons for that. There's reasons for the disparities as well. I want to say that I support these programs, and I hope you continue to support them. And
Our next speaker is Victoria Burton Burke. You will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
My name is Victoria Burton Burke. I'm the chair of the Santa Clara County Juvenile Justice Commission, a non-Brown Act commission. But I want to urge the board to adopt a policy that will allow hybrid meetings at all future meetings. I understand it's necessary to have a quorum, and it might be appropriate to have the quorum members in person. We have seen on the JJC an increase of approximately 1/3 in participation as we have gone to hybrid, as we've gone to virtual meetings. I think that this allows the attendees a greater understanding of each other's roles in serving the youth of our county. We would also appreciate the possibility of a remote hybrid equipment being available in other facilities besides the county supervisors' chambers. Would be helpful to those of us who have no budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ling. Ling, you'll have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ling Gallo. I am an oncology nurse navigator, and it is classified under as a nurse coordinator. So I provide patient care by facilitating newly diagnosed cancer patients to make sure they start treatment timely, and that means that they will have a better prognosis and live longer. The Board of Supervisors had recognized that there is a higher demand for our role, and so had approved a nurse navigator. We have been having a hard time having one because of the expertise needed, and with the job, with the pay disparity, meaning the clinical nurse degree is getting 10% pay, and that means their pay is similar to the nurse navigator. So we are unable to attract any nurse navigator at all, and so we have a problem. Please advocate for us. We need more care for the patient. We need to have that incentive of pay.
Our next speaker is Casey Hill from Vegilution. You will have 1 minute. Please begin.
Good morning, Board President, Board of Supervisors. My name is Casey Hill, and I'm the Executive Director of Veggielution, a member agency of the Si Se Puede Collective. I'm calling about an off-agenda memo in today's board packet. The memo gives an update about the food system, workplace governance, and funding for food assistance. As one of many local organizations that provide food assistance to residents of Santa Clara County, I'm deeply concerned about the potential for an upcoming gap in funding. City of San Jose funding is set to expire on June 30th, and this memo proposes an FY24 start for county funding. This tight timeline will inevitably result in a disruption in service delivery across all 15 cities in the county. Please prioritize food assistance funding now. I also draw your attention to the importance of forming a resident food equity advisory council to center the expertise and lived experience of those most impacted by food system inequities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thoa Nguyen. Thoa, you'll have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Good morning, my name is Thoa. I'm one of the nurse coordinators for the Valley Medical Center and one of the 135 forgotten nurses. All RMPA members are nurses because our classification is no longer clinical nurses. That doesn't mean that we're not nurses. Nurse coordinators are nurses who have taken in different roles with more responsibilities, leadership, and special projects. We provide complex care coordination, especially to the underserved population. Set up and design COVID vaccine and testing clinic at the VSC during the beginning of the pandemic. Our work has profound impact in our patients and the communities. Nurse coordinators don't want to be forgotten. We worked our best to deliver equal and quality services to all patients. We don't want any patient to feel neglected or excluded. So please do not neglect and exclude us from this salary increase. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Generosa Roxas. Generosa, you'll have 1 minute. Please go ahead. Generosa, go ahead and unmute your mic, please.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. My name is Jean Rojas, and I'm one of the nurse care coordinators for Valley Specialty Center. I am one of the 135 forgotten RNs. I am speaking on behalf of all nurse coordinators in our county. Our main task is to support our patients, providers, nurse managers, and coworkers in adhering to patient quality care by making sure that the patients are well informed about their treatments, that the follow-up is adequate for prevention of disease progression, acute illness, and/or costly hospitalizations. We work to our best ability to provide best outcomes for our patients and communities. I can attest that nurse coordinators have empowered many patients and we have changed many lives for the better. We are also registered nurses. We worked many years as clinical nurses just to qualify to be in nurse care coordinator position. So please do not exclude us. We are.
Our next speaker is Pamela Wolf. Pamela, you will have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Pamela Wolf. I am one of the forgotten 135. I am a clinical nurse specialist for MedSurg at the MC. I work alongside 2 staff developers, and I just want to bring up that when we have surveyor activity, we are called upon to help support staff and ensure that corrective actions are carried out. This is an immense responsibility, and we collectively add to reviewing policy, creating training, maintaining competencies, and we do all of this to ensure that we can back up our nurses' clinical reasoning and the delivery of safe patient care. We are the backbone of this institution, and to leave us out and to push back deadlines leads to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and decreased retention of key change agents needed to maintain accreditation and good standing in our community. We all hope that our voices are heard. Thank you, and please consider the consequences of your inaction. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Paul Soto. As a reminder to the public, per the direction of the board president, individuals who raise their hands after the start of the virtual public comment will not be allowed to speak. Paul Soto, please come to the podium.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The principles of equity are mocked when we do not have a working functional democracy with respect to online meetings. For 2 months, for 2 different meetings, Florence, Italy, Sister City Commission cannot meet. I have been working for 6 months to try to get scholarships for kids, Chicanos, on the east side, to be able to go to Florence, Italy. I have the lowrider community backing me. We want to send kids from the east side and have them become beneficiaries of this program that we have inside the Florence, Italy Commission. They can't meet for 2 months because the people are elders. And so they can't, in terms of transportation and in terms of COVID protections, they're not able to meet. Because they can't meet, I can't get scholarships for kids on the east side.
Thank you, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And I want to clarify the way that I intend to manage public comment for those in chambers and on the Zoom as well. I'm not looking to restrict the number of speakers, whether it's 30 or 100. What I am looking to do in terms of meeting management is know that once public comment has started, I know how many people are going to speak and can plan the rest of the schedule accordingly. So I appreciate all of the callers that joined today, and will encourage everyone to sign up who intends to speak on an item before the virtual speakers begin. Before I move to the consent calendar, and certainly keeping within the confines of the Brown Act and non-agendized items, I'm going to turn to Dr. Smith first to see if he would like to make any comments regarding the 135 nurses, and then to James Williams to make a brief comment about the option of being able to expand hybrid meetings to include our boards and commissions. And I thank all of the speakers that spoke on those and other items.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
A little bit about the nursing issue. As you know, in 2020, the board agreed as part of their contract with the nursing union, with RNPA, that we would do a class study on clinical nurses. That class study resulted in realizing that our nurses were about 10%, the clinical nurses were about 10% below market. The class study that was agreed to in the MOU did not include nurse practitioners, nurse coordinators, nurse specialists, infection control nurses, and staff developers. Because of the issue, we are not intending to do a general wage increase for all classifications, but we have committed to do additional class studies on those classifications that I mentioned. The nurse practitioner study has already been done and the union has been provided with it. It shows that the nurse practitioners in our employment are above market. Therefore, we're not recommending a increase in their salaries. The infection control nurses, nurse anesthetists, staff developers, nurse coordinators are in the process of getting a class study done. And once that is done, we'll make recommendations to the board. I also want to point out that the entire nurse contract opens up again in October, which is a few months away. I'm sure there will be requests for additional GWI, general wage increases at that time. And I want to emphasize that a class study does not mean that an entire unit gets a general wage increase. It only is focused on those classifications which were clinical nurses. We also were able to include in the 10% increase assistant nurse managers and psychiatric nurses because we felt that they were connected directly to the clinical nurses. And we also came to agreement about the per diem clinical nurses and psychiatric nurses. So that's the status we're at, and we will continue to proceed with the class studies on the other classifications that I mentioned.
Thank you very much. And James, is this an appropriate place to address the other issue very briefly?
Sure, I can just say something real brief related to the question of hybrid meetings. There was a comment about the applicability of the Brown Act to advisory commissions and bodies. Just wanted to clarify that the Brown Act does apply to any board-appointed body, including advisory commissions. And under those rules, the teleconferencing rules are quite restrictive, do require the physical presence of a quorum in one location. And so the ability to be fully remote is no longer available, and the ability for hybrid participation is not available in the same way, and those would require changes in state law. I think there may be some further conversation about remote public participation later, but just wanted to clarify that kind of basic legal structure based on some of the comments that were made.
Madam President, can I make quick questions, a follow-up question?
Thank you very much. Because it was public comment and not on the agenda, I think that we are safer to not have follow-up questions in this context. But let me turn to County Counsel.
Well, we can see what they are, but yeah, but it shouldn't be an extended discussion for sure.
Yeah, thank you. The question I have is regarding the issue of the Brown Act body. So the memo that you have issued regarding this very issue explain the situation why the Brown Act body has these very stringent rules that we have to follow. And then in the memo, you also mentioned something about how if it's not a Brown Act body, they will not need to follow these rules, and a lot of things could be more relaxed in terms of quorum and whatnot. What would be the process it takes for, like, say, if the board wants to convert it to a non-Brown Act body to allow these other remote participation, what else? What would they need to do?
I think that would be an item we could address either as a follow-up memo or as a separate discussion item. We certainly could do that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Smidian.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to, I just want to give heads up that I'm going to raise this same set of issues and questions during the mid-year budget discussion. And I always appreciate the fact that Council is mindful of the fact that items need to be agendized in order to be appropriately discussed. And therefore, there's some limitations on what we can do in connection with public comment. That said, when we get to mid-year budget, that's a budget for all $11.5 billion of our enterprise, and it seems to me that it's an appropriate time to talk about what it would take to fund a more robust program of public participation. So I just wanted to let you know that was coming as a courtesy, and I will, because this is public comment, hold off on raising the question now, but here we come. Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I do think that one of the risks and opportunities of weighing in on public comment is that it puts us in this awkward situation. And I just wanted to reaffirm what Supervisor Simidian said, that I do consider this part of mid-year budget and want to be able to discuss this item as it relates to hybrid meetings. And then the other thing, Supervisor Ellenberg or President Ellenberg, that I wanted to raise is that as you have been really working with us to refine the number of referrals and really focus staff, one of the challenges is when there's a lack of response or a robust response, then the tennis match sort of begins. So I think you raised this as part of the one of the challenges, and so I want to put that out there because I think as it relates to mid-year, there may be a number of issues that come up during mid-year because of a lack of responsiveness from from staff or maybe late notice to us. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? If not, we will move to item 7, which is approval of the consent calendar. And for folks that would like to speak on item 7, please make sure that you submit a yellow card or get in the queue on the Zoom to have an opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Great. And would you like to take public comment first or after?
Let's do the consent calendar first so folks know if there have been any changes.
Perfect.
Through the chair, excuse the interruption. I wonder if we could just ask, my understanding is that the clerk's office was going to offer a public comment before every Levine Act item. And I just wonder, and I see the clerk leaning in, if that's going to happen prior to the consent calendar as well, because the consent calendar includes a number of Levine Act items on which regrettably I will be obliged to recuse myself again today. So through the chair, if I might ask, just as a process matter.
Yes, so we do have, for procedural purposes, we do say it before on the consent calendar, just as a general, and then as the items come up, we do also note. So as of today, I know that there are 2 coming.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the clerk for both making the progress and explaining what that progress is and when, where, and how it'll be pursued.
Thank you. And for the consent calendar, for the Levine Act item, items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents and any participant who has financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of the agenda. And on the consent calendar update, we have a request from President Ellenberg to consider items number 8 and 9 concurrently. Item number 8, consider recommendations relating to the fiscal year 2022-2023 mid-year budget review. Item number 9, adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.23.108 relating to the compensation of employees, deleting and adding various positions as part of the fiscal year 2022-2023 mid-year budget review. We have a request from President Ellenberg to consider item numbers 10 and 11 concurrently. Item number 10 is approve request for appropriation modification number 300,144,469, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare budget relating to mid-year adjustments. Item number 11, adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.23.109 relating to compensation of employees, adding 30 medical assistant or unclassified medical assistant positions in the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare and adding footnote number 267 to allow for incumbents to occupy the unclassified position for the duration of training. We have a request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to remove item number 58 from the consent calendar. Item number 58, approve request for appropriation modification number 116-900 and dollar amount $931,166, increasing revenue and expenditures in the Office of the District Attorney budget relating to the receipt of victim services grants and implementation of the Gun Violence Task Force, including the addition of 9 positions for the task force. We have a request from Vice President Lee to remove item number 59 from the consent calendar. Item 59, ratify grant application submitted by the Office of the District Attorney to the California Victim Compensation Board relating to grant funding for Trauma Recovery Center services in South County in the amount of $1,835,205 for period July 1st through 2023 through June 30th, 2025. We have a request from President Ellenberg to remove item number 64 from the consent calendar to be considered concurrently with item number 58. Item 64, adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.23.116 relating to compensation of employees, adding 3 district attorneys or attorney 3, district attorney or attorney 2, district attorney or attorney 1, district attorney positions, 2 criminal investigator 2 positions, or criminal investigator 1 positions, 1 data analyst, 1 associate data analyst position, 1 legal secretary 2, or legal secretary 1, or legal secretary trainee position, 1 senior paralegal or paralegal position, and 1 supervising criminal investigator 2 position in the office of the district attorney. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Thank you very much. Let's take public comment, and then I'll move to my colleagues.
We do have 1 in-person public commenter and 2 virtual. So would you like to set the timer for?
Let's start with the person in the chambers in case additional people sign up on the Zoom.
Perfect, and we'll set the timer for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Paul Soto, you will have 2 minutes. Please come to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, Paul Soto from the Horse Street. There is a policy that the city of San Jose is implementing, and it is planned. And what the city of San Jose is going to do is absorb 400,000 people into the county of Santa Clara by 2040. This is planned. There was no public meeting about it. There was no consensus among the citizenry on how that is going to be accomplished. What that stated, and relating it to item number 10 about the budget for healthcare, when you introduce into a space this small, 400,000 people, you are going to have to increase the capacity of every single infrastructure inside that county. This is just a fact. This isn't something, this is not an opinion. This is not something to even debate. This is just a fact. Healthcare is going to be one of them because of the demands that that kind of a population is going to make on healthcare. That's number one. Number two is that on the associated services with respect to homelessness, the accelerated need for homes is also going to increase. And the demands for that is going to increase because as you have these incomes coming in to this space, you're going to have an increased amount of poverty. That's what's going to happen. So the County Board of Supervisors needs to be very cognizant and aware and acknowledge that fact of the 400,000 people coming here and its impact on its impact specifically for myself on the Chicano community that has not had an opportunity to build on the racist discrimination that has happened as a result of redlining. We have not had that opportunity, and to increase the population by 400,000, it's going to impede our ability to do that.
Thank you. And Madam President, it does look like we have 3 virtual speakers in queue.
Perfect, thank you. And I just want to get a clarification, from County Counsel regarding my proposed plan to manage public comment. Is it appropriate and permitted to limit the number of public speakers once public speaking has started on a particular item?
Yes, the board can close the time for signing up for public comment, and that's a practice that has historically been done for many years. So this is the window for people to register for public comment, and then that time period can close.
Thank you. And when you say the board, is that an action that requires a vote by the board?
No,
or is that within the
that's
president's
something
discretion?
the presiding officer can do on behalf of the board.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I want to make sure I am on the straight and narrow here. So there are 3 speakers, so we've got 3 speakers on this item. Thanks, Cynthia.
Our first speaker is Juan Estrada. Juan, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please start once you begin speaking.
Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Juan Estrada with Green Foothills. I am commenting on a budget item. You often lead the state and even the country. Thank you for continuing remote public participation for Board of Supervisors meetings. We are asking that you allow remote public participation for boards and commissions, including the Planning Commission. Such a policy would foster equity for the following reasons. People like busy parents and caregivers, those working multiple jobs, and those without transportation can provide input without having to commute to downtown San Jose. This hardship could especially impact communities of color. Remote public participation also makes meetings accessible for those with certain disabilities and those unable to risk their health by attending in-person meetings. Please lead like you often do by allowing remote public participation for boards and commissions, likely increasing community engagement and the diversity of participants. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, you will have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. And it looks like Blair lowered their hand. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 246. You have 2 minutes. There you go. Perfect. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. I agree with everything Paul Soto said, and also the comments about virtual public comment. It's important that the public have access to all the committee meetings and everything that shapes measures that come to the board, because once an issue comes to the board for final vote, that's too late to tinker with it. And the public needs to be involved in the development of all these policies that are up for debate at the board. And we've seen during the pandemic the breadth of representation we've had from underrepresented communities. There are so many people who can't make it to the Civic Center during working hours for these meetings, but they can participate virtually. And that includes people with disabilities, people with child care and job responsibilities that tend to be from our Black and brown communities. And we need to do whatever we can to continue having virtual access. And also, as Christine noted, we need to have people on the commissions who can participate remotely, because not everybody who wants to be on a commission can attend in person. So I hope that the board can do what needs to be done to make all the meetings virtual. Thank you very much.
And it does look like Blair raised their hand again. So Blair, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself. All right, please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for seeing my hand. I had it continuously raised. I don't know what happened, but thank you for letting me speak at this time. I wanted to comment on items 58 through 66. They're about district attorney issues, law enforcement, and basically all the things about at public comment time that I tried to speak about, domestic violence issues that, sorry, I should have spoken at this time. I didn't, but now that you know my feelings on the matter, to quickly offer a few words, I hope that for the upcoming item on that will include hybrid meetings, that the future of all hybrid meetings can be a part of the future process. And if not, at least half of the board and commission hybrid meetings can be included in the future of our process, if not all. Good luck in the efforts to consider the issue. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. I will look to my colleagues to see if any of you have additional changes to the consent calendar. Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I have a bit of a list. So first, I'd like to let my colleagues know that for item 42, that I will be traveling to Sacramento this Wednesday and Thursday to attend the California Board of State and Community Corrections, on which I serve as an appointed member representing counties in the state, and we'll add that to a future agenda. On item 31, this is the appointments and reappointments for medical privileges. The state has simply not provided adequate guidance to local jurisdictions, and the legislation passed creates significant exposure for us if we pass what are important and normal operations like these. As I previously stated, I'm also concerned that the remedy for a majority of our board or any body recusing themselves is the authority of the county executive's unilateral approval of these items. I know that I'm hoping that we're going to be talking more about this on future agendas, but I wanted to raise that issue for my colleagues. On items 52, 53, and 54 on our consent agenda, this will allow CCLEM and the Commission on Elections and the Behavioral Health Board to meet monthly, which I absolutely support. And wanted to just sunshine again that I will be asking about these items in our mid-year discussion relative to hybrid meetings for all of our commissions. My next two issues that I want to raise are really compliments to the staff. On item 69, this will continue our collaboration with the state of California and the Conservation Corps for debris removal. Since the agreement's implementation in 2017, Caltrans and the San Jose Conservation Corps have removed and disposed of approximately 1,107 cubic yards of trash and 11,874 cubic yards of vegetation debris. The San Jose Conservation Corps provides, as you all know, work crews and equipment to pick up litter, clear debris, weeds, and vegetation, and replant vegetation along Caltrans right-of-ways at various locations within the county. I really wanted to thank the County Counsel for getting this contract unstuck between Caltrans and the San Jose Conservation Corps, and to thank Senator Cortese for his advocacy in bringing more resources to cleaning up our roads, which I know we all get a lot of feedback on, but this really wouldn't have happened without our staff jumping in, and so I wanted to say thank you for that, to lift that up. I apologize, items 73 and 74, this is a really important issue that in December I put forward a referral to ensure that Central Fire had the resources to prevent fires and address the growth that acts as fuel for fires in the increased fire threat that we experience as a result of climate change. Today's action allocates over $400,000 toward this program from Central Fire's existing budget. By funding additional command staff, Central Fire expects to increase fire fuel crews by 50%, which I think is amazing. Dr. Smith and Captain Kurgau will be working to determine whether or not there will be additional funding needed. And I am concerned about that because with more rain, we're going to see more growth of foliage and therefore more fire fodder. So I want to just say that as we get to the June budget, I'm going to be very interested in seeing what we have planned to be able to address that issue, but wanted to thank staff for getting us moving in the right direction. And I think based on the consent, what's already been pulled off, I'll save my comments for other items when we get to them. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I will be recusing myself from item 25, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 40, 41, 48, 49, 63, 65, 66, 69, and 72 in order to ensure compliance with the Levine Act. And to assist the clerk, I'm going to go through that one more time just a little bit slowly, Madam Chair. 25, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 40, 41, 48, 49, 63, 65, 66, 69, and 72. And I should indicate that I will be an abstention on 55A1. That's 55A1. That is an abstention, distinct and separate from the recusal on the other items I mentioned earlier. I do hope by our next meeting to have identified appropriate way to be able to participate in items on our consent calendar that are identified as Levine Act items, and I appreciate the efforts to try and get us into a better place on all of that compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Given how packed we are, I did pull item number 59, but I think I'm trying to maybe make a quick comment since I have no directions. Maybe I'll just put it back on consent if that's okay with my colleague. I just want to thank the District Attorney's Office for obtaining this grant to continue support for victim trauma recovery services. The work this Trauma Recovery Center does is so vital that we see is also being set up by other counties after Monterey Park and Half Moon Bay shootings to support the victims and family members to start the long healing process. Trauma is not just related to those experiencing crime or exposure to gun violence, and there's really sad fact that would have such a Trauma Recovery Center, but this certainly serves as a good example for other counties on how to deal with this unique American pandemic of mass shootings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez?
Thank you. I'm glad and appreciate that being put back on consent. I did want to just add that that I really appreciated that the staff pulled out the fact that we have this countywide effort going on while we're really trying to focus on South County. And I just really want to reinforce how important I think that it is that we, even as we're moving forward, to really support the staff in continuing to focus and target resources on the communities most impacted. And in part, the reason I really appreciate Supervisor Lee's comments is that every time there's a new traumatic event nationally, it re-traumatizes everybody, well, maybe not everybody, but traumatizes people who've already been victims or who are affiliated with people who are victims. So, I want to just thank the District Attorney's Office, but just to say again to Supervisor Lee, I really agree with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further lights on. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
Move to approve consent.
Motion by Lee, second by Arenas. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Yes, with the recusals and abstention as noted earlier. Thank you.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. We're moving into the mid-year budget items right now. I'm looking at the clock. It's 11:10. Why don't we plan to break for lunch at 12:30? And I think that should get us through 8 and 9 hearing together, 10 and 11 together, and I'll consider anything else a bonus. Dr. Smith.
Do you want me to start?
Oh, I thought you had a comment about lunch.
No. No, don't worry, I won't miss it.
Absolutely. I will turn to you to begin items 8 and 9, which we're hearing together. But before you do, let me make again the announcement regarding public comments on items 8 and 9. If you're in the chambers and want to speak on 8 and 9 or 10 and 11 or anything else, please fill out a yellow card and bring it to the clerk. If you are listening on Zoom and intend to speak on items 8 and 9, please put yourself in the queue. We will keep the queue open until any speakers in the chamber have completed their public comments. Thank you. Dr. Smith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I wanted to give a little bit of an overview about the mid-year and address some questions that the board members have asked me off agenda. First of all, the mid-year, and after I'm done, we'll turn it over to Greg Ituria, who's the budget director. But first of all, the mid-year is typically a time when we do technical readjustments. As the board and the public know, the board approves a recommended budget in the end of June, which begins in July. And then halfway through the year, we look at changes that have occurred based on new actions or unanticipated consequences, and we make technical adjustments to be able to end the fiscal year balanced. For the most part, that's what you'll see today, and Greg will explain the details. A couple of questions that have come up to me that I want to specifically address are the changes in the contribution from the general fund to the health and hospital system, most accurately to the hospital system. In the budget that was approved in July, we recommended a contribution of about $329.7 million, and you'll see in this mid-year revise, we're adding $80 million. The reason for that addition is changes in contracts for the doctors and the nurses in order to balance at the end of the year. However, I should say that for 14 years, our goal has been to keep the contribution from the general fund roughly in the 10 to 12% range of the total expenditures, and we've done really pretty good at that. Our current recommended budget for the entire expenditure for the hospital is about $3 billion, and I expect that it'll go up with a 23-24 recommendation probably into the $3.5 billion range. And previous boards and administration have thought that an investment of $1 for a return of $9 from the state and the feds of services was a good deal, and we're going to work on that for next year for the 23-24. The other question was, how are we going to deal with increasing needs in the health system? And you'll see that one of the recommendations is to add medical assistants. This also comes out of the contract that we signed with the doctors to provide more support for the physicians so they can see more patients. As the board knows, a general increase in revenue happens when we see more patients in ambulatory care, and there's clearly a need for that, and a need in all 3 hospitals and all 11 clinics for additional services. You have heard in the past, and we'll hear more about the business plan for the health system, but I can tell you that we anticipate qualifying St. Louis as a level 3 trauma center. We're now in plans for expanding the emergency room and expanding the number of staff available that are employees rather than contract nurses. With regard to the DePaul site, we are almost completed with the construction to make that a skilled nursing facility, as the board has asked us to do. We're focused on behavioral health services there. We also are in construction to develop to convert the old emergency room at DePaul to a urgent care center. Those things will be opening up later on this year. We'll need additional staff for that. The O'Connor system is preparing to increase the number of ER beds and to change some of the allocation of beds to utilize the old pediatric unit for adult services. And as you know, we're expanding our services in capacity at VMC, particularly with the new juvenile psych facility and expansion of the emergency room and expansion of the burn unit. So all of these things will be considered, and we'll still target 10 to 12% for the general fund contribution, which we think can do, realizing that a lot of what we're dependent upon is federal funding, federal and state funding, which can be slowed down. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg to give some more details about our technical adjustments.
Good afternoon, or actually good morning. I'm President Ellenberg, members of the board. My name is Greg Ituria, County Budget Director, and assisting me today is Kristen Sanchez, Supervising Budget Analyst. And the mid-year review is really this report is a culmination of a very comprehensive analysis that our office conducts with the fiscal officers of all county departments, reviewing the actual accounting activity, expenses, and revenues through the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And then at this mid-year point, compare that to the estimates that were put together literally last spring in June, and to see where we might need to do some true-ups, align estimates with actual activity, and that's what is contained in your packet, or adjustments from that. The adjustments are generally corrective and true-up in nature to true-up estimates with actual activity. But this is also the first time when we report the status of the budget for next fiscal year, what we call our base budget, the current level budget. And another thing that we've been working on with departments since last July is estimating costs and revenues for next fiscal year. And this is our first comprehensive review of those estimates. Next slide, please. Thank you. Also, with the mid-year adjustments, it includes the update for our estimates and actual activity for costs related to the pandemic response. Still, almost $1.4 billion in costs incurred since the beginning of the pandemic. And also, as a reminder, we continuously work from an accounting and planning perspective to minimize the reliance on the limited county's general discretionary funds and maximizing the ability to draw down federal funds from FEMA and other federal funding sources. And so some of the true-up adjustments that are recommended here is to that effect, to minimize the impact on the county's discretionary funds. And we also are projecting the remaining costs for this fiscal year and recognizing that there is a winding down of operating costs, and those are included in the estimates as well. And then also wanted to report that administration is continuing to plan for the expiration of the temporary positions that were added to help with the peak work that was being incurred in COVID and pandemic operations. Next slide, please. So basically, Dr. Smith covered a lot of this already. There's a lot of true-ups and technical adjustments in the recommended budget, in the mid-year adjustments. But we also recognize some of the true-up is what the actual fund balance was available at the end of last fiscal year compared to what was estimated. So that gets trued up. Replenishing the general fund contingency to the board's policy level, set at 5% of general fund revenue. And and as also mentioned, not only the adjustments, but truing up that general fund share based on the trends for expenses and revenues in our hospital system as well. And then a couple other noteworthy adjustments. A lot of this is, you're going to hear me when I talk about next year too. We have a lot of inflationary factors that are going on that we're recognizing this year, including some that we wanted to note in the Sheriff's Office regarding inflation-driven costs and supplies, and there's true-ups to get the budget aligned with actual cost activity there as well. And then lastly, wanted to also note the gun safety initiatives that the board approved earlier this year for public health. We got an estimate now from the Public Health Department of what's going to be the cost they're incurring this fiscal year, and we have that included in the adjustments as well. Next slide, please. And back to the base budget projections for next fiscal year. The current level budget, this is for current staffing, current contracts, and our estimates for revenue for next fiscal year. We are projecting a shortfall where revenues are not going to be quite enough to cover those costs at this point. And the big driver here is inflationary in nature. A lot of the costs are inflationary in nature, but also the inflation and how the central Fed bank is dealing with inflation is having an impact on our projections for some of our revenues. To some extent, our property tax revenue for next year, but mostly it's the year after next that we're anticipating an impact to our property tax revenue. So FY25, so just for awareness, based on the high inflationary environment, the Fed's reaction to that by increasing the cost of borrowing. And also, of course, it's putting pressure on our employees and all of our operating costs. We're seeing this across the line in all of our lines of services, these inflationary cost increases, and resulting in our projected costs growing faster than our projected revenue. Next slide, please. And just briefly, looking out ahead, we realize there is variability to what could happen with the economy. What we have here for the graph, just to introduce it, this was produced by the governor's budget office when they released their budget last month. and they are projecting a baseline forecast that does not include a recession. That's same with ours. Our office's projection for the next couple of years does not include in our baseline forecast a recession. We do believe that the federal government, the federal bank, is taking the measures, appropriate measures to help mitigate that. However, we recognize there are a number of economists and others that think otherwise. And so we do want to be able to plan and prepare just in that event. And I thought this graph was helpful to kind of show kind of a measurement or magnitude of some of those variations. The slowdown in housing sales that we are seeing is having an impact on the real estate market and on the development of the assessed valuation roll and our future projections for property tax revenue. So we are seeing some impacts there. And then we don't have a measurement yet, but to some extent the layoffs in the tech companies that we're seeing, we suspect will have some impact too, because those tend to be higher paying jobs, people that can afford to go out and compete in the marketplace for homes here, and with less money chasing homes, that has an impact on price. So we do foresee some of that. We don't have a measurement for that just yet, but we may after we get some more data. And next slide, please. And here are some of the statistics. I thought this was a very handy way to show the year-over-year change in the marketplace for Santa Clara County. And most notably, I want to point out closed sales. So the year-over-year drop for last calendar year was a little over 40% drop in transactions. This has a significant impact on our assessed valuation, because if you don't get turnover in properties don't get reassessed back to market. They stay at a more limited rate. And with that drop, we're seeing less turnover, less reevaluation to market. And we don't really anticipate this is going to impact property tax so much next fiscal year as we will the following fiscal year because of the timing with the roll. So we're closely watching this for our look forward. And then also, to some extent too, median price. And you can see that median price year over year has dropped on average. Every town and neighborhood is going to be a little bit different, but we're seeing that as there as well. And that's the cost of borrowing is increasing because of the inflation. Again, the underlying problem here is inflation. The cost of borrowing is increasing. Less people out there competing for a limited supply. Naturally, price is going to go down some. So we're monitoring that as well. Next slide, please. And so, bottom line for next fiscal year, our view is that it's going to be very difficult to put together a balanced budget for next fiscal year. It's going to require discipline. It's going to require some budget reductions so that way the budget matches anticipated revenue. We will be reviewing budget proposals from county departments looking for opportunities to reorganize or improve services, redeploy to higher priority needs. And at this point, I'm expecting few, if any, proposals being incorporated in the recommended budget that have net costs that would make that anticipated deficit larger, and because it's structural in nature given what we're forecasting for year after next. Cost reduction options are being prepared by my office. We'll be working very closely with staff and county departments on such proposals, review them with the county executive so they can be available for use in balancing the recommended budget, and just kind of leave it at that. It's from my view, it's going to be a challenge putting that together. Next slide, please. Timeline, again, receiving budget proposals this month. We'll be working to finalize those proposals in March and April so we can have that balanced recommended budget published and distributed and available on May 1st. Budget workshops have already been scheduled for early to mid-May, and then in mid-June we'll have our budget hearings. And that concludes our presentation. We're certainly available for any questions.
Thank you very much. I will go to the public and then back for discussion, but just want to see if anybody has any clarifying questions, clarifying question?
Thank you very much, Greg, for the comprehensive report. And I just want to clarify one issue regarding the property tax revenue assumption we're making here. Clearly, the sales has dropped significantly since interest rate has gone up so significantly in the past year. So therefore, a lot of the sales has dropped, and the asking prices of houses has also been reflected. Now, the question I have is, while the assessed value has dropped, those are really affecting mostly the new housing being built, right? And to me, those seems to be the new money coming in if they were built. But I would imagine that the significant number of the property in our valley are really underassessed due to Prop 13 for so many years. And those undervalued property will still actually go up 2% per year because they're still significantly underassessed. So wouldn't our total revenue not actually go down? It's just that it might not be going up as fast as it used to be.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We've had growth in the 8% range for the last couple of years. We're not anticipating it's going to continue at that range. A little bit less for next year, and then quite a bit less than the following year. But still, 4% or more is in our forecast. So there's going to be growth, just not anticipating the same growth that we've had in the last couple of years.
Right, correct, yeah. Thank you for clarification.
And thank you to Greg and Christian, and I know Tony, Felice, and Jenna Tran, and all of the OBA analysts worked very hard on the mid-year budget. I hear that you're already going into budget season. I imagine that once we hit the new calendar year, it's a sprint. I want to clarify just two items that I didn't see that I expect to be there, and then we'll go to public comment. So again, if you're planning to speak on Zoom, please get in the queue now. On pages 8 and 9, where some reserves are laid out under one-time funding, it notes that there's now $1 million in the child care reserve, down from $3 million that was moved into that fund by the board in 2019, and I'm aware that $2 million of that was transferred to ESA for the Employee Child Care Assistance Program. And I'm raising that for two reasons. One, per board direction, the new child care subsidy is not a pilot, but an ongoing employee benefit. I know that $2 million came from one-time funding, but Dr. Smith, can you please confirm for the record that the ECAP will be built into the base budget outlined in the 23-24 recommended budget?
Yes, that was the direction we got from the board.
Thank you. And then
we won't necessarily use a reserve because reserve is a one-time, so it'll be built into the ongoing expenditures.
In fact, that got halfway to my other clarifying point, which was that, thank you for that, the $2 million that was transferred to cover the new benefit was from the fund that Supervisor Chavez and I directed to be set aside for child care infrastructure and facility improvements. So can you confirm that that facility reserve will be replenished back to the $3 million for its intended use in the next fiscal budget?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Those are my clarifications. And Cynthia, who do we have in terms of speakers? Do we have anyone in the room?
Yes, we do have one speaker in room and 5 virtually.
Okay, so we're going to take the one speaker in the room. And again, for anyone who wishes to speak virtually, please sign up now. We will close that opportunity when the first public speaker on Zoom begins.
And we'll set 2 minutes on the clock. Perfect.
Yes,
Our
2
first
minutes.
speaker is Paul Soto. Paul Soto, you will have 2 minutes.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Equity is not an aspiration. It is a budget allocation. That's what it is. And why do we have a concept of equity? We need to discuss the inverse. It is because segments of our community, specifically myself, the Chicano community, has experienced inequity for over 100 years. It was referenced today that there are going to be lack of monies in the budgets because of Prop 13. Most of the beneficiaries of that live in Willow Glen and the Rose Garden areas. Those homes are assessed now at a minimum, the median income, the median price for those homes are $1.5 million. They are not paying anywhere close to that in terms of their fair share of taxes and there are members of this board that live in that district. So we need to talk about that, because that is an issue that has created these deficits inside the budgets. Thusly, my community is being told, well, the law is protecting us from paying our fair share, so we're going to just continue to deprive you of whatever services that you are deserving of, and then we're going to get all these nonprofits to fight amongst each other in order to get political power at the expense of my community. Because what they do is the term is co-optation. And co-optation is when a Pacific community co-opts the systems and the issues that were experienced by one community and then leverages those issues in order to gain both political and economic power. That's not going to happen anymore, because I will front every single nonprofit that does that in my community and uses the inequities that my parents and my grandparents, my mother and father, and that I myself have had to experience over generations in this city. I want budget allocations.
Great, and we currently have 5 virtual speakers.
Thank you. 2 minutes, of course, each for each of those 5 virtual speakers.
Perfect. Our first speaker is Gisela Bushy. Gisela, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Gisela Boucher. I'm the CEO of Loaves and Fishes Family Kitchen. Specifically wanting to address a recent change in the food system work plan process, pushing out any potential funding from the counties to support these services being provided by our organizations countywide. My concern is twofold. The first is that what this does is it once again creates this expectation on the part of the nonprofit organizations providing the services on behalf of the county to folks in need, particularly the unhoused and folks who are struggling to make ends meet. It creates an artificial situation where we have to try and front reserves what, frankly, we no longer have, while this process has now been pushed further down the road to not even begin to be considered until fiscal year 24. It creates a gap for us, although clearly the expectation continues that we'll continue to provide these services, even though there's no funding being made available. My second concern is using the city's extension of funding by 6 months as the rationale, part of the rationale, I should say, for pushing this process out further. That funding has gone down by over 60% over the last 3 years, and yet the need for services hasn't moved hardly at all. We're still, many of us, seeing triple and quadruple the requests for our assistance, and yet the funding has lagged far, far behind the need. I would ask that you consider actually pulling the process back and start that process in how those funds will be distributed so that we are not met with this gap that could be many months in the making. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Liu. Michelle, you will have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Michelle Liu from the Health Trust. We're one of the Meals on Wheels providers here in Santa Clara County. And just as Gisela mentioned, demand for meals, especially for homebound seniors, continues to far exceed pre-pandemic levels. In many ways, Meals on Wheels is a lifeline for the folks we serve. We really appreciate the county staff's hard work as they figure out food solutions for FY24. But since the county budget won't be approved until mid to late June 2023, we are concerned about a funding gap when July 1st comes around. We would encourage the county to expedite agreements and, if necessary, sign retroactive contracts back to July 1 or provide advances so that we nonprofits don't have to reduce meal deliveries or lay off staff due to the funding uncertainties. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, you'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. To respect the concerns of budget issues that are always, of concern. It seems to me Santa Clara County made a real commitment to want to be ahead of the COVID curve and to be real proactive in how to address COVID issues. I think there can be a certain contingency that ending the hybrid process is in some ways to respect our lives pre-COVID. And it's obviously you have a lot of decisions to make around this issue, and it's more than that. But that always can be a factor, and to label and name that factor at this time, I hope can be of help. That I don't think that's really applicable anymore to this issue. I mean, I have my own fears and have to kind of give in to that hardline thinking sometimes. But for this instance, there just seems a number of people who really need the hybrid meeting process. And it just adds such a benefit to the entire public meeting process about issues of accessibility and accountability and transparency and openness that, you know, a real good luck on how to address the future of hybrid board and commission meetings. I hope you can do at least half, a bit more than half of the future of hybrid of board and commission meetings, and hopefully all of the future of commission meetings. It's a real, the Zoom meeting process has been really interesting in that way, how it's worked out for ourselves, that I think needs respect, and it offers a lot of help for us and for so many people who really need its services. That good luck to be considering these things of how to consider a budget. Thank you.
Our next speaker is SVCN1. You will have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Kira Kazanzas, CEO of Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits. Thanks for the opportunity to provide public comment. We do understand the rationale of not adding additional nonprofit food security funding to the mid-year budget, since the city of San Jose has decided to extend its funding through June. However, and as you heard from previous speakers, since the county budget, it won't be approved until June 2023, I'm also concerned about a funding gap. So assuming food distribution funding is supplemented in the fiscal year 24 budget, we're really hopeful that the county can expedite agreements and, if necessary, sign retroactive comments or provide advances so that there aren't unnecessary layoffs or other disruptions for the food distribution nonprofits, and certainly avoiding discontinuity in food access. I'd also like to just take this second to thank Supervisor Chavez for the original memorandum that drove the thoughtful work that's already been done to date by staff to really assess our food need and the food systems in Santa Clara County. Food nonprofits and the entire network of food nonprofits and SVCN, we're all standing ready to collaborate, and we're very excited by the collaboration and equity related opportunities that were outlined in the off-agenda memo. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Gloner. Mary, you will have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Mary Gloner at Project Safety Net, a member of the Real Coalition, a resident of District 4 and employed in District 5. I'm also speaking as an individual who was fortunate to serve on my first commission almost 20 years ago. In addition to thanking the board, administrative leadership, and the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Belonging for implementing a racial equity budget tool, I'm specifically asking to extend virtual verbal public comment via Zoom and phone for the Board of Supervisors meetings to public meetings of boards and commissions. Such a policy would foster equity for the following reasons. First, with the widest range of virtual options to increase accessibility to ensure diverse representation of participants and voices, fostering community engagement, including those among certain disabilities, older adults, and those unable to risk their health by attending in-person meetings. Providing a virtual option is one administrative investment that can eliminate institutional barriers and racism. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Turning to my colleagues to begin the discussion. Supervisor Chavez.
Great, thank you very much. My first question is, are we making or do we have an expectation about potential impacts of any changes to ERAF? And if so, I apologize if I missed it in the book.
Yeah, at this point, there are still, I guess you could say, threats to some of the portion of property tax that's related to the ERAF calculation, estimated around 60 million, roughly, to give you a sense of magnitude. And there's still uncertainty with the outcome there.
I can provide a little bit more of an update on that. There's a couple different components to the calculation. One is an issue that's being litigated where we've prevailed in trial court and that issue is now up on appeal. The second is an issue related to how the calculation is done as it integrates with the calculations associated with redevelopment dissolution. That's an issue that's currently in front of the State Controller's Office. We also have reason to continue to be very concerned about legislative efforts led by the State Department of Finance related to, in particular, that issue. So we are closely monitoring that, although I wouldn't expect any legislation to show up until the May revise timeline. And we are very concerned about the issue that's currently pending in front of the Controller's Office. And as Greg mentioned, it's about a $60 million ongoing impact. It is an issue that we should be concerned about.
So I will just share with some of my colleagues who weren't here at the time that during COVID, of all the things that popped up, was the state decided to try to remove ERAF from the county. And as James just said, it's a $60 million hit. And to our cities, I forgot the amount total. It was like 110 countywide. Is that accurate?
That's about the right range. And the biggest impact is obviously the city of San Jose among the cities. And I don't have that exact number off the top of my head, but it was in the range of a little less than 10 million a year ongoing.
So I want to thank James and the Office of County Counsel for playing a leadership role in assisting us in addressing that. I also want to thank the nonprofits. We had hundreds and hundreds of nonprofits help weigh in, and it saved our county $110 million. And I will say thank you because I know they met with me very late into the evening. But the reason I wanted to put it on everybody's radar, I think we need to re-engage now and not wait till the May revise. And I heard Kira call in, so I'll look forward to talking to you more about what I think we need to do as a community to address that issue. And would like to ask if we could get some time on the Cities Association agenda through Dr. Smith and through Steve Preminger to have a conversation with all of our cities about this issue and an opportunity for us to all engage collectively to protect that resource. It's significant, and that's all nonprofit investments that we're making for families and kids in our community. So those would be two requests. I don't know if we need a board action, but if somebody's taking a list of directions, if folks are comfortable, I will include that in any motion made. So second, is part of the budget, one of the challenges is hearing the health budget separate of this budget, because they do actually impact each other pretty dramatically. And one request I would make through the chair is that when we look at the budget hearings, or when we have our budget hearings in May, that the initial presentation be inclusive of all funds, which I think it normally is. But I just want to say that out loud, because I do think that, the board's going to have to make some decisions and some recommendations and be able to discuss among ourselves how to address that.
Just to clarify, you mean the budget workshops in May, correct?
Thank you. What did I say? Yeah, budget workshops. Thank you. And then the other, this is more of a request that's more broad, is that I do think that as part of our budget process, that it would be of value in June or in May to know if any departments have considerations they're making for adding more staff. And the reason I mention that is that we all year long, even though we have this budget adjustment period, all year long are adding and making changes, as we should. We're operating, we're in, a very, counties are living beings. But I think that if we're really very serious about the points that, Greg, that you've raised about what the risks are over the next couple of years, then one of the questions that I'm going to be very interested in is what are the needs of the staff, our different departments, and what are they anticipating those needs to be? Because, frankly, taking the actions every week we take, it's difficult to weigh those off of each other because I don't necessarily, nor do my colleagues, know what's coming down the pike. So again, I think even if it's broad that we see these areas that we have opportunities to get grants or we're going to use general fund dollars, I would be very interested in understanding that. And that's actually part of the reason I was so interested in the business plan for the health and hospital system, just to understand what we thought its growth potential would be.
Yeah, every year we do give the board a list of what the department requests are. And then, we at the county executive's office either modify them, improve them, or eliminate them. So we'll make sure we call that out specifically this year so that you can see any changes that are suggested.
That would be helpful. And Dr. Smith, in some arenas, I know that it may be more evident. As an example, post-COVID, we received a number of grants, and the staff has done an excellent job of writing and trying to acquire grants for public health as an example. One of the things that I'd be interested in understanding is, based on all we've experienced now, do you have a sense of what's still missing? It's almost like just getting your sense over the next couple of years what you anticipate. And I appreciate I think there's a difference between what the department is recommending or requesting and then ultimately what you recommend to us, because I imagine there's something in between where you would say, this is going to be incremental, here's where we're going to move. We anticipate, that we're going to have to take the following action. An example I would use is that both public health but also social services, when Obamacare passed, that was a whole different ballgame for the county. And I think you saw something that no one else did, and you acted right away and recommended to the board that we add additional eligibility workers to make sure we could sign people up. That's a great example of something that, where are we in that process? Do we still need to add people, or is that an area that we feel like we're covered? I think is kind of what I was thinking about.
Right, I understand.
And then, again, from a process perspective, there's a section here that says response to board referrals. And one request I would make is that there are some board referrals that did not get responded to. And I think it's just important to list all of them that came to mid-year as part of the package, so you can say, work in progress, we're actually looking at June, or we're going to bring something in April, because this isn't the complete list, and it concerns me because then it makes me wonder, was it a good idea? Did anybody do it? Is somebody just hoping I'll forget? It could be all three at once. I recognize that. So anyway, I think both for mid-year and for the final budget, I'd be interested in understanding that. And then I have a question relative to salary savings, because just given how high our rate of vacancies is, and I forgot what it is countywide. Greg, do you know?
Not off the top of my head. It seems to me it's in the high teens on average, but I just going off the top of my head. And if I could guess what you're getting at is, where does that salary savings then end up, and what do we think it's going to be in the future? I wonder that all the time.
Answer that question. I have another one. Go ahead. What's that?
Okay, so I wonder that all the time. And as part of our forecasting is we're trying to estimate that. And for next year, part of what, we also budget for some salary savings. And how much we budget for depends on how many vacancies we think we're going to have. And part of what we're going to be working on this spring, to see if there are, in order to balance the budget, are there going to be a number of vacant positions that we can, no longer be able to fit into a balanced budget? And then what does that mean for our forecasts of vacancies and how much we can budget for vacancy factors? I think a lot of that's going to come together in our best estimates in the next couple of months. But I started to guess what you're going to ask, and I shouldn't have done that.
No, Greg, that was actually helpful because there were kind of two pieces to the question. Oh, all right, Dr. Smith knows exactly the number.
Yes, I do know exactly the number. It's 11.7% countywide vacancy factor, and that translates into about 2,513 positions, and I can find it by bargaining unit, by department, by budget unit, whatever you'd like.
That's excellent. I would recommend if you wouldn't mind just sending that link to the board and then putting it on the public website as well, because what I was curious about, Dr. Smith, is it goes a little bit back to the issue I was raising relative to hiring, because I imagine in some departments and some job classifications that must be a higher number than 11%.
Oh, yeah. Which classification would you like to look at?
Well, for example, I don't know the answer to this, if it's nursing or our sheriff's department, and I'm basing that a little bit on feedback we're getting around overtime.
Okay, well, not to pick on Sheriff Johnson, who's in the audience, let's find out what deputy. Keep going, keep talking. I'll get.
Okay, I'll let you come back to it. What I was very interested is, you're right, there are two issues that I'm looking at: the salary savings overall, but also whether or not, I know that ESA has done a lot of really robust work to try to fill some of the positions, and whether or not the way we normally account for salary savings would be impacted by changes that we're making. For example, if we start to invest in different mechanisms for hiring, whether that's, I don't want to put out any ideas, but what we're already doing, which is adding a bonus for anybody who laterals in as a sheriff, for example. Because I was just trying to understand whether or not we're having such success in some departments that it could actually impact that overall number, which usually seems large, but may actually be smaller. And then I wanted to couple that with determining whether or not we are successful in keeping people from retiring who may want to retire, but we need a little extra help for a year or two, how that overall impacts our budget process, because I also presume that you anticipate a certain amount of retirements annually.
Yeah, no, we do. And I think to your point there, a number of posts, I guess you could say, still need to be covered, particularly in our 24-hour operations, but other operations. So even when there's a vacancy, there are strategies departments use, overtime, asking retirees to come back, extra help for a little while, or otherwise extra help to cover some of those positions during the recruitment period while those positions are posted. And so there is a cost there. Usually the amount that we budget for the position, we're not spending on the position, is being used instead to pay for the overtime or the extra help. So sometimes that ends up being roughly
Kind of a wash.
offsetting.
Yeah.
And so the trick that we have to work through each fall is trying to, each spring when we put together the budget, is try to estimate what is that gap, and how do we budget for that? Because there are some posts that don't necessarily have to get covered, or don't necessarily get covered with overtime and extra help, and try to estimate what that is for budget purposes.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, do you have your numbers?
It's in the, well, let's see.
Well, you just jump in when you're ready. I have a few more questions. So if we could go to the urban forestry program, and I'm not sure whose referral this was, but my question is, I think it had a two-part to it, if I'm remembering correctly. One was the appropriate placement, but the other was expanding funding, not necessarily for staffing, but to actually invest in our urban canopy. So is that part of mid-year, or is it coming in June, or?
Yeah, that evaluation of cost for expansion is part of the development of the recommended budget, for next fiscal year. That's part of that evaluation. The response that's in the report came from Supervisor Smitty, if I recall correctly, at Hewlett. Asked, what's the appropriate, does the administration have an opinion on what's the appropriate office for that work? And we did, conduct an analysis and recommended Office of Sustainability for that work.
And so there wasn't a request for additional funding relative to the actual urban forest?
I don't recall a specific request for that. I do know that we are studying those needs and the resource demands for the program.
Oh, so the staff is doing an assessment?
Yeah.
The staff is doing an assessment. Will that assessment be prepared by June? For the June budget process?
Yeah, well, it should be, it's actively underway.
Okay, great. That's really good to know. Thank you. And then as it relates to summer camps and enrichment activities, this one, it was not projected for 500 spaces. It was actually intended to provide multi-week summer programming for children who were former or current foster youth. And given the program changes that we have in our foster care programming, what I am going to ask for is that we go back to the original request. And the original request was not to limit a child to 1 week, because what we used to do is that if you were a current foster youth, we would give you 1 week of activity. And, you know, there are a lot of the summer's not longer than 1 week, and we wanted to make sure we weren't disadvantaging children with brain drain or other things. So we were really working closely with partners to make sure that we had summer activities. So what I would like to just ask if staff could go back, take a look at there was a referral, but it was also part of the Joint Foster Youth Task Force. And given the programmatic changes that we're making now, which means that we're trying to keep families together, it doesn't lessen the need for those children to have summer activities. So what I would just like to ask is that the staff perhaps refine the program relative to the new policies that the county's enacting to really focus on reunification. And if we need to make an adjustment to the language, I would be happy to get an off-agenda referral to the board so that I could determine whether or not we need to restructure a referral as part of the June budget.
I got it.
Thank you.
So first of all, correction of the total county, it's 14%. DSA is about 15 to 16%. CPOA is also about 15 to 16% vacancy. I didn't count the non-badge staff in the sheriff's office. So not a huge dramatic effect, but different than, you know, the county. But the problem that sheriff's office has is, you know, they're 24-hour operations.
Yeah.
So a really small vacancy rate has a great impact on need, because they don't get the chance of saying this isn't covered, it has to be covered.
Mm-hmm. That makes a lot of sense.
Is that right, Sheriff?
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. And 14% overall makes a lot of sense to me, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, that's really helpful background. Colleagues, thank you for indulging me. I just have 2 more areas that I want to lift up for staff. One is this goes to the missing referrals. Supervisors Simidian and I put forward a referral to address food insecurity. And I think Supervisor Ellenberg and I did another one. So we're just full of referrals relative to food here. And what I want to request, and I'll make this as part of the motion, is that the staff come back to us in April. So there is 0 gap as being requested by our nonprofit partners, that the money, which often is a question about where we take that resource from, we have a little bit of an overage in 2012 Measure A, and so I'd like us to put in at least $4 million for food services, have that come back to the board in April. I think it would be deadly for some individuals, really, for us to wait till June. And so that would be part of the motion that I make in just a moment.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, just to be clear, from an administrative perspective, we weren't planning on waiting until the end of full budget in order to come back to the board with recommendations. What we're doing is watching closely what funding is going in from the city. And so April's about right, where we would come back and give you a projection so that we don't have a loss of services. I don't know if I can justify 4 million, but we'll make sure that the services continue, and the board will have the option to pick what number they want.
So if in that instance, if there's some sort of analysis that we would need prior to April, if what you're saying is you can come back in March and say, here's what we think the gap is, I'm fine with that. The
Yeah.
reason I want to put a mark on the 4 million is that the city of San Jose has reduced its investment, and we don't see a reduction in any, any significant way in any of our food programs, not the nutrition, senior nutrition, not the Meals on Wheels, not, in fact, I don't know if you've seen for Second Harvest Food Bank, the lines are staying really long. And so what I would like to do, I would like to put a marker on 4 million in terms of the pot of money that you choose. And if you think it's more or less, bring it back to the board. But the reason I want to say that out loud is I believe it is that significant a need. I also think that we should be working very hard to make sure all of our cities continue to invest at some level. So I don't think this is just the county's responsibility, but I want to make sure there is no gap. And for a lot of our nonprofits, they struggle with the same thing we do. We don't get federal or state subventions on time, and that's going to strain their cash flow as well. And so that's why I'm making that as a specific request.
Yeah, I understand. We'll do that. I just wanted to make it clear to the public that, we didn't have, because it wasn't included in mid-year doesn't mean we're not committed to do it, nor does it mean we're going to allow a gap.
Appreciate it. Thank you for clarifying that, Dr. Smith. And then my last point here that I wanted to raise is relative to our hybrid meetings. I do think that we should be coming back to options with the board on how all of our meetings can be hybrid. We just established a disability office. We have a whole division on equity. We do understand this is really a basic responsibility of the county. And so I was concerned that it actually wasn't addressed in mid-year, and am very interested in understanding what actions does the board need to take today to have the staff come back with a hybrid meeting plan, recognizing that it is very complex. I thought Greta did a really good job of explaining that at Children's Family Seniors Committee. But nonetheless, even if it's complicated, I want the board to have the flexibility to understand the costs, what options we need to take to make it happen, and do it as quickly as possible. I'm looking at the collective you all, so before you all start pointing to each other, but yeah.
I think we'll come back with a report. I think our rate limiting step is going to be the legal issues and the physical structures, because many of the Brown Act bodies meet in various locations that are not set up for IT structure. And so if we're going to recommend that all the commissions and committees, which are hundreds, have hybrid meetings or for comments from the public, we're going to have to move those meetings to different locations that actually have the physical connections with the broadband system. And I think a big question that some of the commissions are asking is whether the commissioners can participate from a distance. And I think county councils expressed the opinion that they can't do that unless there's a quorum. So that'll be a problem, because we have problems with quorum on many of our commissions.
So
I'm putting
do you want to follow up
words
on
in his mouth.
When you're done.
No, I think that's correct. I think it's important to distinguish between three different things that have been talked about on this subject that I think have caused a little confusion. There's been requests for bodies to meet fully remotely. That's not a legally available option under current state law. There's been a request for bodies to meet in a hybrid fashion. and there's very significant limitations on members participating remotely under the teleconferencing rules under the Brown Act. And then there's been requests for the ability for the public to provide comments remotely. That is legally an available option, and for that issue, the issues are really those, I think, that the clerk of the board has raised related to technology infrastructure and staffing. Not all of our Brown Act bodies are currently even staffed by the clerk of the board, and so that's something that I think would be appropriate to look to the clerk of the board's office to work with administration on a plan for. But I did want to be clear, there is no current option under state law for fully remote, and there's very significant limitations, including that a quorum must be physically present at the same location under the teleconference rules.
Yes, please.
Through the chair, with the agreement of is one of those limitations, the one I'm remembering because I looked at it when we got the memo on this subject and the change, is one of those limitations that the agenda has to be posted outside the remote participants' location and access provided to the remote participants' location?
Yes, so there are two teleconferencing options available under state law. Again, a quorum must be physically present, so this would be for other members beyond a quorum who wished to participate. One is the old Brown Act rules, which require noticing, posting, and the public to be invited to participate from that location. So
and forgive the interruption, but before you get to the next point, which colleagues, for at least for me, as I thought about it in real time when I read the memo from some weeks back, I thought, okay, so folks who are trying to participate from home, would, at least in theory, and according to the letter of the law as I understood it, be required to more or less thumbtack the agenda at their front door and let anyone who wanted to come into their living room and join them do so. Now that sounds silly on its face, but that's kind of what I thought I was understanding.
That's correct, and we would have to post the notice of the location on the agenda. So if somebody was trying to participate from their home address would be posted on the agenda. They would need to post the agenda at their front door, and they would need to allow anybody who wished to come to enter in and participate from that location, which is why it is not, in my opinion, in any way a very practicable option for folks.
Excuse me, through the chair, there was a second option that you were about to describe before I interjected, so.
There's a second option in a recent law that took effect January 1 that doesn't require that piece of things. So again, a quorum must still be physically present, but it doesn't require that you disclose, for instance, your home address and allow people in. However, to use that option, you must qualify under either a just cause or emergency, which are defined in statute. It basically means you or a family member, in essence, must be sick, and there's a limitation on the number of times you can invoke it. So again, it's a very narrow set of circumstances. Those are the only two teleconferencing options available under state law.
Yeah.
It doesn't, does it, sick is a temporary condition. It couldn't refer to an ongoing disability or mobility challenge?
And I would have to pull up the definition itself, but my recollection is it refers to an emergency, so it would be something that has suddenly arisen, like a temporary illness. And there's a limit on the number of times you can invoke it, so it doesn't really contemplate an ongoing condition.
Thank you. And coming back to both of you, just want to make sure that we are generally largely focused on the agendized item, which is the mid-year budget. And I think we are fine.
Did you want to follow up on that?
Did you want to follow up,
I'll have some
Supervisor?
follow-up in a minute, but
Okay.
I will again make the observation, the mid-year budget is about the budget. The budget is $11.5 billion, more or less. To my way of thinking, that means we can talk about anything that is a budget item, which is a pretty broadly defined set of categories. So I'm pushing back on the pushback is what I'm saying. Thanks.
Well, and I would just follow up that we do have a section here that says response to board referrals, and my opinion is that a non-response shouldn't mean that we don't get to talk about the thing that wasn't responded to. I mean, that feels counterproductive. I'll just close with this point, which is that part of the reason I would like the board to at least discuss what all the options are is that, one point that was made is whether or not some committees are not Brown Acted committees, and I think that we can follow the Brown Act as a policy of the county without having to follow the Brown Act as a formal definition of the Brown Act. And so if our boards and commissions are comfortable with us being transparent and all of those other things, I think one option is that we create a new set of new standard at a local level, by the way, as the legislature has done for themselves. No disrespect, Joe, but that we actually put some creativity into it so that we can be responsive to the local community's needs.
And that may be an available option for certain advisory committees. Obviously, there's certain entities that under state law
Absolutely, they're
have to be Brown
legislative.
Act bodies,
Yeah.
and there's obviously the very significant limitation that under state law, any entity where the board appoints its members is a Brown Act body.
Right, and I think, again, if there are ways that we can be transparent and thoughtful and use different processes, we just should think about it. That's like not make it harder because someone else made rules that frankly don't even, I mean, one of the ironic things about this is that we're all about transparency and engagement, and the change disengages a bunch of people and makes it less transparent. So let's not do that just because someone else is. Okay, so colleagues, thank you for letting me dive in. I will, I'm happy to take notes and be prepared to make a motion, but I'll hold off until my colleagues have a chance to weigh in.
Supervisor Simonian.
Thanks. I will go a little bit in reverse order so that I can keep the thread going here on the conversation about remote meetings. No, it's sometimes I can't help but observe that we and other governmental bodies end up having a vigorous debate or argument about something where, frankly, we pretty much are all in agreement. And I think this may be one of those items. And I want to say this in part because of the level of public interest and engagement today. And also because, while all of us are very leery of ever speaking for our colleagues, and I certainly can't speak for staff, I really think everybody here wants to facilitate public participation, access to the greatest degree possible. So I think, if you sort of start with that core value, a phrase I don't use that often, but, it's a kind of a core value, transparency, access, participation. I don't think this is a venue where we have to worry much. Now, that being said, I do think every governmental body in the state, as we transition to a new set of rules again post-COVID, has to ask itself, what did we learn from the COVID experience in terms of participation and engagement, and how can we make sure that we use those lessons learned in the best possible way going forward? And so the great irony of this discussion, as Mr. Williams described it, is we all learned that if we had to, we could keep saying, you need to unmute, you need to unmute. If that was we could make that work. Multiple platforms, multiple devices. Okay, it was a challenge. People were game and they figured out how to do it because we had to. And so the irony is now, I think, Mr. Williams, what you're telling me is we actually have, in some respects, fewer tools to use than we did 2 years ago. Is that a fair characterization in your assessment?
Yes, I would agree.
Yeah. So I think the clear message that I want to convey, and that I think I heard from Supervisor Chavez, who, shout out to her for raising this issue, fulsomely at our board, is this is a priority. Transparency, access, participation is not an afterthought. it's a cost of doing business. Supervisor Chavez has talked many times, just so you know, I was really listening. Has talked many times about, there's a certain built-in cost to running a government. And transparency and access and engagement are part of that built-in cost. And, I know people are saying, that means that, dollars spent here aren't dollars spent there. I think we all get that. But, understanding that, understanding some of the new limitations, I think, let's just start by saying, of course, the Board of Supervisors needs to provide the fullest possible level of access, transparency, and engagement. Then we get to our various board committees where, we make significant decisions even though they are ultimately subject to review by the board. I think we are all in agreement that we need to provide the same level of access, engagement, and participation at our 5 standing committees. And then the tougher challenge is, what about the many boards and commissions to which we appoint folks and that carry on, in some cases, exceptionally significant, and in some cases, make legally binding, exceptionally significant business, and in some cases make legally binding decisions. And again, I think there's a judgment call there about how far do we go given the expense and the trade-offs. But I think what you're hearing, and this is why I'm me tooing it at such length, is this is a priority for our board and for our county. Now, I'm going to get in trouble on this one, but I'm going to say it anyway. Some of the boards and commissions are probably less critical than others. Now, I know each and every one of them thinks they are critical, so I won't pull out favorites or suggest any that I think might be less critical. But I'm going to let the administration and county council wrestle with that challenge. But I mean, I guess I misspoke. I'll pick out one. I kind of think the Planning Commission, that makes binding decisions, or decisions that in some cases are binding, in some cases are appealable to the full board. That's not even a question to me about whether or not that needs to be a place where there is a fullest possible level of engagement and access and participation and transparency. Just gotta. And then I'll leave the other hard calls to the team over there. So I think you got to find a way to make it happen. There are these limitations of state law. I looked carefully at the memo because I had the same concern that came through about the Brown Act, and I was sitting there saying, okay, so 2 years ago, if one of my colleagues, I won't name names, wanted to sit in their sweats in their living room and do the Brown Act compliant and state law compliant Zoom meeting with their best Zoom shirt and maybe even a tie on, they could do that. Not worried that somebody was going to knock at their front door and walk in. I read the rules as saying those days are over, and we got to figure out, all right, how do we pivot? But pivot we must is the message that I want to send, and I will go back to what I said. This is just a cost of doing business, and I'll just say it bluntly to keep it on budget, since I know that's what we're talking about. If that costs a little more money, hell, if it costs appreciably more money, that's just a cost we're going to have to absorb somehow. So we need to figure out how to do it. Last thing on this particular point, then I just have a couple quick other thoughts. This is important for the public generally, but as various speakers have highlighted, it's also important for folks with disabilities, also important for folks in lower income communities who may not have access to reliable transportation, particularly in the evening, and that will disproportionately be communities of color, as people have referenced. It's also important to folks who are not in close geographic proximity to the meeting site, particularly this one. So for folks in Gilroy and Morgan Hill in District 1, this is not an easy place to get to, for a meeting that's taken place during or right after rush hour. And it's also, for folks in my the North County portion of my district, I know because we try to recruit people, because all the boards and commissioners are saying we need more people, we got to get a quorum. And for a lot of folks, transportation is just an impediment because they are, they're saying, hey, I can't make it down there at that hour, given what traffic is like. So it's a fundamental basic. And it's also an issue of concern to people with disabilities. It's also a concern to lower income communities, and it's also concern to those who are not geographically proximate to the county seat. Enough on that for the moment. I will just add to a couple of things that were earlier. To give credit where credit's due, I'm going to double check my memory, Supervisor Chavez, with Supervisor Ellenberg. I think the urban forest referral, Supervisor Ellenberg, actually initially came from you and Supervisor Cortese. Am I remembering that correctly? All right, so just double shout out to them, but I think we're on a good path to sort of figure out how to move forward, and I just wanted to say glad to hear it. And on the food security issues that Supervisor Chavez mentioned, I'll say me too. My one request, if there's a motion, is yes, we should ask all the cities to do their part, but we should also make sure that our county effort is truly county-wide. And, you know, I'm not going to assess it, but I know there was concern when San Jose had responsibility for food distribution that other communities were not fully included in their perception. Let them have that conversation, but want to make sure that anything we do is not limited in that way. The cities, we need to ask them to step up and do as much as they can and should. On the other hand, we need to make sure they're all involved and that folks who need the help in their communities are beneficiaries. And since we have the benefit of having some folks from the Sheriff's Department here, I will just say I was not surprised to hear the 15% number that you referenced, Dr. Smith, and I just want to say, and I want to be very explicit about this, part of the frustration on overtime that I have had and have articulated as a board member is that we heard from the sheriff's predecessor, and I want to be very clear about that, repeated assurances, oh no, one more academy and we're going to be good. And then that never came to be. So, 10 years of, we're almost there, one more academy, we'll get there. And, we're looking at 15% vacancies and commensurate requests for overtime funding and with impacts on the employees, some of whom I know very much want that overtime, but some of whom do not. I think we do need to wrestle that one to the ground, and I look forward to the new administration tackling that problem as we go forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to note a time check. We're at about 12:25. I recommend that we will push our break a little bit later so that we can finish items 8 and 9, but we clearly won't do 10 and 11 as well. Supervisor Lee and then Arenas.
Yes, first of all, thanks, President Ellenberg, for this. First of all, I just want to say, speaking louder than my colleague, there's some benefit because basically it's love ditto. Hybrid meeting for commissions, ditto. Let's make it happen. Enough said on that. The second issue regarding food programs, first of all, I just want to say thanks for the county putting in the $914,000 to fund the senior nutrition program sites this year. This is absolutely crucial to make sure that works. On that note, Supervisor Chavez has really brought up the need to make sure that this funding is not going to fall through the gap when June 30th come, because San Jose is stopping the program due to the lack of the one-time pandemic-related fund from the federal government. So certainly, yeah, by coming back, whether it's March, whether it's April, to come off the funding to make sure that we are covering that is so real. So certainly strong support of that. And also the point that there are 14 other towns and cities in our county, let's make sure that we are not going to forget some of the other areas that needs this support as well. Other areas I have some questions on is regarding the big picture. Having a base budget with a deficit of $160 to $180 million, of course, is very concerning. And I just want to ask, what type of implications would you think this is going to take for us to, what type of steps are you thinking of doing to close this, Dr. Smith?
Let me jump in. We gave you a range because that's, possibility. As Supervisor Chavez pointed out, the ERAF challenge probably accounts for around 60 million of that if it still stays the way it is, could be more. The 100 million that we're talking about in the range has to do with FEMA reimbursement and supplemental payments reimbursement. I think it's highly unlikely that we'll recommend any personnel cuts in 23, 24. We probably will recommend some efficiency modifications in operations, and we're working on those right now. But much of that doesn't really involve action from the board. It's more report back. So, for example, with regard to reimbursement at the county or at the hospital level, much of our challenge is trying to get supplemental payments paid expeditiously. There's hundreds of millions, well, tens of millions of dollars that the state and the feds owe us right now for patient care that was delivered. Probably you noticed that, you know, our number of patients that we're seeing is going up. So it's discontinuity that if our patient services are going up, that our income is staying relatively level. It has to do with cash flow at the state and the federal level. And, you know, also part of that has to do with our revenue cycle at the hospital. Right now, we're collecting about $110 million a month from the revenue cycle, which is billing and collections from patients in the fee-for-service model. And we're moving that up, and we expect to be able to get that up higher into the 120 a month range. So those are, you know, parts of the reasons that we'll be able to balance, but we will certainly be able to balance. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is that in this time of the year, every year, our projections for general fund balance are typically lower than they actually end up being because, how do I say this nicely? Departments are being very conservative because they don't want to be held responsible if they overguess their revenue. So, for example, the current assessment roll has increased by year over year by 7.46%, which is considerably higher. It's about 62% higher than it was last year, which was in the 4% range. Now remember, assessed value follows, you know, lags by a year, but that will mean that we'll be able to project additional revenue in the general fund. And, you know, right now we're guessing that it'll be about 6.5%. So we'll be able to up that guess a little bit, that projection a little bit. So I think with a number of approaches, we'll be able to balance pretty easily for 23, 24. The question will be the next year.
Right. Now, such a significant amount of revenue of our funds comes from the federal government.
Yes.
For example, for the FEMA claim, we spent about close to $1.4 billion, and we have submitted close to $580 million for reimbursement.
Right.
We have only received $62 million, which is about 11, 12% of what we have been asking for. How confident would you say is that we will be able to at least get, say, at least half, if not 80% of what we've asked for from the federal government?
Well, first of all, we can budget anything where the state or the feds give us a commitment. So there's multiple steps. We give the projections to Cal OES, they send them to the feds. If we get a commitment, we can budget them. Whether we collect the entire 500 million is a bit of a question. I don't think I can give you an exact number, but I can tell you that historically FEMA will approve things and then years later come back and do audits and try to disapprove. So we're counting on the revenue, but we're being very conservative in our calculations when we actually put it into the budget.
Right, so it's really a cash flow issue in that sense.
Yep.
Right. Well, the other issue regarding cash flow that we, of course, are concerned about is this game that Congress is playing about this debt limit.
Debt limit.
According to Secretary Janet Yellen, she said sometime in June is when they'll run off funds, and if assuming the impasse is still happening between Congress and the White House, if this thing does not get raised, how would that affect us on a day-to-day basis there, Dr. Smith?
It wouldn't be good. It probably means that they would stop paying Health and Human Services dollars, and we would have to consider things like trans bonds, which are cash flow bonds, which we haven't done in a while, but we could do. We have a good, excellent credit rating, so trans bonds are short-term bonds for a year that help with cash flow, realizing that eventually they would pass it. But we hope to avoid doing that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are anticipating the inevitable potentially, and that in this case, if it were to happen in June, that we don't quote-unquote run off cash flow, and we get this all prepared ahead of time is what I'm concerned about.
Right.
Thank you. As we have all seen the recent earthquakes in Syria and Turkey, the 7.8 earthquake, it certainly reminds us the importance of earthquake preparedness. And I certainly want to make sure our county facilities are seismically fit within a big earthquake. We've been talking a lot about for example, our jail, Main Jail North is not seismically safe. The building right here, I know has been retrofitted, 70 West Heading, but I don't believe it's retrofitted for 7.8 either. So I guess my question is, so back in 2008, our county went to the voters to ask for the approval of Measure A and got a general obligations bond for $840 million to seismically retrofit VMC, for example. Given all that background, is this a time for us to look at potentially needing similar measures to outfit other county facilities as part of our long-term capital planning?
Well, we can give the board a list of all of our facilities and where they stand in terms of usage. The majority of the buildings, the majority of the buildings in the hospitals meet seismic safety requirements that are established by the state. But that being said, most of those don't require the ability to sustain a 7.8 earthquake. The west wing which is that way, of the 70 West Heading is not seismically up to par, so.
The district attorney's office over there?
Yeah, the district attorney's.
Oops.
So if we have a big earthquake, we hope it'll be on a weekend. This particular breezeway is also not seismically fit, although the board chambers are. There are lots of buildings that we own that are quite old and have not been retrofitted, like Linzen and a number of other buildings throughout the county. The question of funding is a good one. Obviously, that would be up to the board to put it on the ballot. But in order to completely retrofit all the buildings that we have, which is hundreds of buildings, it would be a large sum of money. So we'll give you the information about. We have replacement values, mitigation values, current status of all of our buildings. We'll give you that information and leave it up to the board to decide how to proceed with a revenue bond.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Smith. I think it's, as we all know, this is a matter, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, that the big one's going to hit us. So I certainly don't want to kick this can down the road, and I think it's something important enough that we at least see the list of what are, and then the board could at least make a decision at that point forward, whether we could put this on our list of capital improvement, whether a bond needs to be issued and whatnot. So thank you very
Right.
much for that.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas, did you have comments to add?
Just a couple. I think my colleagues did a wonderful job in asking some of the very similar questions, and so I'll start with the hybrid item, and in order not to beat a dead horse, because I said you all asked and made very poignant comments and asked diligent questions, and also because I feel bad for the horse, I'm not going to beat it. But I just want to say I agree that we need to figure out how we get this done versus whether this is something that we need to do or not. And I'll just end with that. The overtime piece is an item that I've seen on the city side in our police department, and I see it here because we know that we have an issue in our Bay Area as well as just nationwide with recruitment of police officers. And so I get that we need more sheriffs and correction officers and police officers, and we just can't seem to recruit them or have them stay, or they are retiring quite as they should, because they've served their time. But there's still the question of how to get this overtime done, and I know that there's already an audit in 2019 for the sheriffs, and I think in 2021 there was another one, and then for Department of Corrections in 2007. So I'm guessing there's some recommendations that still stand, and whether it's part of the recruitment, it seems to be potentially a plan. How is that progressing? How are we going to get a better hold of the plan for the sheriff and the Department of Corrections to manage that overtime?
Part of the solution was increasing salaries, so we increased the salaries for the DSA deputies and for the correctional deputies significantly. The intent there was to try to keep people longer beyond their retirement eligibility date. And then another part was to develop incentives for lateral transfers from other agencies. Another part was a dedicated recruiting effort. And then we continue with cadet academies. But I think realistically, the number of vacancies we have probably cannot be filled exclusively with academies. We'll have to rely very significantly upon lateral transfers, and those have been the issues that have been done so far. Maybe Sheriff Johnson would want to talk about other issues, because all of those issues were started before he got here. Do you want to add anything, Bob?
And while he makes his way down, I will say that my sister's an OPD, and I've always wanted her to come down to Santa Clara County. If there's any way you can convince her, that would be great.
Good afternoon, Sheriff Johnson. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me? You can hear me. Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, members of the board. Yes, first and foremost, we'd be happy to take a look at your sister application so we can make that available to her. All I'll need is a number.
It hasn't happened for a decade at least that I've been trying, so.
No, to the CEO's point, I mean, a lot of things going on in the profession, But we've been having, since my arrival, a lot of conversation on really what we need to do moving forward for this sheriff's office. And one of the things that I think we will be talking about with this upcoming budget, really to Supervisor Semidian's point, is what are we doing around accountability, accessibility, because we are a 24/7 operation. And those are going to be fundamental in our recommendations is things that really enhance our accountability pieces, really contribute to our accessibility pieces, not only for data, but I just mean for the public to have access to services so that we're out there able to respond, whether it's in the field or in our correctional environment. And then third and foremost, what's probably going to have to happen, because to County Executive's point, we're not going to be able to fill all our vacancies just by a snap of a finger. It's going to take time, and we know that. So what are the services that we're looking at that maybe we can, are not as high priority, and that we can actually readjust where our personnel are to provide the services that are critical? And so that'll require some thoughtful conversation, and it will take a deep dive into what we're offering our communities and maybe what we can pull back from. And that will be a very thoughtful conversation, but it is something I think is necessary so we can utilize the resources we have in place to provide maximum service to the community that we can. So I'm available for any questions or clarification on that, but there's been a tremendous amount of conversation just since my arrival on moving the organization forward.
That's wonderful. I suspect that you're having a lot of discussions and a lot of rich discussions about what those resources should look like and the ones that should remain and that are part and parcel of community policing and really reimagining how the administration of justice looks like in our neighborhood. So I'm really glad that you're having these conversations. Are they, I'm guessing they include a lot of stakeholders.
Oh, they absolutely. I mean, just since my arrival, I've been having conversations not only with the internal workforce, but with some of our community members. And as I mentioned, I think in my swearing in on Friday, we are in the process of building community advisory groups throughout the county. Those will also be members of the community and businesses that will be able to engage in conversation.
Wonderful. And we had to cancel our South County Youth Task Force, and I hope that we will see you there and look forward to that partnership. So, thank you for sharing with me that there'll be analysis of the resources, as they're not nearly enough for all the work that you want to do, and that you want to make sure that you have accessibility for our residents as well as accountability. That's very, very important. So thank you so much. And then offline we can talk a little bit more. One, about my sister, and then two, about that overtime. I know that there's some strategies that the city of San Jose used that I'm sure that you've already thought of. You've mentioned some of them, one of which is ensuring that there's folks who are serving a longer period of time and making that possible for them instead of retiring, bringing folks back, feeding that pipeline. But there's also a hiring ahead program that I don't know if that's something that's been part of the discussion. Love to just speak with you offline about that.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. The other piece that I had, and thank you so much, Dr. Smith, for sharing with me about some of the investments that are happening in South County, being that there's additional augmented accessibility for medical services in South County, and I know people have just been over the moon, just grateful. And so it was really wonderful to hear about DePaul with the Urgent Care Center, with St. Louis, and having them go to that level 3 trauma designation, so that way those folks don't then overwhelm the system at VMC. This is wonderful. The emergency room expansion, which is, I encourage everyone on the board, if you haven't already done so, but you probably already have, is taking a look. I see a lot of people nodding. It is a tiny emergency room, but it doesn't represent the efforts and the passion of the staff there. And when you go in, it just really get a sense of how much care our medical staff provide our community. And it reminded me of just one of those community hospitals that you see on a show where everybody loves each other and knows each other and works with one another. And they, during that time that I visited, just had some national acknowledgement for their ICU unit. So I know that they're doing great things. I want to make sure that we continue to invest in St. Louis, as I know that there's been a transition to a public institution from it being a private hospital. I know the work isn't finished just there, and we have a board that is very passionate about medical services, and so I hope that we can continue to shine the light on my South County folks. Being that there's a lot of those folks were impacted by the pandemic, and not only with being ill, but with deaths, and so we want to make sure that they continue to stay healthy.
Maybe I can also add in that right now, St. Louis is really operating sort of at functional capacity. It doesn't have all the beds filled, but in a hospital, if you get more than 85% of the beds filled, things start to fall apart because you can't move people around, you can't move people from the emergency room, and everything has a problem. So we're seeing a lot, well, not a lot, but a significant number of patients that we're referring down to Hollister, to Hazel Hawkins, which is the closest other hospital around in the South. And what that tells me is we need more beds in the South. And so we're trying to develop strategies to do that. The design for St. Louis was structured so that a new patient tower could be added. There's space for it, but of course that's really expensive and, you know, probably not something we can do in the near future, but we need to find other beds, not only acute beds, but long-term care beds. So we'll be coming back to the board with future proposals for that kind of activity.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that I took away the day that I took a tour was how Kaiser, who's just down the road from them, impacts St. Louis.
Yes.
And this is with emergency psychiatric services patients that Kaiser doesn't have the ability to stabilize and will not accept them even though they're Kaiser patients. And those will come, those will go to St. Louis first. And once they're stabilized, then they can go back to Kaiser, which is, yeah, exactly my reaction, President Ellenberg. So it, you know, there's a cycle there that we need to address. They don't have the capacity, and for another medical facility to impact them, just, you know, like you said, any increase will just, it'll fall apart. So we have to make sure that there is that infrastructure. So I appreciate you acknowledging that. I think those were, the last one was just on contract work for our nurses, since that's the majority of the, I think, the 80 million, I think 60 million comes from the contracted nurses, right, the travel nurses. And I know that you also mentioned that there's going to be a transition to permanent, part of the solution is moving to permanent staff. What does that look like?
Well, when we purchased the hospitals, the two hospitals from Verity, they were using a huge number of contract nurses, registry nurses. And that's not a good way to operate a hospital. We began trying to change that by hiring more nurses and eliminating contracts where we could, and then COVID hit us, which changed the nursing market dramatically. And I won't go through the entire history, but it made it really hard to hire nurses. That's part of the reason why we added 10% to the clinical nurses' salary. But that's definitely a high priority to get back to a model where we staff with employee nurses. This is probably more than you want to know, but in the private world, hospitals tend to use a lot of part-time and contract staff so that they can call people off when their census goes down. In the public world, we do it exactly the opposite. We try to hire enough staff to cover about 85% of what we think will be the need, and then we bring extra help on, employed extra help nurses on to fill if we get above that. And the reason we do that is because it's a much more reliable method, and it's much more stable in the sense that you get high quality nurses who are familiar with the operations, who can provide high quality services, and you're not worried about bringing in new people every time your census goes up.
Got it. Thank you. And maybe we can spend some time offline because I'm keeping my colleagues from a delicious lunch. And so I appreciate the time. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian?
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back to the conversation between the county executive and the sheriff. And I know the sheriff being newly arrived is going to get a lot of mixed messages, and I'm going to add to that, I'm afraid, by saying that the discussion about lateral hires should always be a discussion that incorporates consideration and concern about having policies and procedures in place to make sure that other departments and agencies aren't sending their problem officers to Santa Clara County. And that just didn't get referenced at all. It is, I think some of you have heard the phrase before, and I've referenced it, sometimes called Dance of the Lemons, sometimes called the Turkey Trot. We had some discussion about this, colleagues, you will recall, with the prior administration and the folks at OCLIM in terms of policies and procedures that might be in place to make sure that folks who had problematic histories didn't see our vacancy rate and think, that's a place I can go, or that a department elsewhere didn't see our vacancy rate and say, that's a place we can send our person. So I don't disagree at all, and I don't want to be misconstrued on this side of the conversation either. Lateral hires, I think, clearly do have to be part of the solution, but I just think it's an approach that requires a great measure of care, and I think there's enough evidence of that nationwide to make it a top-of-mind consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez?
I would like to make a motion. I'm sure our president's been waiting for that for a while. Unless you wanted to make any comments, I apologize.
You all actually did an excellent job, and I'm a yes, and supporter, and looking forward to voting on this motion. I have nothing additional to add. So let's get a second to your motion.
So I'm going to move item 8 and 9, and I'm going to just read into the record. The motion will include support of the two items the staff has put before us with the following. One, that we include in processes in the future a list of all referrals responded to or not. 2, that the staff will sunshine hiring strategies or emerging trends and needs as part of the budget process in our budget workshops. 3, as part of the budget workshops in May, all funds will be considered and presented together. 4, that we get a response to the hybrid meetings focusing on transparency and access, as is a core value of the board and the county, and that we get that prior to the June budget, and that options are presented before the board. 4, that we begin the ERAF engagement now through our government relations team, specifically engaging the Cities Association and our nonprofit partners. That we, I'm going to read a few others, and then I have a question for Supervisor Lee, that the food referrals back no later than April 4th with a $4 million fund attached to that, and that there is communication with cities so that we can include them as part of a county-wide food program that addresses needs county-wide. And that in June, that there is a report out on the urban canopy component of the referral by Supervisors Ellenberg, Cortese, and a little bit Semidian. That we have the Social Services Agency consider the funding for the foster youth summer programming that includes multi-weeks and that recognizes our new programming for children may impact the eligibility, and we'd like a report back on that that doesn't go below the 500, but that looks at the total need as part of the June budget. And that we get from staff a current and updated seismic safety assessment of our buildings. And this was the last one, which was a better understanding of the FEMA, the FEMA reimbursement process, and under what circumstances are we or are we not including that in budget, and if so, where?
Before you get a second, I just want to ask a quick question. The $4 million on the food access program. I thought there was a different conversation that it would be that something would come back in April. Dr. Smith, I'm looking at you with a recommended amount. Could be more, could be less. Do you want to keep it tied to that $4 million, or can you?
I'm happy to leave it broader. I think what I wanted the staff to understand is that it's a significant investment. That is the expectation of the board.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sylvia, Supervisor Ennis, is that work for you for a second? All right. Anything? Yes.
I feel like I got everything.
Okay. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. With
Thank you.
that,
The
we
motion
will
carries.
recess until 2 o'clock.
He's gonna start abstaining from everything too. I moved to just not taking more than 250, but I think I've got to give a little more thought about when and how to jump in on that.
Yeah, I had hoped I would do it for this
Good afternoon. We are ready to resume the open meeting. And Jess, will you take roll call to establish the continued presence of a quorum, please?
Supervisor Arenas? Here. Supervisor Chavez? Here. Supervisor Smidian? Here. Vice President Lee?
Present.
President Ellenberg?
I am here, and we will go to items 10 and 11, which will be heard together. Again, for speakers, if you are in chambers, please fill out a yellow card and get them to the clerk. For speakers, potential speakers who are joining us on Zoom, now would be a great time to get into the queue. I will hold that open until we start with the first remote public caller. Paul Lorenz, thank you for joining us. Are you our lead off on item 10?
Great. Thank you, President Ellenberg, members of the board. Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. This item is a request to adjust the enterprise appropriations by $300 million. It will be offset with $220 million in enterprise revenue. And then, as Dr. Smith had indicated, $80 million in additional investment from the general fund. I know Dr. Smith had spoken to the reasons for this, one of which is a $77 million adjustment resulting from the VPG and RMPA contracts. With that, I think at this point I'll take questions regarding these adjustments.
I think, should we do clarifying questions and then the public, or would you like to go to the public first? Okay, so do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. I have one in-person speaker.
Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
We do not.
All right, I'll check with you once more after the in-person speaker.
Thank you. Paul Soto, you'll have 2 minutes.
Paul Soto from Horseshoe. As a result of this three strikes you're out law, what was one of the consequences of the three strikes you're out law is that it created deficits within the detox centers, residential treatment, and THU and SLE placement. And the reason why is because we used the county jails and the prison system as mental health facilities. Because we criminalized, as a society, we criminalized the symptoms of both addiction and untreated mental health conditions. We criminalized that as a society. The district attorneys, George Kennedy and Dolores Carr, had absolutely no problem sending people on buses. I was on those buses. 32 per day, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for 15 years. There was 32 people on those buses on their way to San Quentin. So now that we're in this society now, where you are finally catching up to the reality that I've experienced, I want to see the policy directly connected to amending and ameliorating and changing that system to where we are no longer a society that will criminalize the symptoms of untreated mental health conditions or addiction. People are suffering in those tents because of those deficits that were created as a result of the three strikes you're out law. There's a very clear connection. There's a very clear, not a correlation, but a causation effect. And so until we get to a point where we can have that conversation and really say, you know what, we have as a community used the prison systems and the county jails as mental health facilities, that we can no longer do that, and that we owe it to the person that's in the tent right now, which I was one of them. I come from the tents. That these people are being treated with the dignity and respect that we afford every other citizen.
I have one virtual speaker, Blair Beekman. You'll have 2 minutes. Please accept the unmute. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for the words of Paul Soto. It gave me a reminder that with this important work you're doing with Valley healthcare issues, that we have to be very concerned about the concepts of what we're going to do with the future of our mental health practices and what ideas of recidivism means, and how we're actually placing people under, what's it called? court order restraints and such. What's the other term that, you have an attorney work your finances in the future? We have to be real cautious with that stuff. We're entering into a new phase of doing that work. And I simply think, Paul and I both can be really good examples that we can be thrown back into a system that I think we're honestly trying to leave and feel that I think we don't have to be so much a part of anymore. Yet it's quite possible you'll place us back into those systems when we don't necessarily need to. We have to be real cautious how we move forward in the future of this work. And I just want to make and emphasize that really clearly, and really a good luck at that with Laura's Law's issues, for instance, right at the 6-month mark, that you really review cases of Laura's Law and just be really on the dot with those sort of issues in the future. That's how you create our better practices and really work on the complexity of these issues. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Again, we're on items 10 and 11. We're hearing them jointly, and I will turn to my colleagues for comments and discussion. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. So 2 questions that I have, and this is for Dr. Smith or Paul. One is, I had asked when we were going to see our business plan, and I wanted to ask when the business plan would be coming to the board and when the strategic facilities plan would be coming to the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. So first of all, the facilities plan, we do plan on bringing to the board here late in February. I believe the 28th is the target date.
Great.
And that will be our master planning for the 3 campuses, Valley Medical Center, O'Connor, and St. Louis. And we will touch on a little bit around Morgan Hill, which is, I think, as Dr. Smith had indicated, we're looking to open an urgent care as well as a skilled nursing facility, subacute. So that is the facility plan. With respect to your question on our business strategy and business planning, what we typically do is provide updates to the Health and Hospital Committee around different strategies and efforts that we're undertaking in terms of service expansion. And so service expansion, as you well know, not only include the facilities, but also the operational adjustments around staffing to expand access. So for example, we will be bringing back to your board probably later this month, February 28th, additional adjustments to O'Connor and St. Louis. And those adjustments are predicated on the increase in volume that we're experiencing and the effort that we're undertaking from a business perspective to bring things in balance relative to the demand versus our financial situation. So that typically is the way in which we bring forward initiatives that address issues of access and or financial difficulties relative to services.
So what I had requested many months ago was that maybe, and it actually, after my very first meeting here in 2013, when I met with staff, was to get a robust and fulsome business plan so that we, the board, the community could understand what were the strategic needs of the institution and how were we investing in them. And I think that the facilities is one component. To me, it's a subset of what our overall arching business plan is. And it sounds to me like, and I understand this, that what has come before the board have been the emerging needs. What I'm asking us is to think a little bit about how we're getting in front of those emerging needs and helping drive decisions. An example is that Supervisor Simidian asked for, and I think Supervisor Lee asked for a clinic out at De Anza, I think it's at De Anza College. And I think that sounds like a fine idea. I don't know how that fits into our business plan, our opportunities for more patient connection, what that means for Valley Medical Center as an institution. And I am actually concerned that what we're getting back is a facilities plan and not a business plan. So I'm not going to look to you, Paul, because I'm going to look to the other, well, I always want to give you a doctor title, but Dr. Smith, I am very interested in understanding why we don't have a business plan coming before us, and what is your recommendation about how to proceed that is not incremental?
Where would you like it, in front of the full board or at the subcommittee?
In front of the full board.
Okay, give us 2 months and we'll have it too.
Okay, and this facilities plan will come first.
Right.
Okay. Let me just say one request that I would make as you think about that is that I'm very interested in the role that our clinics play, the placement of those clinics, the investments in those clinics, and the implications of where future clinics are placed relative to the overall approach and business plan. I'm excited about the De Anza opportunity, but I wouldn't know how to compare that to a rebuilding, for example, of the East Side Clinic, which is my clinic, so maybe I'm a little biased. Okay, so 2 months, and I'm just going to take a note there. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is so you have mentioned the end of the federal emergency. Could you talk just about what that means for people who are on Medi-Cal?
Supervisor, as your board is well aware, when COVID-19 pandemic affected the delivery of health care, there was concern around individuals requalifying for Medi-Cal on a regular basis. It's known as redetermination. So at this point in time, when the emergency is lifted, we will be required to make sure that individuals that are enrolled in Medi-Cal presently actually meet the qualification criteria. And so at this point in time, what the health system is doing is working closely with the Social Services Agency to identify these individuals that may not have current addresses and information, to make sure that we're proactive, that when their redetermination date comes forward, that we have as much information as possible to requalify them for Medi-Cal, so there is not a lapse in their coverage. And that is probably the most important step going forward relative to the lifting of the emergency.
And so the lead agency then is Social Services to do outreach to these folks to redetermine that, for redetermination?
It will be a joint effort. So obviously the Social Services Agency knows who the Medi-Cal enrollees are when their eligibility and redetermination date is up. We as a healthcare system know what individuals we're currently serving and caring for. Mm-hmm. So the collective information and work will make sure that we have a redundant strategy in making sure that they maintain their eligibility.
And what percentage of our current patient population does this impact?
There are a couple numbers out there that you should be aware of. So in terms of Medi-Cal managed care, your system has around 160,000 individuals that are delegated to us as a system. In the county, there are well over 400,000 individuals that are in Medi-Cal. And so the one thing you should be aware of is, even though we as a healthcare system have delegated lives, we serve the vast majority of Medi-Cal recipients in the county. So even if they're seen by a private community provider through Family Health Plan or Anthem Blue Cross, more than likely they're coming to our hospital for medical care, mm-hmm. and they're also coming to our emergency room and also being referred to our specialist. So it is really a focus on the total Medi-Cal population in the county of Santa Clara.
So, so just so I make sure I understand this, so anybody who's on Medi-Cal now will need to be redetermined or re-signed up at some point in the next year?
In the next 12 months.
Everybody. So we're looking at a total then of 400,000 lives or 560,000?
Right. So,
560?
You know, each of the redetermination dates are different for an individual. Mm-hmm. And so over the course of the next 12 months, we are going to have to make sure that they meet the criteria in terms of eligibility. And I
It's,
believe, Dr. Smith?
it's 400,000.
Oh, total? The
Yeah.
160 is a subset of the 400,000?
Right.
Okay.
Basically, the family health plan has contracts with the state for all managed Medi-Cal individuals. They delegate a little less than half of the lives to us. The rest are delegated to other agencies or their care is structured by family health plan. But all of them need to be redetermined, which is a routine issue that happens every year, but during COVID, they put a stay on it so that basically everybody built up.
Got it. And so what that means is that what you're saying, and I think is really important, is that maybe we weren't, because we didn't have to do that annual checkup, we may have more people that we have to find. Maybe they've moved, other kind of situations happen for them. I guess what I'm curious about too is, it was a body of work we didn't have to do, and now, I mean, at the same level, and now we have to do it. And I'm presuming this happens primarily through our eligibility team, our eligibility workers?
Right, and
Okay.
that's why we buffed up the staffing for eligibility workers a few months ago.
Was in anticipation of this,
Right.
okay. What I would be very interested in knowing, and perhaps this is something that's come before the committee, Supervisors Committee, and so if it has already, I'll just ask that the staff resend to the board the reports of all of our partners that are helping dig into getting people to re-sign up. I'm presuming that we're using our clinic partners and our nonprofit partners that are part of our health network, Planned Parenthood and Gardner Health Clinic and all of them. So I would just be interested in understanding the mechanics of how this is happening and that it's properly resourced. And then second, if there are announcements or information that the board can put out in our own newsletters, I'd like to get that available to us in multiple languages so we can get people to re-sign up. That's helpful, thank you. And then one last question, and you sort of touched on this already, so Dr. Smith, this could be for you or Paul. Relative to ensuring, well, actually I have two questions, ensuring that we're billing, like our billing system is robust, and I heard you say we're adding staff so that we could actually add more capacity. Was it primarily to address both the opportunity for doctors to spend as much time as possible with clients, but to expand the accuracy and the amount of billing that we're doing?
It's mostly the accuracy and getting all of the charges billed in an expeditious, timely manner.
And that's irrespective of what kind of insurance a person has when they come
Right.
into one of our facilities. And what's the metric that you're thinking about, like what should we be able to bill versus what we're at right now? And what I'm asking is, are we billing completely 80% of the time, 50% of the time? We think we'll get to 80? Where are we now and where are we trying to go?
So Supervisor, when you speak of the revenue cycles, there are various components. So the first part of it is charge capture, being able to identify the service that was provided and the associated charge that we as a system can bill a third-party payer or collect on. And then depending on the financial class, it is then determined how much you would eventually get paid on it. So as you well know, we have contracts with third-party payers at certain rates. So we have an expected amount of revenue that we expect from certain payers. And it changes by financial class. For those patients that are fully delegated to us, we receive a capitation payment. So it's really important to understand what our payment rate is by financial class. So I can tell you today that our overall payment rate based on gross charges is around 17-18% across the board. For a public system, and this is one of the questions that came up, is that a good collection rate? And the answer is yes, when you break it down by the different payers and the fact that we're also a managed care system relative to taking full delegation, we are actually doing really well. The next question is how well are we doing relative to our accounts receivable? And what we do as a system is monitor that as well in terms of what we have outstanding that we expect to be paid on. And right now, the system does have those targets that we've set, and we continue to see improvement on it. When Dr. Smith talks about opportunities to improve our revenue picture as an enterprise, this is really where the focus needs to be, because it is really important that when we provide a service, that we are getting the maximum amount of money that is due to us as a system. And there's always opportunities for improvement there. One perfect example is that, and this is not new to you, understanding how we operate as a healthcare system, is that when you submit a claim, you have denials, right? Well, you have to work those denials to make sure that it's an appropriate denial and it's based on the contractual understanding. So there's a lot of work within the revenue cycle process for which we can always improve upon. And so that is what we're focused on as a system going forward and have always done so.
So, Paul, let me just explain the locus of my question. When we went through this last process with our medical staff in terms of contract negotiations, a big contention that they had was that by making these changes in the contract and the structure in which we're approaching billing, that any or a dramatic amount of the increase in pay and all of that could be collected and then applied back to the system. And so what I'm really asking is, you know, as we're adding staff back or adding staff to these different processes, based on what we're getting now, irrespective of the system and irrespective of the patient class, I'm presuming that we have targets, that we have where we're at now, and we have targets for each one of them. And what I'm really trying to understand is, based on where we are today, what are the opportunities for improvement? Recognizing the point you raised about continuous improvement, but I'm asking, like, what's the dollar amount? And the reason is that while we're discussing this additional 80 million, the question the board really has to wrestle with is, what's the total amount of general fund investment? And what should the board's expectation be, both this year and in coming years, for what the general fund investment needs to be? And I don't even like to call it a subsidy, because I really do think of it as our investment and it's our obligation. So that's really not my concern. Isn't that we invest. My question is, and this goes back to why I'm interested in the business plan, is I really want to understand what this system is going to look like, even in choppy waters, 2, 3, 4 years from now. And in part because I'm also interested in understanding, when then does it give you the opportunity to make strategic capital investments or equipment investments and all the other things that are really pulling on you. And one concern that I've had is that, and one concern that's been raised, is just how we're handling our billing systems writ large. I know you broke it down into component parts, but writ large, and so anyway, that's what I'm trying to really get my arms around.
Let me try to butt in here. Like any hospital, our charges are more than we expect to collect. As a matter of fact, ours are quite a bit more than we expect to collect. So, for example, just using general numbers, let's say somebody's going to get an MRI. Our charge might be $2,000 for that MRI. If it's a Medi-Cal patient, we know we're not going to get paid anything for that because they're capitated. If it's a Health Net patient, we might get paid a quarter of that. But we have an obligation to set the rates, our charge rates, at our cost, and also above the Medi-Cal rate. So we know that our charges are not going to get, our full charges are not going to get paid, as Paul mentioned, 17, 20% is really good in a public system because many of our patients are Medi-Cal. That being said, The way we make it up is with supplemental payments from Medi-Cal and Medicare. So what I was just talking about is the fee-for-service charge. We get, in addition to that, supplemental payments that come to us based on a complex formula that are allowed through the 1115 waiver. And so we get those in lump sums, and it'll be different amounts for different programs at different times. But it's not directly related to the number of patients seen. It's related to the number of patients that we have responsibility for. And then in addition to that, we get capitated rates from Medi-Cal and Medicare. So it's a different kind of system than the private sector. Now, answering your question about how much should the contribution to the from the general fund be, there's no really well-established factor there. It depends a lot on how the system's working. But our goal has been 10% of the total operating costs. So, you know, the operating cost last year was $3 billion, so $300 million is our goal. We actually spent a little bit more than that, but today you're getting it reorganized, or at least that's what we're recommending, to reorganize it. But we'll be able to get it back down to 10% for next year.
And I think that's helpful. And what I think that I'm really trying to grapple with is, what is the growth opportunity in revenue, irrespective of the source of funds, by fund and by class, so that we understand what the opportunity and risks are in the future.
I can answer that in general.
Your mic's not on.
Through the chair, I apologize for the interruption, but this might be a good point to lean in and say, and don't forget the payer mix.
Yes.
No, that's right. Absolutely. And I recognize it's complex. I guess But
I'll answer your question.
Okay.
Because we don't get billed our charges, the argument that you heard during negotiations that if we fill out more charge slips, we'll get paid more, is not really true. What really makes revenue for us is seeing more patients in clinic, because in our FQHC clinics, if you're a Medi-Cal patient, we get paid per visit, not based on what's done at the visit, not based on the procedures that are ordered, not based on anything about the individual billing. We get paid per visit, and each clinic's a little bit different, but roughly speaking, it's about $800 per Medi-Cal Medicare patient. Now, in the private sector, if you were Dr. Jeff Smith down the street with his own private practice, and I saw the same patient for the same care, I'd get paid about $20. So that's the difference that it makes. And if opportunity for revenue is seeing more patients in clinic, which is why I've been, advocating strongly for 14 years to go from our average rate of 2 patients per hour to at least 2.5 patients per hour, which, if you multiply that out by about, roughly speaking, 4,000 visits a month, ends up being, currently, if you increase that by 25%, that ends up being a large number. So that's a big opportunity for revenue. And then the second opportunity for revenue is to make sure that we're using the services that we've paid for. So in the inpatient setting, we get paid basically a per bed, per day rate, independent of how many tests we order. But if we are more efficient, more effective, making sure we're using the resources better, then we generate revenue.
So I'll wrap up. I'm comfortable with the overall direction, but I do want to just say, when it's time for a motion, that, and I'll wait till my colleagues speak if there are any, that we're going to receive the strategic facilities plan February 28. If there's a 2-month time frame for the business plan, that would be end of March, beginning of April, and I want to make sure those are.
End of April.
I'm sorry?
February to March, March to April.
Yeah,
End of
thank you.
April.
End of April. Thank you. That we get a chance to see both of those before the budget. And then I also think just to put a pin on that strategic plan, the point you raised about clinic facilities is so critical because in some respects, again, my business plan question would be then, what are the implications of that based on our need?
So why don't you make that a motion? I'd like,
Motion.
and I'd like
that
to.
would be for 10 and 11.
Perfect. And I'd like to second it. I know I'm perhaps jumping ahead a little bit, but so much of what you just said, Supervisor Chavez, I really want to echo. The hospital really is, in many senses, a business. It is an enterprise fund. It's a little bit surprising to me as well that there isn't a business plan, but I'm thinking even deeper than that. It really should have strategic goals embedded. This is how we're planning to optimize our billing cycle or supplementals. This is how we're optimizing FEMA, the cost tracking, whatever we're doing. How are we getting to a place specifically where we are increasing our revenue so that we can put that money back into the system and increase and expand the care that we provide that we know is so deeply needed. And as we're starting to think in a couple of years about doing a countywide strategic plan, certainly the hospital system is going to be a vast piece of that simply because of the size they are of our budget. So a business plan now that starts to think about those strategies, essentially, kind of giving yourselves a head start on something that's very, again, like everything else this board seems to be asking for, specific and measurable. How are you going to get there? Where do you want to get? Rather than this piece, the incremental adjustments make it very hard to see the full picture. I fully understand that we get reimbursed later, so there's a lot of a misalignment, but I don't feel confident and wouldn't feel confident answering a question, for example, about where we're going and what our really optimal performance looks like. Do you want to, either one of you want to address that?
Supervisor, I so appreciate this conversation, and I don't want your board to walk away and feel as though that we don't have a strategy relative to our health system. We do. I think the ask, though, is to come before your board and to lay out the different strategies that we're employing to ensure that we're serving the community in the most effective manner relative to access to services, key services in the community, but also from a financial perspective, how we anticipate that being funded going forward. And I would tell you, and I think in Dr. Smith's comment relative to the 10% of the contribution to the enterprise, when I first arrived, the operating budget was $1.2 billion, I think, Dr. Smith. We've more than doubled that, and the amount of services that this system now provides the community is quite dramatic relative to any other public system in the state of California.
Absolutely.
And I don't speak just in terms of the volume of patients that we now serve, but the breadth and the different levels of care that we provide, from oncology services, from primary care to oncology to dental. I mean, this system, this public system, has found a way, based on strategies that we've employed, to grow the system both from an access standpoint in terms of care to the community, but from a financial perspective, because that margin in that contribution from the general fund started to decline. And in fact, I think we brought it down to close to $80 million. In some years, it was down to zero when you factored in fund balance carryover. So we've been able to maximize the revenue cycle process, but we've also, to a large degree, which is probably the mainstay of public system, maximized our supplemental funding. Those dollars that we deserve to receive as a public system relative to the patient population that we serve. And the other thing I would add, just to give some perspective of your public system, and you see this playing out throughout the state of California, we have found a way strategically to balance that in terms of the growth in the demand in services and our financial picture today. Because other systems are not finding that path forward. You're seeing closures of not just struggles of not just public systems, but closures of community hospitals where they cannot sustain the payer mix that they're encountering. Even in Santa Clara County, we're much further ahead than most counties as healthcare delivery goes. And I'm talking about the county as a whole. What you see today is your public system having a very specific niche in the community in terms of our patient population. Medi-Cal, Medicare, the uninsured, but your system also serves as a regional center, patients that have commercial and private insurance, because we're such a diverse and integrated system, and that's part of the reason we're doing so well. In this county, you have other systems such as Kaiser, you have Stanford, a teaching hospital, and then you have a for-profit, and then you have community hospitals. Each of those hospitals play a particular role in this community in serving the total population in Santa Clara County. So it's really important to understand where we sit as a healthcare business and an organization in service to our population. And the number of patient beds that we now provide as a system relative to the patient population in general is predominant in the county. We are their largest system. And I only bring that up is because strategically we have looked forward relative to the growth in our systems. The investments that we're making, and we speak of the facilities, those decisions did not just happen yesterday. The expansion of the emergency room at Valley Medical Center, that was invested by your board 5-6 years ago, if not longer, right? That commitment. And you know, I'll bring it up, but the behavioral health facility, which we discussed, was much longer than that, and we're on track to get that online. But these decisions just didn't happen overnight. These are decisions that we made today with the expectation in 3 or 4 years from now, we will be able to provide certain service and increase our capacity to serve the community. Many of the facilities that we're talking about, even in the North County, we're talking about today, you know, we're 2 years out on those. We're 3 years out on that. So we are looking ahead relative to our capacity as a system and finding ways strategically to make sure that financially we do not put this county in a bind. And so I just want to offer that perspective of where we sit from a healthcare system relative to overall healthcare in this county, and how well we're doing relative to what other jurisdictions in the state of California are doing in terms of healthcare. Anyways, that's probably enough said.
Plenty said, and thank you very much. And I don't want you to hear this conversation as criticisms of the system. What which is absolutely highly regarded statewide, and I know the work that you've done, and I know the high regard in which you're held. What I'm thinking about is something that has come up in other departments where you may have a full view, but the board doesn't.
Right.
And laying out those plans so that we have a chance to dive in with you. These are policy decisions in some cases, to understand and to be able to support that, and again, to justify our allocation of public dollars. And while you were talking, I don't know if this analogy quite works, but I was thinking about, I used to do a lot of fundraising and philanthropy. You know, years and decades ago, donors gave their money, said, go do your work, and that was the end of the communication. And in the last decade or so, philanthropist donors who are giving money want much more engagement. They don't want to put their money in and walk away. They want to know how it's being spent. Is there social impact? What is the return before you're going to get any more? And I think that that's where our board is, in that we want to understand how the money is being spent. We want to know where you want it to go, how we can be a part of that, and in the event that we have questions or concerns, we have opportunities to voice those. So that's my takeaway from this. I'm seeing my colleagues nod, so just want to make sure that we are all on the same page here. And I will turn, Supervisor Chavez, do you have more? And then I'll turn to Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I first want to thank the administration. After speaking with many of the doctors last year that talked about the extraordinary amount of time that they've spent on paperwork in patient care. So therefore, I'm glad to see that we're adding the 30 medical assistants to support our adult and pediatric primary care physicians with patient care coordination to improve the patient care that way. I just want to confirm this is the reason why those are hired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. And I would just hope that this addition will be hired as quickly as possible, as they are so needed for a long time. On the bill, a sad note regarding the CMS Center for Medicare and Medicaid survey that identified some very sad episodes that took place at our VMC facilities. The plan of corrections were submitted to federal authorities yesterday. Paul, do you see there's anything that we need to fund or invest in to ensure that those episodes would be avoided in the future?
Supervisor, at this point in time, I do not. I think it's the best way for me to answer that question is that we are planning to come back before your board to adjust staffing at O'Connor and St. Louis Hospital, as well as at Valley Medical Center. Those staffing adjustments speak only to the fact that we have increasing volumes in terms of patient days, et cetera, that we have to attend to. That will help stabilize the staffing, which I think your board understands is most critical in healthcare. A stable workforce really denotes our ability to ensure a standard of care that we are wanting to have. So I think that's really important to understand relative to stabilizing the workforce. The issues regarding CMS, that's a constant evolving process relative to our work plan. And if there are additional resources that we need to meet that obligation, we will be back before your board requesting that support.
I may have read the report saying that we're going to hire a chief quality officer, and it seems to me that this is really more of a quality control type of issue to oversee things and making sure training are properly done, but I want to see what you think, if this is where we need to invest more funds into.
Supervisor, it's a convergence of a number of different issues relative to patient care. But to your point, one of the most important things that we can do as leadership is to provide the constant oversight and transparency around the various issues that we are confronted with on a day-to-day basis. And so the Chief Quality Officer position that you reference is a new position that we've established within the health system from an enterprise-wide perspective. One of the most important things that we can do as a system, irrespective of us having to plan a correction with CMS, is to ensure that we have standardized care throughout the system. And that's one of the things that we're focused on, and I really appreciate your question.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we have a very large system, after especially we bought St. Louis and O'Connor, and so I can see why it's important to make sure the standard of care is remain high on every area, which is not easy with so many different hospitals we're handling and different patients. Going back to the question on the revenues, Dr. Smith, regarding how to increase revenue, you mentioned that the FQHC, the federally qualified health clinic, and patients going in using the service through Medicare or Medicaid get a very high reimbursement rate, and that's our quote-unquote moneymaker, correct?
Right.
So I'm just wondering, is there any way that we can make sure these patients do come back on a more periodic basis? Question being that, I don't know, do you get the same type of reimbursement for health checks, like annual health checks and things like that, or immunizations? Because I want to ask that question because I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could ensure that these patients are coming in on a periodic basis. Specifically, when you go to a dentist, right, you never leave without making the next appointment type of thing. So I'm wondering if this is the type of ideas that we can potentially consider putting, because obviously by having periodic health check, our residents will be healthier and we can identify problems sooner.
Yes, and we do that. Many of our patients are followed by a primary care physician or nurse practitioner, and they try to keep people coming back for their primary care visits and the preventative visits. And, as you can imagine, when people aren't feeling sick, sometimes they don't want to bother going to the doctor. We have reminder systems set up so that we try to get people in, particularly people that we know need follow-up for a health condition. Again, I sound like a broken record, but another thing we need is more appointments, which means we need to have the system willing to see more patients in those more appointments so they can have more follow-up. And we have multiple factors that are related to that. Some we tried to negotiate in the VPG contract, and we have a whole lot of other things that we need to do with. But yes, we try to get people back for their primary care. We don't oversubscribe or appoint, but we do try to get everybody in for primary care because the investment in primary care prevents the expensive care at the end of the line.
Right, and when you talk about the issue with primary care and scheduling, I think one of the gripes I keep hearing is the scheduling system, where the no-shows, for example. And
right.
If you have a high number of no-shows, then we are not, quote, making the money and wasted an appointment.
Right.
But we don't want to subscribe to the airline models where they overbook the flight by 110%, expecting 10% not to show up, and then the rest of them to give them coupons to take a later flight, right? But that's not how we do business, correct?
Right. It's a challenge. No-show issue is a challenging issue for everybody. It's been challenging for decades because there's a lot of reasons for a patient not to show. And some doctors have, no-show rates of 30%, which is way too high. Some have no-show rates of 5 or 10%, which is actually too low because they get overwhelmed. So right now we're in the 20% range, but that's not consistent among all doctors. So you remember we were talking about add-ons. One of the solutions to no-show rates is when you get close to the clinic time and you're not filled, all your appointments aren't filled, you add in another appointment slot.
Right.
That has a lot of positives from the standpoint of the patient.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't necessarily have a lot of positives from the standpoint of the provider. So it's a balancing act.
Good. Well, I certainly would like
Say
to
that right.
be proactive about using technology and being in Silicon Valley to see if there are ways we could balance out these percentages.
Yep.
To give obviously expeditious appointments to our patients. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Smidian.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick hits because much of it's been covered. I think the notion of a business plan is a helpful one. And Mr. Lorenz, I very much appreciated your assurance, because I was going to lean in and try and provide a little of it as well, that it's not as if these issues haven't been considered and aren't there as the foundation of the work we do. I'm going to tease Dr. Smith a little bit here by saying, when was the last time we heard Dr. Smith say, sure, I can get you something in 2 months, of this magnitude for a multi-billion-dollar exercised. And the reason, presumably, you can get it to us in 2 months is because the work's already been done. It just hasn't been integrated or collated in a way that we call a business plan. Dr. Smith, is that a fair summary? Permission to debunk everything I just said, if that's the case.
Yeah, no, that's correct. All the information exists, and, we really just, from what the translation I'm hearing is, we'll write it all down.
Yes, and integrate it in a way that is helpful to this board in making policy and budget choices, and integrate it and present it in a way that helps the community understand what it is we provide and why it is we provide it the way we provide it.
Right.
And so that takes me then, colleagues, as a segue to the discussion about the multiplicity of funding streams, which is a constant topic of conversation at Health and Hospital for Supervisor Lee and me. And some of you have heard me quote the late Walter Cronkite, who said he didn't know why we called it a healthcare system, because it wasn't healthy, it wasn't caring, and it sure as hell wasn't a system. The notion that we think of it as a system is, I think, aspirationally, well advised. But as you heard from Dr. Smith, we've got half a dozen different ways to a dozen different ways that funds are received. And so it's really 12 different enterprises at once, which is one of the things that I think will be illuminating to see how you integrate all that in a business plan, to the point that my colleagues have made, because there are a lot of different pieces to this puzzle. The part that staff didn't particularly reference, but it's just a personal observation of my own from having been on the board now for 10 years. And Dr. Smith, my recollection is you got here in 2009. Am I remembering that right? Before
Yes, 2009.
And Mr. Lorenz, 2012, shortly before I arrived on the board, and Supervisor Chavez shortly thereafter. Having these kinds of thoughtful policy discussions and making the kind of policy choices that the board is pushing toward would be difficult enough, given the various challenges that I've already referenced. But all of that changes about every 15 minutes, and I exaggerate only slightly. So, Dr. Smith was talking about, I think the term of art now is supplemental payments.
Right.
Every now and again he has to correct me when I slip back into the reference to dish hospitals, which is no longer a thing. To me, they're still dish hospitals, but, we, of course, one of the things that was exciting about the time that Supervisor Chavez and I came on the board was all of a sudden there was this thing called the Affordable Care Act. And then we thought it wasn't, because in 2016, when President Trump was elected and there was a Republican Congress that had made no bones about the fact that they were going to repeal it, there was a hard discussion for our board and our county about, do we stop in our tracks and reverse course, or do we say, as I said at the time, and I think Mr. Lorenz, you were in the room when I said it, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. And we made the judgment that we were going to move forward in reliance on the Affordable Care Act, which was frankly a bit of a risk, because we didn't know whether 3 months later, 6 months later, a year or 2 years later, all of that would or could be undone. And, so part of the challenge with the strategic plan, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the administration chooses to thread the needle, is this is a strategic plan for a rapidly changing healthcare environment in the public arena. And I have no confidence, and I don't mean that critically, I just mean I don't think any of us could speak with confidence, I certainly couldn't, that I know what the healthcare environment for publics will be in 2 years, let alone 5 or 10, which typically a business plan would attempt to suss out and address. So thank you, that's all I had to say. Oh, one other thing, and I see Dr. Smith is trying to lean back in again. I did want to assure folks, because Supervisor Lee raised it, the CMS issues that Mr. Lorenz referenced will be briefly discussed at tomorrow's Health and Hospital meeting. It's not properly agendized as a standalone item, so we'll take it up just to get a status report. I've already had those conversations with Dr. Smith and Mr. Lorenz as item 10C, I believe. And then at our March meeting on March 22nd, we will agendize the item for a really robust conversation, just to not only check in on our status, but to walk through the plan of correction a little bit more, point by point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Smith.
I just wanted to reemphasize one of the points that Supervisor Simidian made. In the context of everything that we're doing now with all of the different programs, which we've, I think, maximized, the state is moving rapidly towards CalAIM, which is a total reorganization of all of Medi-Cal, adding new benefits, which are great benefits, but we still don't know how they're going to formalize them or how they're going to pay for them or how we're going to pay for them because we don't really know what they are right now. So, that's a mixture of question marks from a policy perspective above our pay grade. The other issue is that the governor still has proposed and apparently is pretty convinced that he's going to maintain a model of Medi-Cal for all. Well, if that happens, that changes the entire, strategy of the health system. So we will put together our business plan and give you our best shot at it. But fundamentally, we're planning for taking quality care of at least 600,000 individuals in the county.
Thank you very much, and I'm certain we understand that it won't be a static plan.
Right.
So thank you for that. Supervisor Simidian, did you have something else? All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas? Yes. Supervisor Chavez? Yes. Supervisor Simidian? Aye. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item 12 is a referral brought by Supervisors Chavez and Simidian.
If you don't mind, I have an announcement for item 12.
Thank you.
Item 12 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Happy to move approval of the item. I have no comments. I think it's self-explanatory. I do have a question for County Counsel, however.
Second, Chavez.
All right. Do you want to ask your question?
Sure. So, this item has been identified helpfully as having Levine Act implications, 1 and 4, which I believe indicates contract and also other entitlement for use. And presumably then that means there are certain behaviors that are precluded or prohibited. What are those, just so we all know?
It means that board members are precluded from accepting campaign contributions in excess of $250 from, for example, Wells Fargo itself, which would be a party, and from any agents of Wells Fargo, which would mean any employees or consultants who Wells Fargo has engaged to discuss the item with the board. For example, if there was an intergovernmental affairs representative for Wells Fargo Bank, that person would be subject to the same contribution prohibition. It also means that any participant or their agents with a financial interest would be precluded. As an example, if, for instance, in public comment today, an official representative of Citibank were to speak as to the item and urge its adoption, that would be an example of a participant. So those are by way of some examples. Of course, we don't know yet if there's some other folks who may show up as participants on the item, and it would be only when they do so that that would be triggered. But presumably, the entities with a financial interest at stake would largely be other competitors or banks to Wells Fargo.
Through the chair, did I understand that the clerk has indicated that there are no speakers on this item?
I currently have none.
None. Okay. So just to follow up on these Levine Act issues a little bit, painful though I know it is, Madam Chair, I'm going to look again to the County Counsel and say, so does that mean that if the CEO of Wells Fargo, or to use your example, Citibank, got on the phone right now and gave 1 minute in testimony, either in support or opposition, that would then create some obligation on the part of our board, either to disqualify itself if one of them had made a contribution in the last month, since the law took effect, or to ensure that we don't receive a contribution from such parties, individuals, going forward. Individuals, probably the term of art I should use.
Yes, in excess of $250.
Thank you for that reminder. And, but in the absence of their participating in this process, you're telling us that the, quote, only prohibition is from the party itself, which is the bank.
That's correct. Participation could include other things beyond just public comment. For example, they could submit a letter, just to be clear. But yes, they would need to participate or otherwise engage in some kind of communication individually with a board member or your offices or collectively with the board.
Okay. Does that mean that if we get a unanimous vote, and I hope we do, in a couple of minutes, that Supervisor Lee, I'm going to pick on you if that's okay, is my hypothetical. Can I do that? Or you want to stay out of this? Does that mean that when we vote on this, that three months from now, if Wells Fargo Bank wanted to send $300 to Supervisor Lee's office holder account, they could do that or not?
They could not do so.
Because it would have been within 12 months of the time, and they are the actual party.
That's
yes?
correct.
That being said, the CEO, the CEO's spouse, the senior vice president, if they have one, and every other employee worldwide could send a contribution in excess of $250 to Supervisor Lee if they had not participated in the deliberations of our county or our board.
Or otherwise acted as an agent for Wells Fargo with respect to this item, yes.
So that means we need to know whether all those people did or did not do that thing, yes?
The standard is whether the board knows or board member knows or should have known. So for example, if, taking your hypothetical, extending your hypothetical, if that CEO had interacted only and exclusively with, say, your office on the item and not Supervisor Lee or his office on the item, Supervisor Lee or his office may not have any reason to know. But certainly, if the interaction was with the board as a whole, for example, a public comment or submitting a letter to the board that, or anything of that nature, the entire board would have constructive knowledge of that.
So what's to prevent somebody from gaming the system by sending every member of our board $300 in the first week of January, then showing up and testifying for 1 minute, and then we all have to recuse ourselves?
I believe that is a potential serious problem with the legislation.
Okay. On that cheery note, I will again ask for an aye vote. Thank you. And thank you for that. Thank you for the thank you for the opportunity to tease out these issues. I mentioned that it was painful, Madam Chair, and I know it is, and I know it's time consuming, but I also know this board wants to comply, whatever our thoughts are about the artfulness or lack thereof of the
Supervisor
drafting.
submitted, and no one is objecting.
Thank you.
To the time. And we all recognize the importance. Reconfirming that there are no public speakers on this item?
I now have one virtual request.
All right. 2 minutes, please.
CEO, it's going to be interesting.
Our first speaker is Blair Beekman. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thank you very much for noticing my hand and public comment and offering public comment for this item. I was just listening into the City Council of San Diego and their work they're doing with homeless issues. They're starting a very interesting new program to, to create 30-year loan guarantees for real low-income housing items and for people who are of low income. So they can purchase a home and have a 30-year plan to pay back their loan process. Really nice ideas. It's nice to see the world work in these ways. And it's going to be helped facilitated, I think, by Wells Fargo. And if not, then it's part of Wells Fargo that's going to be a part of matching funds to create the future of this sort of loan process. That interestingly, they want to help address middle income housing for people as well. So we're basically talking about some simple tenets of, I don't know, a form of maybe corporate socialism and overall good practices of socialism where everyone can have a chance to purchase a home, basically. I find the socialism fight in Washington, D.C. a little ridiculous at this time. We're talking about good practices here. And it's from that that Wells Fargo will be involved in the future of these items and matching fund ideas. We have to consider, what Wells Fargo has been in the past, and I hope that as you'll be, I guess, treading into the waters of using Wells Fargo more in the future, just to be cautious. And they try to do bold things, but we have to be cautious and work together well. And good luck how we do that.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Please take a vote on this item.
Question.
Supervisor Arenas?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Supervisor Lee has a question for.
Sorry, yeah, I just have a quick question for staff on the recommendation of 4 years. Looking at the history, the action of this board has been suspension of 2 years and 1 year and 1 year. Any reason why we decided suddenly to go 4 years this time? I just want to see the rationale.
I think that'd be a question for Supervisor Simidian.
Oh, sorry.
It reflects two things in my judgment. The first is that when we took the initial action for 2 years, staff actually came back for a year, and then as the memo indicates, sort of just let it go. And I don't mean that critically, I just mean they let it go. And so the reason that we've brought this item forward is because absent staff recommendation, it was necessary for our board members to bring the recommendation. And I sort of want to lay down that marker that the board is taking this action and not expect staff to sort of reevaluate or mind read where the board is on a year-to-year basis. The second thing is, when we took the initial action, and Supervisor Chavez, I don't know if you'll remember this, but when we took the initial action, we actually thought we were being relatively, I'll speak for myself, forgive me. I thought we were being relatively moderate in our approach because we said, on the one hand, we shouldn't be doing business with folks who are treating the public badly, and the bad behavior had been pretty well documented. On the other hand, we wanted to say we hope things will get better. Now, if you look back over the history, in fact, they got worse. They got dramatically worse. The penalties grew because there was more and more conduct unearthed over a continuing period of time. So think of this as a form of progressive discipline. The first time out was 2 years. This time is 4 years. And my hope is that in our own modest way, as a largest county in Northern California, one of the 20 largest in the country out of 3,000 counties, that we send a message that this kind of behavior will not be rewarded by continuing to do business, and that if folks get worse, not better, that the consequences get more significant, not less significant. And thank you for the opportunity to step up on my soapbox. I appreciate that.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
Good recall.
Are we okay to take a vote, everyone? Okay.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian? Aye. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
That carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Returning to Supervisor Simidian for his referral at item 13.
I would like to move approval with a minor amendment, which is to simply ask that the report back come on or before the end of May 2023. And I've just been advised that there are some scheduling challenges, and I want to make sure that we don't aggravate those. But I also want to make sure that the item comes back in time for budget consideration if there are any recommendations that come out of this exercise that have budget implications. And the last thing I want to say that speaks to the heart of the reason for the referral is this. I found the work that OCLEM did on the Hogan matter very helpful, important in charting a course for the future. So we know, notwithstanding the fact that there is a new sheriff in place, that there are questions that linger about systems, policies, practices, and culture that still need to be addressed. It is my hope and my expectation that the new sheriff will address those. But to assist in that effort, I think we need to engage the services of the folks at OCLEM to help us understand not only what happened involving who in the organization, but why, and what can we and should we do going forward to make sure that a case like this one does not occur again. We can't kid ourselves that the Hogan case was a one-off. It wasn't. We had the Tyree murder, killing in 2015. Then we had the Hogan case in 2018. We have the Nunez case in 2019. Clearly something has been very, very wrong in the system, and want to make sure that we don't just think, well, new leadership at the top and all will be well with the world. So that's the reason for the recommendation. I will move the recommended action with the only minor amendment to say report back to the Board of Supervisors on or before last day of May, and ask for a second.
A second.
That's it. Supervisor Lee? Do you have
Yeah,
additional
thank you.
comments?
I just want to say that, first of all, I think OCLEM has certainly done a very good job on behalf of this county in so many ways, and what they have produced and the former Hogan opinion has been extremely useful for us to come up with the various recommendations, and that our Sheriff's Office has adopted all those recommendations. So we're happy to hear that, but certainly I think these type of issues really needs to be investigated, and so I believe OCLEM will be a great organization, continue doing that for us for the Nunez matters, but also definitely would support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Smitty, and your light is still on? Thank you. Jess, do we have any public speakers on this item?
I have one virtual request.
And no one in person?
Correct.
All right, let's hear that person. 2 minutes, please.
Our speaker is Blair Beekman. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here, hanging out on a Tuesday afternoon with the Board of Supervisors. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the meeting today. Boy, with this item, thank you also for the work of OCLEM over the years. I think they can be a real trusted organization. I've, to put in my 2 cents of how all these issues have been going the past few years, it's been my real hope that, the previous Sheriff, Lori Smith, she really could have taken the advice of OCLEM, and I tried to offer my 2 cents of how surveillance and technology ordinance ideas, I think, can be a real important help to the future, how to redefine the concepts you're working on here. The tech ordinance ideas offers, I don't know, just such a decent shining example of what can be our better practices and our better selves and our better future as a local community. I think it has a real important part that I think really could have helped Sheriff Smith, and that I think obviously is of help to ourselves, and that I think OCLEM takes seriously, and they like the measure a lot. It's of help. And I thank yourselves for that and wanting to do that and learning to come on board with its good practices. I think if we learn to enthusiastically understand it, it does create enthusiasm. It can do that. So good luck in really understanding its purpose and its good intentions and how it can be a part of the future of this sort of process. And a good luck to ourselves. It was a difficult time. Good luck how we can talk about this in the future in relaxed terms that you tried to do the arm.
We have an in-person request from Paul Soto.
We can take that speaker. I'll remind folks, if you don't mind, to try to get the yellow cards in as the item starts so that we have a good count, but you are welcome.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I have a partial answer for the question that was raised by Supervisor Simitian. This is from the United States Supreme Court in the case Plata versus Brown, which is what created the realignment system and AB 109, and I'm quoting, "To incarcerate, society takes from prisoners the means to provide for their own needs. Prisoners are dependent on the state for food, clothing, and necessary medical care. A prison's failure to provide sustenance for inmates may actually produce physical torture or a lingering death." In Elsner's Gates of Injustice, The Crisis of America's Prisons, just as a prisoner may starve if not fed, he or she may suffer or die if not provided adequate medical care. A prison that deprives prisoners of basic sustenance, including adequate medical care, is incompatible with the concept of human dignity and has no place in a civilized society, end quote. I know what it's like to live like this. You just heard it, but I've known and I've heard the screams of the beatings that done by officers that never got caught. You want to talk about underreporting with domestic violence and rape? Let's talk about underreporting inside this jail of guards that have beaten inmates. The guards wear blue gloves now. Why do they wear blue gloves? Because back then, during the tenure of Lori Smith, they would wear Kevlar gloves. And they wore Kevlar gloves so that when they beat the inmates, their knuckles wouldn't be marked. So when we asked for their pictures to be taken, well, what are you talking about? There's no marks on my fist. This is the system that we're a part of. Now, I applaud the efforts of Sheriff Johnson wanting to come in and change things, but no changes will have any kind of lasting impact unless you have people like myself in those conversations and in those committees in creating the design of the jail and
Thank you. We have no further speakers, correct?
Correct.
We have a motion, we have a second. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian? Aye. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item 14 is our county executive's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've used up my discretionary comments for the day. I'll be happy to respond to questions.
I see two lights on, three lights. Two. Supervisor Simitian.
My question is, could we please unlock the door that accesses this building to the public now that we've abandoned our COVID requirements? It was unlocked for many months, if not years. And once we had COVID requirements or COVID precautions in place, it was locked. And it remains locked now that the COVID precautions are withdrawn. And just like to see if we can get it unlocked again. That is my question, Madam Chair.
We'll look into it and get back to you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. As we have seen the horrific videos on what's happening in Turkey and Syria from the earthquake, I just want to know what type of assistance our county might be able to provide. I mean, I know we have asked for funds previously for like Puerto Rico, but of course that being a U.S. territory is a bit different. This is a foreign country. We don't send money to foreign countries per se, but is there any way we could at least do some advertising to help inform the public, like if they want to donate and support? Where is there something that county can do on our county website?
Well, I just saw on the news that now the death count is up to 7,000 people and expecting to go higher, and so total utter disaster. And I think the question really is up to the board. What would you like to do? Whether we do, advertising or send money to somebody like the Red Cross or something like that. There might be some legal implications. I'll turn it over to County Counsel to talk about that, but I think it's really up to the board.
I think the board has done some referrals in the past related to specific funding and tried to identify a relevant kind of local organization as a conduit, and I think that would be the best course of action. We could work with your office separately.
Okay, and this does not need the board action for something like that?
It would be a referral that would come to the board at a subsequent meeting.
Because I don't think we're meeting for another 3 weeks. And given how urgent the need is right now, I'm just trying to see if there's anything like in terms of at least directing the public where to support these organizations. Is this something that we could agree to have?
We could certainly put out information on where people could direct donations, but in terms of the county taking action to provide one, that would need board action.
Right, that would be a separate meeting, so we might look into that as a future referral. But that we could at least get the word out to people, I think would be
That
very
could be
helpful.
done, certainly.
Thank you. All right, appreciate it.
Thank you. And Supervisor Lee, if you share whatever information you're promoting with our offices, I suspect we'd be glad to do that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it. Item 15 is our County Council's report.
There was one reportable action taken at the closed session meeting of February 6, 2023, and for that I will turn the floor over to you, President Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. I am pleased to provide the public with an update and announcement regarding the selection of a new county council to step into James' shoes once he takes over as our county executive in July. As a reminder, at the December 13th, 2022 board meeting, we invited public feedback and input regarding the county council position and announced an open recruitment process and timeline. On December 15th, the county council position was posted online with a detailed informational brochure. The recruitment was open nationally to any qualified attorney and closed on January 18th, 2023. We received both external and internal applications, and 3 finalists, including 2 external applicants, were interviewed by the board. Following careful deliberation at the February 6th, 2023 closed session meeting, by unanimous vote with all members present, the board voted to appoint current Chief Assistant County Counsel Tony Lopresti to be the next county counsel. At this time, I'd like to share a little bit of information about Mr. Lopresti. Tony Lopresti first took interest in local government prior to law school as a policy advocate and campaign director with the Environmental Health Coalition, a grassroots environmental justice organization working along the San Diego-Tijuana border. His work focused on an immigrant community in the South Bay region of San Diego that was riddled with polluting businesses as a result of discriminatory zoning practices that had allowed industrial uses into a residential neighborhood. Using traditional community organization techniques, door knocking, house meetings, power mapping, and leadership development, his leadership resulted in successful advocacy to the City Council to rezone the neighborhood to exclude incompatible land uses, secured funds to clean up a brownfield, restored a polluted wetland, and won approval for a large affordable housing development. He also secured approval of a creative legal process to phase out long-standing polluters causing extraordinary rates of childhood asthma in the neighborhood. That experience taught him that legal strategy and policy are most powerful when driven by communities that are living the real-world consequences. And I shared this story at length because I think it is so important to understand and appreciate that the attorneys in our county counsel's office have in so many cases done extraordinary and justice-driven work even before joining our organization, and they bring those valuable skills and experiences to this office. Tony is a stellar example, but he isn't unique in the valuable experiences he brings to his role at the county. Mr. Lopresti attended UC Santa Cruz, where he majored in Latin American Latino Studies, and then UC Berkeley School of Law. Prior to graduation from Berkeley, he worked as a summer clerk at the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment, and at the Center for Justice, Tolerance, and Community. Following graduation, he completed 2 federal clerkships on the 4th and 9th Circuit Courts of Appeal, and then worked as a litigator at a public interest law firm widely recognized as the top union-side firm in the nation. He began his tenure in the county counsel's office in November 2018 and was cross-assigned to the social justice and impact litigation team and the finance, government operations, and environment team. He is fluent in Spanish and held early jobs as varied as a professional baseball player in the Italian League, a bread delivery person, a busboy, and a bartender. Tony's immediate family includes his wife, Tilly Banales, and their daughter, a college student, and a teenage son. Please join me in congratulating Tony Lopresti on his new position, effective when James Williams moves to the executive spot. If you'd like to say a few words, now is the time to do so.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I want to thank the board for the enormous honor that it is to play this role. And in particular, want to express my gratitude to James Williams and Greta Hansen for the extraordinary leadership that they've provided for the office over the last 7 years. They've built the office into what is and what has, in fact, been recognized as the best public law office in the nation. And you know, I'm looking forward to working with an excellent executive team, some extraordinary attorneys and staff, and building on that foundation and serving the county and this board, and ultimately the constituents that we care so much about. So thank you again for the honor. I'm looking forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much. You know the questions are all going to be about the baseball career, just saying. We don't need to, there's no further action to take on that item.
If I may interrupt.
Oh, of course.
I do have a request from the public to comment on item 14, if James could address. Unfortunately, we don't take further public comment on.
Let's have County Counsel respond.
Yeah, we take public comment on items 14 and 15 under item number 6 on the agenda.
Is that clearly
It is. It's
expressed?
clearly labeled on the agenda.
Okay.
It was a change made maybe 5 or so years ago.
Thanks very much. What I think we might do, Jess, at least for the next couple of meetings, is maybe add that at verbal announcement. I didn't realize that. I just thought we didn't take public comment on those items. To call that out for the public until people get to note that idea. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you so much. Mr. Williams, you and your office have been kind enough to provide us with some background materials and some training on these Levine Act issues that I have surfaced. I know you have also engaged outside counsel to try and provide us with some additional expertise in this somewhat precise area. I'm wondering if you could give us a little bit of an update or a timeline on where things stand with additional guidance from the outside counsel and also from the FPPC itself in terms of offering either any published opinions or promulgating any regulations which might help address some of the many issues that we've identified here at our board.
Sure. So first I'll talk about the FPPC. The FPPC has recently provided some initial information on draft proposed amendments to the existing Levine Act regulations. Most of those amendments are what I would describe as technical in nature, mostly to make conforming changes to reflect the new statutory expansion of the Levine Act, although there are a few that will be marginally helpful in the proposal in clarifying some of the questions that we've discussed at the last several meetings. We'll closely be looking at those, and we'll keep the board updated. At this time, it's just an initial staff memo. In terms of other advice for the board, we have retained outside counsel, as I indicated last time, and we are in the process of rolling out several confidential memoranda addressing several of the issues raised, as well as continuing to work on the items that have been previously discussed with the board. You noticed today, for example, the updated oral text that's being read with each Levine Act item, and iterative updates based on the conversations we previously had will continue to roll out at successive meetings as soon as they are implemented.
Okay, to be continued. I think I'll let it go at that today. Thank you. Thank you again. I know this is a chore.
Thank you. Item 16 is our mental health and substance use report, and I see the team ready to go. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. And we are here once again to provide the behavioral health monthly update on a number of key activities. This month's report is going to address a couple of key issues that have been the subject of inquiry or discussion by the board, and we wanted to both be responsive to some of those requests for additional information, also provide some really critical context on some of the discussions we know will be forthcoming about bed access. And before we kick that off, I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the road ahead in terms of these frequent reports. So if I could just go to the next slide, please. So as I mentioned today, we're going to provide some really critical contextual information on involuntary holds, treatment, and conservatorships, including about some of really significant challenges that have arisen more recently that have created additional bed pressure on our system. And so I'll look for some guidance from the board for our panelists on how deep to go in that presentation, because there's a lot of rich information there, but I also know we're pretty late in the afternoon. We'll provide a brief update on the status of integration of mental health and substance use disorder treatment, and our monthly update on the treatment beds and facilities. One thing I will also mention is with the blessing of Supervisors Ellenberg and Lee, we will be skipping the monthly report for March, in part because we both have only a single board meeting in March, a number of really meaty items we know will be on that agenda, and also to allow us to come back with what will be a more comprehensive report in April on our updated system-wide key performance indicators, which will sort of create a framework that we expect to then use for subsequent reports to the board as a key basis to kind of track progress in addressing some of the expansions and needs that have been the focus of these past reports. So with that, I will turn it over to Key Lee, who will introduce our panelists, and we will get started.
Thank you, everyone. Key Lee, Deputy County Executive. I'll just introduce the team and we'll get started. Dr. Terrell, the Behavioral Health Director, was not able to join us today, so we have Deputy Director Eric Riera joining us, and he'll be primarily covering the integrated mental health and substance use treatment services. He joined us about 5 months ago. And then our colleagues from the County Counsel's Office, Megan Wheelahan and Alan Brandt, will be covering the conservatorship section. And then our colleagues, Earl and Kati, are managing the slides.
Kate, before we get started, if you don't mind, could I ask you both to move over one seat, because we can't, I don't think we can all see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I'll turn it over to Megan.
Good afternoon. This is Megan Wheelahan. I'm Deputy County Counsel. I advise the Behavioral Health Services Department and also the Acute Psychiatric Services Department of our Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. In addition, as some of you may know, in the past, I did about 4,000 civil commitment hearings, so I'm coming to present to you today on the law and also from that experience. Next slide, please. So the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act is just, it's established California Civil Commitment Scheme. It is the governing body of law in the area of mental health services, involuntary treatment, and patients' rights. At the time it was enacted, it was hailed as the most progressive legislation of its time, and many other states across the country used it as a template for their civil commitment schemes. Prior to the LPS Act, it's important to remember that individuals with mental health disorders were largely treated involuntarily, held in large state institutions for indefinite periods of time, and the LPS Act was meant to provide a remedy and due process for those individuals. The Act has an express preference for voluntary treatment and also what is called treatment in the least restrictive setting, meaning if someone doesn't need to have treatment in a locked facility, they have an actual right to have that in a less restrictive way. Next slide, please. So the Act starts with earlier, shorter term commitments. That's the 72-hour hold, a 14-day hold, a 30-day hold. The next slide will show you a more comprehensive view of those. Those are commonly known as the 5150, the 5250, and the 5270 that's been before the board. For each of these holds, there are 3 different legal criteria that apply. For some of them, only one applies. Those criteria are all based around dangerousness. It's important to keep that as kind of the constitutional threshold of when we can take away someone's liberty to provide them with involuntary mental health treatment. So the danger to self criteria is generally understood as when someone's behavior creates an imminent danger or risk of harm, serious bodily harm or death. Danger to others, similarly, we're looking at an imminent risk of serious bodily harm or death to another person as a result of the person's behavior. And then grave disability, we're going to go into more detail around. It is sometimes understood to be the murkiest of the criteria, but we do have a statutory definition, the inability to provide oneself with food, clothing, and shelter. Important to also remember that related to the threshold of dangerousness, it's the inability to provide those things to the point it is physically dangerous to the person. That's where that criteria comes from. At each stage, there's also what we call a presentness requirement. The person's behavior must be present at the time of the assessment. It's not enough that there is a potential for future harm. So for example, if there's a daughter who's concerned about her mother who in the past had a serious suicide attempt and now has experienced job loss, homelessness, stopped medications, there may be a legitimate reason to be concerned about that person being dangerous to themselves, but without more facts establishing that there's behaviors present in that moment, that would not meet the criteria under the LPS Act for an involuntary hold. The person's behavior also must be as a result of a mental health disorder. The law explicitly excludes intellectual disability alone from being the basis for an involuntary hold. With regard to substance use, it's both that psychiatric treatment is the ultimate result of the involuntary holds, and if the issue causing the person to be danger to self, danger to others, or gravely disabled is not amenable to psychiatric treatment, the hold is of limited use. In addition, for folks who experience both substance use and mental health disorders, if it is during the time that they are under the influence of the substance that is causing the grave disability, within that 72-hour time frame, someone who may have been yelling on the streets, disheveled, unable to state where they would get food, clothing, and shelter, if 48 hours later they're eating, they're sleeping, they're taking showers, they can say they're going to go to Little Orchard for shelter and Sacred Heart for meals, and they know to go to Tully to get their SSA check. That's not a person that continues to meet the grave disability criteria, and that presentness requirement means that they have to be released. I won't read everything on the slides just for timeliness sake, so we can go to the next slide. This is just a reference. The important takeaway from this chart is that the holds are sequential. You don't move back through the process. So once someone is brought in on a 5150, they continue to meet criteria. They can move through the involuntary hold process. And at each stage, the person has specific due process rights, which include in-person hearings to present evidence in favor of their own release, if that's what they desire. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Alan Brandt.
Thank you. So my name's Alan Brandt. I'm a deputy county counsel, and I represent the public guardian in court. So when the public guardian petitions to become conservator, I appear on most of those. When individuals want to challenge their conservatorship and they ask for a trial either in front of a judge or a jury, I appear on most of those as well. And so part of my role today is to give you kind of that ground level perspective on how these standards are applied once you actually get in the courtroom. And I know there are some pressing issues too that the board is particularly interested in, and so we've structured this to get through the basics as quickly as possible so we can address those issues. But the most basic rule for all of this is grave disability. And as Megan mentioned, grave disability can be the basis for the holds. Once you get past the involuntary holds and into the realm of conservatorship, it's the only basis for a temporary or one-year conservatorship. And so as Megan mentioned, it's defined as an individual not being able to provide for their own food or clothing or shelter, specifically because of the symptoms of their mental health disorder. And so what'll happen is if somebody has not stabilized after the periods of the holds have passed, the treatment team will give a referral to the public guardian, who will then petition to become first temporary conservator. And if the person still is gravely disabled after the temporary conservatorship, which can last 30 days and be renewed, if they're still gravely disabled at that point, the public guardian will petition to become a one-year conservator. So 1 year conservatorship's established. And the important point about that is that the individual has a right to a jury trial when the public guardian asks to become a 1 year term conservator. After the year, the public guardian can also seek to renew the conservatorship year after year after year. The individual has that right to a jury trial every time the conservatorship comes up for reestablishment. And the point I want to emphasize here is that grave disability can be a somewhat narrow category, and it can be a little counterintuitive. So it's possible for people to be, for example, unhoused, living on the street, and have a serious mental health disorder like schizophrenia, and despite all that, still not be gravely disabled. And so by way of example, I had a jury trial about a year ago where a gentleman had been on the street for about 20 years, had schizophrenia, ended up in the hospital because he suffered a very serious burn on his back. A burning branch fell on his tent. And so the treatment team in the hospital determined that he was gravely disabled, ultimately referred him for a petition from the public guardian. That went to a jury trial. And, you know, we had the expert witness, we had an expert psychologist on the stand testifying as to the diagnosis, testifying to the expert opinion that this individual was currently gravely disabled. The individual took the stand as well and actually was symptomatic on the stand. He described his delusions to the jurors at length. But on questioning by the public defender, his counsel, he was able to name a number of shelters he could go to. He was able to name a number of food banks he could go to. He proved he had the ability, and had done it for decades, to live on his own on the street despite the fact that he didn't have what we might consider permanent shelter, and despite the fact that he had this serious mental health diagnosis. And so despite all that, he was not currently gravely disabled. The jury deliberated for about 5 hours, came back with a determination he is not gravely disabled. And keep in mind, grave disability has to be proved by the public guardian beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the highest legal standard, and it has to be a unanimous 12-person jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt that the person is gravely disabled. And so once this actually gets in front of a jury, once it actually gets in front of a judge, it can be difficult to establish grave disability. Next slide, please. And there are a few additional considerations that can actually limit grave disability. So one important factor is if someone is voluntarily willing to accept treatment. That's one of the most important elements. If someone's voluntarily willing to accept treatment, that means they'll likely get treatment on their own without the conservatorship. It means even if they're not doing that well now, that they could stabilize on their own and that they could provide their basic needs on their own. The point I think we want to emphasize is that conservatorship is really the safety net of last resort. Like Megan said, it's for somebody who their life would be in danger if they didn't have the conservatorship. And so there are a few additional limits on it as well. So qualifying mental disorders has to be something that appears in the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders. So the DSM-5. It's basically the encyclopedia that psychiatrists use to diagnose folks. If it doesn't appear in there, it's unlikely to be the type of qualifying mental disorder that would support a conservatorship. Another big one is third-party assistance. So if there's a family or friend, someone who's willing to say, look at me, I can help this person survive, I can get them food, clothing, and shelter, I will help them get the treatment they need. If there's someone out there willing to do that, then the LPS Act says that a conservatorship is, again, not the solution to the problem. It should be the last resort. And then finally, the present requirement that Megan talked about on involuntary holds is also always present for conservatorships as well. So the question for the judge, the question for the jury is, how is this person doing right now at this moment? Usually after they've had at least a couple months of treatment, and so they may have stabilized. And so it can be difficult to establish a conservatorship for that reason. Next slide, please.
So the LPS Act is not without its critics, as you may be aware. As a result, there have been numerous legislative attempts to expand the definition of grave disability. Thus far, none except the pilot project in San Francisco, San Diego, and Los Angeles under SB 1045 have been successful. This pattern will continue, and in fact, this legislative session, there is already a new piece of legislation in the Senate, SB 232, attempting to expand grave disability to include inability to provide medical care. As you can see, many bills in the past similarly attempted an expansion of the grave disability criteria. Next slide. In addition to just expanding the definition of grave disability, the LPS Act has been expanded over time to include 5270s and now assisted outpatient treatment. There have also been efforts to overhaul the LPS Act completely, or at least to significantly change the overall framework. Such an effort will require coalition building, stakeholder input, and fact-finding. The legislature right now appears to be making steady progress on this effort, and future changes are almost certain. Just this year, the legislature added a second 30-day hold for grave disability under SB 1227 and made other significant changes to the 5150 and 5250 statute. Next slide, please.
So some statistics on the referrals that the public guardian receives and how many become conservatorships, I think illustrate some of the points we've raised so far. So these are 2022 statistics. There were 310 referrals, which resulted in 265 temporary conservatorships. And of those temporary conservatorships, only 59 ultimately became a one-year term conservatorship. And the reason for that is because individuals often will stabilize with treatment over just a few months. So a few months of the involuntary holds plus a little bit more time on the temporary conservatorships. And so they will not need a one-year term conservatorship. And that's actually by design. So the temporary conservatorships involve fewer deprivations of civil rights. And the hope is that with treatment and stabilization during the period of the temporary conservatorship, that individuals don't have to be placed on that one-year term conservatorship. Next slide, please. Okay, so far we've been talking about the ordinary LPS conservatorships, which are the vast majority of conservatorships that the public guardian has. When we're talking about forensic commitment on this slide, we're talking about Murphy conservatorships. And so that's the other type of conservatorship under the LPS Act with a slightly different definition of grave disability. And I know that one of the issues that's arisen before the board recently is why there's been a dramatic increase in the number of Murphy conservatorships that the public guardian has. And we're going to address that, but that's intrinsically tied to how the referrals come in. And so before we get to that question, I just wanted to cover some of the basics of what Murphy conservatorships involve. So essentially it's when someone is arrested and accused of a crime, but they are not competent to stand trial. After in the criminal court, they've gone through all the competency processes there and they've been found incompetent. There's a 2-year period where they can receive services to have their competency restored. So usually that means that they're sent to the state hospital for competency restoration services. If at the end of that 2-year period, they are still not restored to competency, that's usually when we'll get a referral for a potential Murphy conservatorship. If you could go to the next slide, please. And so a Murphy conservatorship comes about when individuals remain incompetent to stand trial, and like the ordinary food, clothing, and shelter conservatorships, they have to be renewed every year. They last only 1 year. Unlike the food, clothing, and shelter conservatorships, they have a number of other elements that have to be met. And so you'll see the list there. Basically, someone's charged with a crime, they're incompetent to stand trial, they can't assist in their defense. The crime has to be felony involving death, great bodily harm, or a serious threat to the well-being of another person. So it has to be a felony, and it has to be the type of felony that we would be concerned about in terms of public safety. That's really what is required for a Murphy conservatorship to go forward. And probably the most important element, the one that's certainly litigated the most, is that they have to have been evaluated by a doctor and found to be a substantial danger of physical harm to others because of a mental disorder. And typically when people request a trial, that's where most of the argument is. Is this person currently a danger to others? And usually by the time we've gone to trial, they've been in a structured setting, they've been receiving treatment for years at that point. And so even there too, it can be difficult to explain to a jury how this person would be a danger to others if they were out of a structured setting. Next slide, please. One other important consideration that's a little bit different from Murphy conservatees is where they can be placed. And so for the ordinary food, clothing, and shelter conservatorships under the LPS Act, the number one priority for placement is to get individuals to the least restrictive placement that would still meet their treatment needs. For Murphy conservatees, it's a little bit different. Treatment is an important aspect to it, but you also have to be concerned about public safety. And so they have to be placed in a setting that achieves both the purpose of treatment and protection of the public. And so for Murphy conservatees, that means they have to be in a locked setting. So typically they'll start out in an acute locked setting like Barbara Aaron's Pavilion, and then hopefully for long-term placement, go to an IMD for placement. One other important part of that is that if the question of why we have more Murphy conservatorships now, why the numbers have increased dramatically in the last couple of years, there have been changes to both statutory law and case law that have affected this. So probably the single most important thing is that in 2018, there was a change to the statutes on competency restoration, and the maximum period that somebody could be detained for competency restoration was reduced from 3 years to 2 years. And so what that means, on one hand, it's good. People are not in the limbo of competency restoration for as long as they might have been. But on the other hand, since it's a quicker turnaround, that means more people are not restored at the end of the shorter period. That means we get more referrals because they typically come at the end of that period after competency restoration doesn't work out. The other big change was from appellate case law. And so it's actually a live question right now. There's a split in appellate authority how to calculate the 2 years. And so the old rule in our county was that when someone is sent to the state hospital and the state hospital treatment team determines they've been restored to competency, they would be sent back to the county jail so that the criminal case could start up again. And then sometimes in the county jail, people would decompensate and become incompetent again and possibly go back to the state hospital. And for some people, that could happen multiple times. They would be sent back, decompensate, sent back to the state hospital. And so the old rule was for those periods where they were in the county jail, the clock stopped. The 2-year clock stopped. They didn't count those periods. And so while there was this maximum 2-year period, in practicality, some people were in competency restoration for years and years. Then an appellate case came out in 2021 that said, no, 2 years means 2 years. So the clock doesn't stop when they're in the county jail. And so all of a sudden, under the old rule, we had people who were over their time limit. And so we got a flood of referrals following that appellate court case. Then a different appellate court case came out disagreeing with the first one, saying go back to the old system. And so right now we're under the old system where the time in the county jail doesn't count. But this split in authority is currently before the Supreme Court. And so we could get a new rule from the Supreme Court again, the state Supreme Court, saying actually 2 years is 2 years, and we could get a whole new flood of referrals if the time limitations switch back to the way they used to be. So those are the main legal reasons why the number of Murphys have increased dramatically. Another important point is that the state hospital used to take some of our Murphy conservatees. They used to take some of our hardest food, clothing, and shelter LPS cases, and they used to take some of the Murphy conservatees. The state hospital has since switched gears to focus almost entirely on competency restoration. So that period before they're even referred, before they're on conservatorship. And so that's placed additional pressure on our system as we're not able to place the conservatees with the state hospital. Next slide, please.
And Alan, before you move on, I just wanted to highlight a couple of the practical implications. Can we just go back one slide real quick? I think we're going to get here a little bit, but I just wanted to highlight what a significant change this is in terms of impact, and I think you all will talk about this a little bit, so maybe I'll just ask you to highlight it, but it really has had a dramatic, sudden increase in folks flowing out of jail to Barbara Aaron's Pavilion that really wasn't anticipatable, because it's not related to sort of underlying prevalence of need in the community, but really is driven in part by this really significant change in law. And the other thing I would just observe is the state hospital's lack of capacity as the entity that really should be absorbing Murphy conservatees, that should be kind of dealt with, is creating incredible problems for counties statewide. And so I think there's a real need for us to strongly urge the state to take up its responsibility in creating appropriate placements for Murphy conservatees, not only for Santa Clara County, but for counties statewide, because that is the place those folks should be receiving the care that they need.
Yes, we can highlight on here that the state hospital, I think this month, is going to take a patient from Barbara Aaron's Pavilion for the first time in 4 years, which is quite a long time. Many of the patients at Barbara Aaron's that I'll talk about on the next slide cycle through the contracted beds that we already have and are unsuccessfully treated in those placements. And in the past, when that happened, the state hospital was available to provide that higher level of care. Their nursing ratios and their expertise in certain kinds of mental health disorders and behaviors really isn't available in contracted facilities almost anywhere in the state. Go to the next slide, please. So the increase in Murphy conservatorships and simultaneous decline of availability of state hospital beds has had a significant impact on local systems of care, including in Santa Clara County. Right now, the Murphy conservatees at Barbara Aaron's Pavilion, our inpatient facility, wait at least 4 months for placement, often much longer, particularly if they are not accepted at any of our contracted facilities due to their past behaviors. During this time, they are staying at Barbara Aaron's Pavilion, even though their symptoms may not be acute anymore, such that they could be served in a lower level of care. Right now, Barbara Aaron's Pavilion is mostly serving non-acute patients. There are 35 LPS conservatees and 6 Murphy conservatees at Barbara Aaron's Pavilion and 2 more Murphy conservatees in the main hospital, all awaiting placement at a subacute facility. It's important to keep in mind that an increase in Murphy conservatees means that those beds in which those Murphy conservatees reside in across the system do not turn over almost ever. It's a Murphy conservatorship often lasts the rest of the person's life because of the serious crime involved and because of the concern for public safety. It is also more difficult to place Murphy conservatees due to the fact that it's a lifelong commitment, and also that a lifelong commitment to a locked facility is really incompatible with the recovery model, which appropriately is what mental health rehabilitation centers, our IMDs, are built upon. And so their treatment is at odds with what those contracted facilities are attempting to do with treatment. And I'll leave it there. If you have any questions, thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much for the report. Give me just 1 second here. Before we go to questions or comments from the board or first to public comment, I just want to kind of quickly revisit how I see the purpose of these reports, both from the original referral last year and the follow-up reports that are now monthly. From my perspective, and I believe the board understanding, is that the purpose was to provide the board and the public with visibility on our progress in addressing the public health crisis in mental health and substance use disorders in our county. As I mentioned last week at my State of the County, we have an obligation clearly to be accountable and transparent in this work. And of course, that's only possible if we have clear goals, metrics of our progress, and public reports. And while this was actually intellectually very fascinating and interesting, I think it didn't have the policy recommendations or solutions that help us move forward. It well articulated a very serious problem that we have. In the January report, I appreciated that Supervisor Arenas noted that, really in her first meeting, that we need clear indicators of our current status, what we're working toward, really cut right through. She really cut right through to the core of the reports and the work. The next monthly report won't be until April due to the Board of Supervisors scheduling, and I will emphasize here, it looked like it was noted on the April report, Greta, but I'll articulate here as well for my colleagues and for the public that I'll expect that report to include proposed metrics for the 5 system priorities that were identified by the behavioral health staff: timely access to care, post-COVID service delivery changes, treatment and residential facility capacity, workforce shortages, and managed care infrastructure. Again, providing specific goals and metrics to guide implementation of the priorities, I think, are really critical to our continued discussions, and that should form the backbone of future reports, reporting progress and actions taken in these 5 areas. And I'll just note that April, when we receive that report, will mark fully 1 year since the original strategic goals were laid out for the board. I would suggest, I know a perennial challenge with administrative staff is 5 supervisors with 5 ideas. So I do recommend that, as much as you know that we're aligned on this subject area, to review ideally with each of us what that April report will look like, to make sure that we're all really on the same page, same paragraph, same line, and I think we can get there. So with that context, I will turn to my colleagues for comments, questions. Oh, sorry, I'm going to do public comment first.
Can I ask just
Please.
a process question before you
Absolutely.
do that? Is that there's also an update on the substance abuse treatment, and so what I was hoping is if we could hear them back to back, then go to the public, and then come back to us for questions, just because I think they're...
Absolutely fine, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So we're going to hold public comment. We're going to get the substance use report. I should have done that. I have it in my notes. Then public comment, then the board. Thank you, Supervisor Chavez.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric Riera. I'm the Deputy Director for Behavioral Health. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I have a brief update on the status of integration of mental health and substance use treatment services for the County of Santa Clara. Next slide, please. The Behavioral Health Department actually began working on integration back in 2013. And there were two approaches, two phases to integrated services. The first was work around administrative integration, and then that fed into an integrated approach around programs and services. From 2013 to 2015, the focus was on establishing a planning process to align with changes in state and federal healthcare policy, alignment with the upcoming organized delivery system waiver for drug Medi-Cal services, and planning for service capacity expansion. 2015, the Mental Health Department and the Department of Alcohol and Drug Services began a merger into what is now called the Behavioral Health Services Department, and that was finalized in 2017. Our current efforts are focused on program and service integration. Next slide, please. The goals of an integrated system of care are really what's guiding our work now and into the future. And integration is a process that evolves over time from developing separate systems providing care that's not necessarily coordinated to parallel systems that may operate independently but nevertheless maintain some degree of separation, to truly integrated models based on concurrent treatment approaches based on best practice and evidence-based practice models. Next slide, please. On this slide is a model called a four-quadrant model. It's often used to describe the different approaches to working with individuals who have co-occurring disorders, so both mental health and substance use disorders, based on the severity of their illness in each of those areas. Mental health conditions and substance use disorders operate along a continuum, and these four quadrants describe the different approaches that we in the County of Santa Clara are taking in terms of addressing the treatment needs of those different populations. Quadrant one being individuals with a less severe mental health disorder, and also a less severe substance use disorder, so more on the mild end of the spectrum, up to quadrant four, which are individuals who have a severe mental illness and severe substance use disorders, which are priority populations. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the progress that we've made in staff and organizational development as part of this integration process. We've completed the consolidation of administrative and operational staff, as well as an establishment of a process to support joint team meetings to support care for both mental health and substance use issues. Still in process on the staffing and organizational development piece, our continued training and implementation of best practice models, both within county-delivered services as well as with our contracted providers. Next slide, please. We have a number of ongoing service delivery goals, which include continued work in developing integrated and well-coordinated multidisciplinary teams, training staff to work with increasingly complex caseloads, and training in co-occurring disorder treatment. There are a number of evidence-based practice models out there that we hope to bring into the county and establish as our basis for treatment services in this area. Next slide, please. And finally, in terms of ongoing initiatives in an integrated framework in the policy development and strategic planning areas, we continue to work on the development of key performance metrics, and I hope to share some of those with you at our April report out. Continued development in our partnerships in the community and with our stakeholders, expanding our system of care, and looking specifically at strategies that will be effective in reducing the barriers to seeking care, which is is a significant issue in having our residents access effective and efficient services in the community. With that, I'll turn it over to Keith.
Thanks, Eric. President Ellenberg, I'll just quickly cover slide 25, which is our treatment beds and facilities. 3 updates. First, we've made a little progress on our temporary housing, Community Solutions, which is one of our organizations that provides intensive outpatient services. They've leased 2 properties, and starting the February 15th, they'll be able to provide temporary housing for up to 30 individuals per night at those facilities. Second is this week we'll be releasing a request for a statement of qualifications identifying providers of acute care, subacute care, and residential treatment beds. This allows the Behavioral Health Department, the county, to continuously solicit, identify, and contract for additional beds at those levels of care. And then finally, last week, we executed an agreement with the RAND Corporation. The RAND Corporation previously conducted a study for the state in which they identified the number of treatment beds at different levels of care that are available in each region and sort of how many beds are needed by region. They'll be doing a similar study for us at the sort of county level. That report will be finished sometime towards the end of April. We'll be using that information to update or refine our analysis of how many treatment beds we need at different levels of care, and we'll use that information to update the board in May. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That completes the reports, correct? Thank you very much. So let's go to public comment. Do we have speakers in the chamber?
Yes, I have 2 in the chamber and 3 virtually.
Great. So noting again to folks that are on the Zoom, if you want to speak on this item, please sign up now. We will close that queue when the two speakers in chamber have finished.
Our first speaker will be Paul Soto, followed by Lorraine Zeller.
Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. The citizens in the tents or on the streets are experiencing an exacerbation of both mental health and addiction disorders due to lack of access to care. Over time, a person that would have been amenable to services now does not have the capacity to do so. County's response to this downward cycle is to criminalize those symptoms under the auspices of being compassionate. This is what has happened. Over time, the fact that this county has never invested into detox beds, let me give you some stats. 1.8 million of the population of Santa Clara County. Right now, today, we only have 18 detox beds. That's it. That is 1 bed for every 180,000 citizens. Another fact, we only have 8 for women. Why is that? Why do we only have 8 detox beds for women, and women comprise 50% of the population? These are disgusting facts. I'm not going to sit here comfortably with that. I mean, it pains me to sit and look at your faces and just this blank stare. Next item. Yeah, what else are we going to talk about? And I'm walking on the streets, I ride my bike, I'm experiencing these citizens suffering. I hear the crying, I see the screaming. They don't scare me though. I'm not afraid of them, I'm afraid of you. Because you are the ones that have created these deficits. That's what scares me, is the county. The county's apathetic and indifferent response to the suffering that's happening to my fellow citizens. Citizens that I care about, citizens that I loan money to, that I don't have money. I don't have money to be lending. If somebody's hungry on the street, I'll use my EBT card to go and buy them something to eat. That's what I do for the citizens of this city. So I'm sick and tired of the apathy and the indifference of creating these policies that have no impact on the citizens of this city that are suffering.
Next is Lorraine Zeller.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I have to say that I'm tired. Trying to improve the conditions, the living conditions in licensed board and care and independent living since 2011. And Now, we have an independent living association whereby operators are supposed to agree to meet 8 quality standards, but we only have 3 member homes right now. And that was launched in April 1st, 22. It's slow, and so we need other ways. And one way to prevent involuntary and LPS conservatorships is to ensure that clients residing in both licensed board and care and unregulated independent livings are free from unsafe and unsanitary and too often abusive conditions. Clients referred or placed, especially in independent livings, are known to return to the streets rather than endure these conditions. Without oversight of these places, clients wind up in crisis, in the hospital, or involved in the criminal justice system. Their mental health deteriorates to the point that they are subject to extreme measures such as conservatorships and long-term psychiatric hospitalization. They, just as all human beings, deserve dignity and respect. I ask the Board of Supervisors and administration to support bringing partners together, such as code enforcement, behavioral health providers, fire and police responders, and others who can use their combined expertise to collaborate on ensuring decent living conditions for behavioral health clients, which will save both county resources and human lives. Thank you.
We'll move to virtual speakers. We have 3 hands raised.
Excellent, thank you.
Our first speaker is Blair Beekman. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Boy, this item really helps me better understand clearly what you guys are working on and going through and working towards. Thank you. Dr. Jeff Smith has said in the past, he's given a few basic requirements of what he considers as what should be considered as how to judge if a person is sick or not. It was a simple list. Is a person a harm to himself or others? Can they take care of themselves? It was brought up today, one's own ability to take care of themselves. It seems a real judgmental matter that I personally worry about, that I'm going to be nailed upon at some time in the future. My standard of taking care of myself may not be acceptable to some, but it is to myself. And that's an important concept that can grow a little fuzzy, that it sounds like you guys are trying to have sympathy for and work towards. The board today very clearly explained, the staff, Murphy's Law ideas are a bit strong, it seems like. And it sounds like you guys are going to be focusing on the 6-month and year conservatorship ideas and concepts like that. But even in that space, we just have to be really cautious in how we move forward with these things. Paul Soto has been put in jail again when he didn't have to be, because we didn't know how to better talk about his situation. And I hate for that to be happening to people just because we don't better know how to deal with their situation. I think personal freedom has to be really important in these matters, and it's not just locking them up. I think Paul's working out something nice. I'm trying to work out something nice. It's the help of yourselves and a sense of camaraderie for this process that is allowing that to happen, that we should be working for with everyone. Good luck in those good efforts.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Ho. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Ho. I'm an addiction medicine physician practicing here in Santa Clara County. I applaud the Board of Supervisors for declaring a mental health and substance use public health emergency in this critical time. But since we've had this foresight to call this public health emergency, I want to implore the county to take the opportunity in this time, with the opportunity afforded by our opiate settlement funds, to consider a radical transformation of how we support people with substance use disorders in our county. I think a large increase in direct services, both for residential, outpatient, and withdrawal management, would be indicated at this important time, given our escalating fentanyl crisis that we're seeing. And it's only a matter of time before the sedative xylazine becomes a household name. It's a significant cause of death in the East Coast, and it's making its way west, just like fentanyl has. And if this is indeed a time of public health crisis, it's imperative of us to respond with all hands on deck, not only with the Behavioral Health Department and Substance Use Treatment Services, but with the larger health and hospital system, so all hands on deck. And this is really now the time to transform our delivery system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rachel Sussman. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, this is Dr. Rachel Sussman. I'm also an addiction medicine. Hi, this is Dr. Rachel Sussman, also an addiction medicine and family medicine physician, both within the county system and outside. Like Dr. Ho, I just wanted to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors for declaring the substance use crisis that we know is upon us. And I wanted to reflect a little bit on the data that was provided in the report about medical detox and medication-assisted treatment numbers through behavioral health services. I really think that at this moment, the numbers that are reflected in that report represent a pretty profound under-treatment of the need we see in our county. And I think we need to think about this as a moment of opportunity, not for incremental change, but for really a change in the order of magnitude of our ability to offer services to our community. When we look at comparable communities, whether it's the state of Colorado, who recently provided funding across all ASAM levels of care, or local counties, we're really providing medication-assisted treatment and medical detox to far fewer of our community members who are in need of treatment for substance use disorder. I think we need to think about a radically different model of how we provide substance use treatment care beyond just integrating with mental health, thinking about treating addiction as the chronic disease, chronic medical disease, which can be treated with medical treatments that it is, and think about medical settings as well as mental health settings for providing that care. Many times that is something that patients as well as communities at large prefer. And I think that could make us able to provide care to far larger numbers of patients than we currently are. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. First of all, I want to thank Greta Key and the staff for preparing this very informative report about the conservatorship system and also how they incorporate with our behavioral health work and the substance abuse. So first of all, thanks so much for the very educational report. The section on involuntary hold, treatment, conservatorship are very helpful, but certainly I would like to ask also to see if there's any recommendation for next steps moving forward. So first of all, a few questions. It sounds to me that the conservatives of both Murphy and LPS in Santa Clara County is actually all housed together at BAP. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Right. So you mentioned there are 35 LPS and 6 Murphys there, and a couple are in the main hospital, Murphys. Since the two are so different, one's supposed to be least restrictive, right, to provide them as much freedom in that sense as possible, while Murphy is exactly the kind of the opposite. Is it really a recommended practice to put them together, or is there any reason why we can separate them because we have lack of facilities?
Although the BAP has a mix of people on Murphy's and LPS conservatorships, we do place people on LPS in other facilities in the community and also out of county. We are competing for those beds with other counties as well, which is part of the focus of the work that we'll be doing with RAND to help us make a determination how many additional beds that we could develop within the county to meet the growing need of folks, not only with LPS conservatorships, but also on a Murphy.
And I would just add, I think the Murphy conservatorships present a really specific and unique challenge, which I think is really what you're getting at, Supervisor Lee, and that is where the sudden influx of probably our hardest to place conservatees to the system just created really significant challenges for us and for other counties statewide. That in combination, that kind of sudden influx in combination with the state's long-standing but much more significant inability to take patients at the state hospital, which is a facility that's been long overdue for significant capacity expansion, has just created a pretty intractable challenge because as was called out in the presentation, a lot of the subacute facilities, they're just not set up to treat that specific patient population, and it's a patient population that deserves good care. And so there's just really significant challenges for us and for other counties statewide in finding appropriate placements for Murphy conservatees, especially because there's suddenly far more who need placement.
Right. As you mentioned, the subacute care, we are talking about the opening of the 650 South Bascom in a couple of months, if we get to open on time, hopefully. And that should help to alleviate the BAP situation, allow more referrals. Is that correct?
The focus of that new facility is to take a higher acuity level patient, particularly folks from the BAP. So they'll be prioritized first, actually, for these additional beds. And the agreement that we're finalizing this week on Thursday for that contract has sufficient funding to support a staffing pattern to meet a higher acuity patient as well. So yes, we anticipate it will provide some relief to the BAP. However, with the growing community demand, it's highly likely that new folks will come into the BAP and will be equally challenged in finding placements for them as well.
Right. I would assume that BAP would always be full, because it's been full basically for years. Am I correct?
Yes, I think that's a fair assumption. But part of the focus with our work with RAND is to develop a broader continuum with new levels of care that we might not have available to us right now to allow people to move throughout the system more smoothly and have a placement that more closely matches their actual needs, recognizing that people do recover and that providing good services allows people to step down to lower levels of care that will then free up a bed for a higher acuity patient.
Right. And the other questions I have is regarding community solutions. That's going to be coming soon with the 30 beds for temporary, but intensive outpatient. Does it mean that the folks do not stay there overnight? What do you mean by outpatient in that sense?
When we refer to intensive outpatient programs, we mean that's the sort of mode of service for which they're receiving their treatment. So they go to a clinic, they receive case management services in their home. The housing facility is a place where they would live temporarily, perhaps a long time, months or year, but their intention is to move them somewhere else permanently to find a permanent home.
So they will have overnight stay for weeks or maybe months, but eventually become outpatient. So in the meantime, they could be inpatient for those 30 beds. That's the purpose, right?
Right.
Okay, great, thank you. On the issue of temporary conservatorship, my understanding is that they would lose the conservatorship when they go to jail. And then upon leaving the jail, the process basically if we completely restart it and causing the loss of conservatorship progress or treatment before the individual goes to jail. Is that my understanding correct?
So I can speak to this one.
Please.
So there's a new process in the jail under Penal Code 2603 to provide involuntary medication to people who are in the jail. Ever since that came online, the old system was that we would have conservatorships for people in jail, the primary purpose of which was getting them involuntary medication. Once the Penal Code 2603 came into effect, there was really no role for conservators. There was no role for conservatorships for people in jail, since the main points of the conservatorship are placement and medication. And so at that point, the public guardians started terminating some of the conservatorships for people who would be in jail for a long time and under the 2603 process. Now, the public guardian does go through a process of trying to figure out how long the jail stay would be. So, for example, we have people already on conservatorships who maybe assault someone in whatever facility they happen to be in, and wind up in jail for just a short time while the kind of criminal charges could be addressed Sometimes, for example, they're able to have the charges dropped just because they're already on conservatorship, they're already in a locked facility, and that kind of thing. In those cases, the public guardian would not terminate the conservatorship. They would keep the conservatorship active the entire time. For individuals who are not on conservatorship but are getting involuntary medication through Penal Code 2603, we are working on a new system where there could be referrals directly from the treatment team in the jail to the public guardian to start a conservatorship once the person's released from the jail. The system in place now, usually those people would be released to EPS, Emergency Psychiatric Services, to get an evaluation there, and there can be a referral there once the doctors at EPS have examined them if they make the determination that the person's gravely disabled. So essentially for people in the jail, the conservatorship's not appropriate. We're working on ways to catch people who come out of jail who are gravely disabled and would benefit from a conservatorship as well.
With this new system of 2603, do you see that there's a need to change the state law in order to allow these conservative having continuity of the services to be provided?
From my perspective, I think the state law has been working well. The 2603 process, I know there's hearings every week in the civil court, the same judge that I'm in front of on the LPS matters. It seems to be working reasonably smoothly. I don't know that there needs to be a legal change. We just have to make sure that our processes are as good as they could be in terms of integrating the LPS Act with the 2603 processes.
Okay. In terms of the federal, I believe there's this thing, an IMD exclusion policy. Whether this play a role in this discussion, and whether the county advocate for updating and improving this type of policy?
The federal IMD policy actually started back in 1965 when the federal Medicaid and Medicare programs were first started. And it essentially excludes any federal participation in a freestanding psychiatric facility that's over 16 beds. Mm-hmm. A few years back, the federal government allowed states to apply for a waiver around this IMD exclusion, and California is strongly considering applying for that waiver and working with counties to define the parameters around what will be expected of us if we are a participant in that waiver program. The waiver will allow us to receive, or we're anticipating it'll allow us to receive federal funds to support stays in facilities like a locked care facility for a certain period of time, with a commitment to have services available in the community to support that individual so that they don't remain there on a long-term basis. So I think we're very interested in participating in that. From what we've seen, the requirements outlined by the state, we have many of the programs and services already available here in Santa Clara County that will make us a successful county in participating in this project. And it will also reduce our financial burden moving forward because we're having to pay for stays in these facilities with local funds. We're not able to leverage any federal matching funds. So it's something I'm personally looking forward to working on and working with the state and ensuring is successful here in the county.
And when and how likely do you think this waiver will be granted?
I don't have any specifics on the timeline yet, but we're anticipating some guidance to come out within the next 6 or 12 months.
Good. Well, I certainly would like to ask the administration the next report to the board in April to provide some next steps specifically for this issue of involuntary holds, treatments, and conservatorships. And the idea I'm thinking about is whether or not there's any change of our state law in California to improve the current system. And the second is really how do we speed up build out the infrastructure for the new facilities and add bed capacity to our overall system of care right here in the county. I think those are the key things that we really need to be able to work on in order to clearly make this really addressing as a crisis for Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you, and I want to also thank the staff. I wanted to start by asking if, and I'm not sure who can answer this question, but if somebody could respond to Lorraine Zeller about the issue around the licensed beds and making sure that licensed and unlicensed beds are being properly, have some proper oversight. And I recognize that a bunch of this is state responsibility, but given that they're not being responsible, I'm wondering where we are in our process of addressing that issue.
Thank you, Supervisor. I can meet with Lorraine and the Independent Living Association to talk about how we can further support their goals and initiatives.
But for some reason, I thought we were already, I feel like this goes in the category of a referral that happened a while ago. Were we not already working on both quantifying how many beds were available, looking at opportunities to protect them, in part because we were worried about them not being available anymore, being sold and lost and the like?
Yes, there were referrals or one or more referrals, and they sort of had several components. One was sort of looking at how to preserve or expand licensed adult residential facilities. And so some of the things we're doing around that are the community care expansion and preservation program. Then the second was around sort of what we call unlicensed facilities or board and care homes, and the Independent Living Empowerment Project is a project that's, I believe, funded by Mental Health Services Act Innovation funds, and it sort of has a sort of a grassroots model. I've met with Lorraine and her team once, and happy to sort of meet with them again to sort of incorporate them to the sort of temporary housing effort.
So, colleagues, on this front, I think this is receive a monthly report, so someone will tell me whether or not we can add this as part of just quantifying this. I think that the issue that is being raised is how do we take the resources that are already available to us, code enforcement, I think that's right, fire, police, the team, to better understand how to maintain these facilities. And frankly, when these facilities are in trouble, I think that will lead into some of the other action that the board has requested in terms of the preservation of housing and getting the right provider to cover these. Because I think, both as we think about homelessness and mental health issues and just how easy it is for people living on the street to further decompensate, and how many people that are placed in these facilities that, if they don't feel at home or safe or any of those other things, go right back to the streets, that I think this goes in the category of that which is both prevention and already in our wheelhouse as we're looking at permanent supportive housing and not having more people that we've got to try to figure out how to house further down the system. So I think that would be very important to have a meeting. And I do think it's about looking at the resources we already have and how to direct them to these properties. And so I realize that there's a very long list of what's getting reported out on, so I don't want to add confusion, but I think for this particular issue, it already is tied to actions that I thought the board was taking relative to both the preservation of facilities and frankly quantifying them and making them livable. So I would love it if you would sit down and have a conversation with Lorraine, and at some point that gets reported back as part of the referrals that have already been made to the board. Does that make sense to everybody?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so then here, the other couple of issues, and I apologize, I'm going to jump around. The topics are different and similar in some ways, which I know is the world in which you live in. So let me start by talking about conservation and how we support folks with high needs in our community. One also directive that I think the board gave a number of years ago was really focused on making sure that our nonprofit partners had the resources to engage high-need folks who were living on the street, to get them to agree voluntarily to accept services. And this was done a number of years ago, right around the time, actually early on, when we were having a discussion here about whether or not we were going to adopt Laura's Law. So this was in like 18-19 timeframe. And at that time, the board directed the staff to work with our nonprofits who made a case to us that if given the proper resources, they would be able to more actively engage high-need people on the street that may not, maybe just below what the conservatorship, gravely disabled would allow for somebody to be conserved. What I have yet to see, and I've requested this a couple of times, so I'm going to make this a motion, is what contracts did we enhance? Which nonprofits are providing the services? Where are the services being provided? And what level of success are they at today? I don't need that today because I know, but I'm asking that again, when we come back in April, that be a report that's attached. And if we have not made those changes to contracts, I just want to know that because I've requested this information and I haven't gotten it. So I'm requesting it again. I'm going to also include that as part of the motion so that we can get that information back to us in April. So back to the...
Let's get a second, if you don't mind.
Oh,
on
yes,
the motion.
thank you.
Yeah, happy to second. I do have a few things to add to the motion, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then I am really curious, this goes back to the issue of conservatorship, so I'm very interested in our two experts here. You made an interesting point, both of you, that when a judge is considering conservatorship, and I'm presuming you were speaking about maybe judges and medical personnel, one or both of you made the point that the condition of need that the person has to be demonstrated in that moment to the deciding person. And I presume that means either a medical doctor or a judge. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate, because there's due process protections at every stage of the holds and then the conservatorship. The medical provider, when they either fill out a petition for conservatorship or they fill out the 5250 form and hold, they have to give a justification as to why the person meets the criteria in that moment. And they also are well aware of the due process protections and what that will mean in the next day, sometimes the same day, when that person goes in front of a judge. And so they're factoring in those kinds of legal questions when they're examining the patients.
And
I would just add it could also be a jury in some cases.
Oh, got it. So
And
a
that's
judge, a
important
jury,
because-
and a medical doctor. Thank you. And then on that same point, from talking to some of our mental health advocates, one thing that it has prompted a question in my mind is when somebody is in front of a judge versus a medical professional, how does a judge discern that which is a mental health issue versus a disability versus an addiction issue? And I'm asking that because I know some characteristics of somebody who is on methamphetamines can come across as a mental health issue. So how would a judge discern that?
So it's a very good question, and it can be very difficult. The best tool that we have in front of either a judge or a jury is to call a qualified expert and have that expert testify at length. Sometimes they will get into substance abuse issues. The LPS Act is intended to address really the mental health issues, so the mental disorders in the DSM-5. And so typically that's our focus, and typically it's in situations where people have a serious mental health issue that is causing them to have a lack of insight into that issue. And so typically it's with schizophrenia. And so an expert will testify that those are the underlying issues as apart from any substance abuse issues. Usually substance abuse issues will make the symptoms of something like schizophrenia worse, and so it can come into that as an indication that the person would not voluntarily accept treatment, would not be able to voluntarily accept treatment without a conservatorship. But either a judge or a jury, once it gets to the point of litigation, will primarily rely on that expert guiding them through what's causing the grave disability, whether it's the symptoms of the mental illness or it wouldn't be some other factor. We wouldn't get to that point with that other factor, but it's the expert testimony that can ground either the judge or the jury.
So in instances where a person has a mental health issue that then using drugs makes it worse, exacerbates that situation, that may put that person at the point that they're being interviewed as gravely disabled. When the person is no longer under the influence, then that person, even if their addiction puts them into that situation pretty consistently, they are still considered, they would not be considered for a conservatorship because they are primarily drug addicted and their mental health situation is exacerbated under their addiction, but it's not a consistent, because sometimes they're not using.
Yeah, you're pointing to a problem that counties across the state are running into with the grave disability criteria. I think that was the reason that San Francisco, San Diego, and Los Angeles entered into that pilot project around substance use and grave disability, where the criteria is changed to be someone coming into the hospital for emergency services a certain number of times because of both of those issues. Because, like you're pointing to, once the person is stabilized in an acute inpatient setting, they don't have access to drugs, they may not still be manifesting the symptoms of grave disability. And if the person's willing to engage in treatment, even if willing in that moment to be connected to services and say that they will follow up, then the person, can be treated in a more appropriate and lower level of care.
And I do want to ask about the pilot program, but I'm also curious about the how it appears to me that one of the other implications of somebody continually using certain kinds of drugs is that eventually it starts to impair judgment and cause other disabilities that may be considered more disability than mental health. And so just to better understand this is that if somebody, for example, based on their addictive behavior, continues to be at risk, do risky things, harm themselves. I'll give you an example. Somebody who's addicted to drugs and alcohol, who drinks to excess, injures themselves, harms their head multiple times. They now have a traumatic brain injury. That traumatic brain injury, even their harm to themselves, is not considered disabling if they can go get food and identify a few services in the community. The way you describe that, that's what that sounds like to me.
Yes. So conservatorships are geared towards the mental health disorders that are in the DSM-5, as I mentioned. So a physical brain injury alone wouldn't qualify. The type of drug abuse symptoms that you're describing may not qualify as well. If there was an accompanying mental health diagnosis that went along with, for example, a traumatic brain injury that caused someone to have some other diagnosis that would qualify under the LPS Act, then it's possible they would qualify for conservatorship. But the intent of the LPS Act, the reasons for conservatorship are to catch those people who just wouldn't get mental health treatment on their own and would be so disabled that they wouldn't be able to get food, clothing, and shelter on their own.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I understand the point you're raising. I think all of us who live in this community, who see folks in need on the street, and I have seen us let people out of our healthcare institutions where, and I'm not a medical professional, where I really don't think eating out of a garbage can or wearing what they're wearing or not bathing and not having the ability to regularly take medication, even if they want to me feels like there's a big hole in the system that people are just falling through. So anyway, I'll reserve the other kinds of questions when I can talk to you all again one-on-one. Just one last issue area that I want to raise with my colleagues is that as it relates to the RAND Corporation assessment, I'm very, very excited this is happening. I think, and I also think, I just want to really reinforce that I do believe we have trends in need that we do not have appropriate placement for. So making sure that RAND has opportunities to talk to lots of folks, because I think that is the right, I think that's the most exciting thing I've heard come out of the behavioral health reports, maybe in the last year. I think it's so important. The two requests that I have, one is that we don't, I don't want to see a presentation that is additive without being inclusive of what we're already providing, what the wait times are for that service provision, and how many people that we're able to provide services to. Then to be able to see what RAND is adding in terms of service gaps makes sense. But one of the challenges, at least for me, is that when we get reports in pieces, I have to go back and put the report back together. My office does ourselves, because we're it's almost like it's looking at slices instead of the continuum of services. And if we're intending to look at the continuum, the current contracts we have, the current beds available, what they're available for, how many people can access them, how long are people waiting for services, detox, medical detox, social detox, all of it, then we're only looking at a fraction of the system. And I know it's frustrating to you, because that's when you get referrals, because we can't see the whole picture, the public can't see the whole picture, and it's unclear what we're investing in. So that would also be something I would like to include in the final motion. Thank you very, very much. This was very informative.
Supervisor Lee, you wanted to add to the motion?
Yeah, I just would like to add some friendly amendments to the maker, if you would entertain. I've already spoke at that earlier regarding what to come back on April about the involuntary holds, treatment, and conservatorship. A few other ideas I just wanted to clarify. One is, of course, talking about suggested changes in the state laws to improve our current system. Second is steps to speed up how we could add bed capacity to our overall system of care in the near term, such as conversion of hospital beds or finding other mental health contract providers. And upon completion of the RAND report, the building of infrastructure of new facilities in the long term, and that certainly includes issuing of general obligation bonds if necessary. And third is reporting back, I think you might have already talked about, the oversight efforts, including code enforcement of the licensed and non-licensed board and care facility efforts we have right now in the county. And last is the status of requesting the IMD exclusion waivers. Is that acceptable?
One of them I got confused on, but I'll read them back to you. I almost said Supervisor Smithian. I mean, Smith. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Joe.
Dr. Smith?
Joe. I was going to comment on Supervisor Lee's comments. As was pointed out, the IMD exclusion relates to freestanding IMDs. One of the solutions that we've been talking about before, which I'll bring up again, is the possibility of creating inpatient beds, which technically would not be IMD, but would be a level of service that could be equivalent to or better than IMD.
It's better.
But it would require some bed space in one of our hospitals or some other place, so that you don't really have to abide by that 16-bed limit if it's inpatient. Correct. And then the other thing that I really want to emphasize what you said is that it's been clear over the years that the board is really unhappy with the limitations of the LPS law. And I should emphasize that there are a lot of people that are unhappy with it. And there have been lots of attempts to try to change it, which for the most part have failed. I mean, as was pointed out by Megan, some have succeeded, some not. But I do think that that level of government is where the board should really focus its attention vigorously and at CSAC to try to get the LPS law modified to deal with the current reality. It was a great law when it was created to get people out of, state hospitals, but there's a lot of things that it does that are difficult. And that's the two things I wanted to comment. I'm just reemphasizing what you said.
Yes, I think what you said also is basically also could be incorporated in what's bringing back as an some of the suggestion, like you say, conversion of the hospital beds that you mentioned. I think those would be great ideas. Should come back in the report. That would be great. Thank you very much, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm just writing them out.
All right, Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. Wanted to start off by just thanking the staff for this really helpful presentation. Allows us to understand how conservatorships just don't happen, really, right? And the fact that most of the folks who are stuck in the system cycle in and cycle out. And I was really surprised to see that there was only 59 out of the 206 temporary conservatees that led to 1 year conservatorship. And, one of my questions is what happens after that 1 year? Because I'm sure that this repeats itself is what I'm potentially going to hear from you. And then the other piece is the 206 temporary conservatees that were terminated for the number of reasons that you all stated. Where did they go? If we could have a breakdown of what that looks like. Some of them, you said, were AWOL, death or out of the Santa Clara County jurisdiction. And so I'm just wondering if we can get a bit of a breakdown so we can get an idea of what that looks like. And one of the reasons I've asked that question is when I was taking a tour at the VMC campus, one of the nurses had mentioned, and hopefully I capture this correctly, was that the emergency psychiatric services is very unique and overloaded, obviously. And the counties nearby, municipalities nearby that don't have this capacity rely on VMC. And we're receiving residents that don't have the capacity. And one, I wanted to know if that's true. And then second, we're receiving residents that don't have necessarily the capacity to get back home, if you will. I mean, we can just barely support the folks that are here, not because we don't want to, simply because there's not enough beds or there's not enough either conservatorship that leads, temporary conservatorship that leads to a 1 year conservatorship. So could you help me untangle that?
Sure. So I can speak to the first part, kind of the stats of the temporary conservatorships that get converted to 1 year term conservatorships. So just to be clear, so that's only 1 year of statistics. So these are kind of, for the most part, people being appointed on the 1 year term conservatorships for the first time. Sometimes we have people that come back and they get reappointed and that kind of thing, but for the most part, it's early in the process. It doesn't capture the whole universe of conservatorships that the public guardian has. So, we have several hundred individuals on permanent conservatorships at any given time, the 1 year term conservatorships. So after that initial appointment, when it moves from a temporary conservatorship to a 1 year conservatorship, after the 1 year is up, often the public guardian will seek reappointment year after year after year. So we have people who have been on the term conservatorships since the 80s at the outside, and it's just a place where they've stabilized, they're at their baseline, but their baseline is still gravely disabled. And some of those people that we have on conservatorships year after year after year actually request a jury trial every year. So some of them I have, 5 or 6 times I've handled a jury trial for them where we go over the same things, but that's their right under the LPS Act to make sure their civil rights are protected. They can request it year after year after year. So I just want to make sure that that kind of 1 year of conversion statistics are in the context of kind of every conservatorship that the public guardian handles. And then we could get an exact breakdown of the numbers, but the vast majority of the ones that don't become one-year term conservatorships are where people stabilize after a bit of treatment, first on the holds, then on the temporary conservatorships. And we actually get a letter from their treating doctor saying this person no longer meets criteria, the conservatorship should be dismissed. And so at that point, the public guardian will not seek the one-year term conservatorship, will not go for the longer term. In terms of, I think the rest of your question, I'll hand it off to someone else.
I think Supervisor Arenas, on the out-of-county patients, I'll have to ask Santa Clara Valley Medical Center Acute Psychiatric Services Department for more information. I do know that most of our large neighboring counties have their own emergency psychiatric services system. Some of the farther away, smaller counties like San Benito County do have a significant lack of resources, and some of those patients come into our system, but I'm not sure to what extent. We'd have to get back to you on that.
And if I could just add to that too, sometimes I'll have to speak to my counterpart county councils in other counties and say, we've got this person who I think is a resident of your county, so you need to take it on. And sometimes we get those calls and vice versa. So we do try to keep it, if your residence is in Santa Clara County, that's who the public guardian's going to take on.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. This, like I said, this was just an observation that some of the staff had made and relayed to me, but it would be interesting to know who we are serving. Earlier, I had mentioned about St. Louis Hospital and how they have to take on some of the Kaiser patients when they're dealing with a psychiatric issue, and they're not stabilized because they don't have the capacity to take on any of these types of patients. And so St. Louis has to take them on, stabilize them, and then refer them back into Kaiser. And so, it's burdensome on a very small hospital that a lot of folks, just have an over-reliance on because they may not, for whatever reasons, may just use the ER as an opportunity to get healthier, to address some of their health crises. So anyways, that would be really interesting, and we'll follow up with you offline on that one. I had worked for drug court, within drug court, not for drug court, but I was working as first 5 employee, but assigned to drug court and family wellnesses. This is with Judge Yu, when this was a pilot program 15 years ago, because I was pregnant, and my son's now 14, and so one of the reasons why Judge Yu will be swearing me in next week, you're all invited. And during that time, there was a huge shift that was happening in the system, and that was that paraprofessionals, substance abuse counselors, paraprofessional counselors, were getting shifted out of the system, if you will, and there was a shift towards having mental health therapists take on that substance abuse role. You're looking at me with questioning eyes, and so this is part of this integrated health, behavioral health path that now I see, having a mental health provider and a substance abuse counselor be one and the same. And I see that there's a whole plan designated for it. Am I incorrect in thinking that this got triggered almost 14 years ago? This integration of behavioral health between substance abuse counselors and mental health providers?
I think it's been pretty common practice to have those systems be very separate. And even today, with all of our efforts, the funding streams for substance use services are very separate from funding for mental health services. And part of the objectives with the CalAIM project that the state has underway right now is to look at ways to braid and blend that funding so that there isn't going to be that distinction, because very often funding determines how you set up your service systems. And right now it's very siloed because of the funding. And we've done a lot of work here in Santa Clara in terms of integrating the administration, the support around services, the staffing, the training. But the last big piece is really looking for support from the state to address those funding issues so that we can have a truly integrated model.
Will you be reporting on that soon enough, and what steps, if lobbying is happening, legislative lobbying is happening, or what?
It's actually part of the CalAIM project, and we're going to a very new rate structure starting this summer. And then following that, I expect to see some guidance coming out from the state in terms of how they're going to be addressing this braided funding issue between substance use services and mental health services.
That is really great to hear. And I'm just going to take my experience from serving. I provided anticipatory guidance on childhood development within the hearings of the Family Wellness Court. And it was very separate from any substance abuse or mental health content. But I got to witness, I was there for all the hearings, and so I got to really witness how a parent can't get their children back if they can't get a spot on House on the Hill, if they can't get an inpatient facility, one also that affords them the ability to have their children when they're actually ready, right? Because all these things have to work. They have to be ready. They have to be ready to go into inpatient care or detox. And it's so, it could really delay the reunification of families. And so I'm wondering what the impact has been on families and that reunification. And I'm not saying we, answer now, but at some point or another, I know next we're really going to be talking about, I think in April, more about metrics. But I would really love to see how the system is working for our children and our families, especially under reunification. So there's just one, just on the side, if you will, that I'd like to learn more about. And if we want to take this offline, I'm happy to meet with you all. So my question was leading also to Laura's Law and how that has been developed so far. No, it's only been about a year or a year and a half. And so what has been the update for that? Because the majority of the folks are not under Murphy's conservatorship or
again, I'm new to the county, so I'm still learning about the various programs here. But my understanding with Laura's Law and our assisted outpatient treatment program is that it did start less than a year ago at this point. We started off anticipating 50 treatment slots for people who were both referred and found to meet the criteria for that assisted outpatient treatment program. Those slots filled up and were full, and we recently did an amendment of that contract to add another 50 slots, is my understanding. So we've doubled the capacity, and I don't believe those are full yet. And I think that capacity expansion started actually in January, but we can provide some additional information on that.
Great, that would be wonderful. And one of the reasons I thought about that is that I met with the mayor of Gilroy, and she had mentioned the lack of, I think it was inpatient care for her residents in South County. And so I'm hoping to learn more about what's actually available for our South County folks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ennis,
Who's talking?
last month we provided a brief update on AOT. I'll make sure you sort of get that information, and then we'll ask Behavioral Health Department to follow up to see if there's additional information that you need.
Great, thank you. Was it specific to South County as well?
This one is
might have missed that.
Yeah, this one is just AOT in general, but maybe we can sort of ask them to focus in on AOT as part of the follow-up.
That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful.
If-
I just had the chief, the CAL FIRE chief, share with me an overdose incident that happened of 4 folks, 3 of which died, and there was a fentanyl overdose. And, you know, this is obviously not something new to our nation or to this county, but it's, with that many deaths happening in a small cluster, it really raises the eyebrows. And so I'm hoping to figure out what resources are out there for our South County folks.
Supervisor Arenas, do you mind if I just interrupt for a moment to do a time check with everybody and a question
If you
about
would
the
let
agenda?
me finish, I would just wrap it up. I'm done. I'm almost done.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. So I think that those are the questions that I had, and I just want to do a really quick check to see. The last one is the youth that are involved in the conservatorship. If we could, when we break down, and I asked you a little bit of that breakdown of where these other folks go, I would like to see the breakdown of the youth involved in either the 1-year conservatorship or the 206 temporary conservatees. So if we could just follow up offline, that would be great. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got, I think let's clean up this item. Let's take a vote. We do have a motion and a second on the table, and then I'll make some comments about where we might go with the remainder of the agenda.
Got it. That's
Any
your time
objection
check?
from anyone?
Okay. Can I read into the record the?
Please do.
Yeah, just so we can all be on the same page. Okay, so for this item, this is for item 16, and the motion and the second includes getting a status update of the IMD waiver, getting an analysis from staff on the LPS law recommendations to state policy that the board should consider, and I would just request that includes options, that we get a formal report out of the pilot project happening through Scott Wiener's bill that may influence the other item, an update on the contract for hard-to-serve members of our community to get them into voluntary compliance. It includes the nonprofits, the locations they're targeting, or the populations they're targeting, the successes and failures, and the length of time that they've been doing that work. That we have in coordination with the Independent Living Association, a report back as part of the referral on strategies to improve the safety, oversight, and support through resources that exist already, including code enforcement and public safety. Next, steps to increase short-term and long-term beds. I'm presuming that was as part of the RAND study. And the option that Dr. Smith discussed to IMD facilities being presented at a future meeting, that the RAND report returned will also be inclusive of all current services, including the type of service, the clients that are served, wait time, numbers that are served, or ability to serve over a year's time, along with all new services to respond to specific needs carved out. And that was with all of your input. Did I forget anything?
Otto was Supervisor Lee was the second.
Yes, I was the second, correct.
But I got everything?
I think you did.
Okay.
I do want to mention, on terms of the long term, I think we need to mention the word of infrastructure of new facilities in the long term, and that includes issuance of general obligation bonds.
Yes, and I think that's inclusive in the RAND study currently. Is that accurate?
The RAND report is going to look at bed needs. And when we talk about what we think we should do with that updated assessment of the need, one of the options, of course, is building our own facilities, which would include how we would finance those.
Right.
Other options will include how
Okay.
we
So it is
source that
included in that.
capacity. But the RAND report will be really focused on not how we would finance it, but more
Got
what would
it.
the need be.
So then it is a separate item for steps to increase short and long-term capacity of beds that would include facilities and funding mechanisms to achieve that. All right, that's the motion.
Yep. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
All right, let's take a vote, colleagues. Yes.
Supervisor Arenas?
Oh,
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
That was me trying to find my microphone.
And before you take a vote, I just wanted to make one comment on this. Given the different items that the board requested come back, I just want to make sure the board is comfortable with us pretty significantly revisiting what we're planning to touch upon in upcoming board sessions, because partly what we've tried to do here is anticipate what might be areas that the board would like a little bit more focused presentation and information. For example, in April, we were planning to come back with school-based behavioral health supports as an area of focus. Just heard from the board a bunch of other areas that I think are top priority, and I just want to make sure that the board's comfortable with us taking a look at what we were planning to present, probably taking some items we previewed for you as the subject of upcoming board reports off, so staff can focus on coming back with some of the specific items that the board just requested, as opposed to reports on some of the items we anticipated.
I think that that flexibility certainly would be welcome and helpful, but we should have a further conversation also about, again, coming back to the reports being about metrics and what other, those 5 specific metrics, and what other venues or opportunities we might have to do these kind of deep dives. But I agree, but I think that these are the priority issues that you heard today. All right, Jess.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have items 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, and 21 yet to do. I ask to remove 58 and 64 from the consent calendar. Given the hour, I would be happy to just make a brief comment and have a vote. The rest of the items, just want to check in on how you're all doing. If there's anything that you want to wait on, if you're fine, we didn't have a dinner plan. Everybody's okay to go through it? Supervisor Smidian?
Well, the distracted driving item, which is item number 19, is one that I would be happy to see continued to our next meeting on the 28th. Doesn't cause any heartburn. And
Okay, if you anticipate that would take a significant conversation, happy to do that. If you think it's a quick up and down.
I think continue it would be fine.
Okay.
And the jail surveillance cameras is another one, I think, which is 21. We could continue to the 28th without any real heartburn. I'm looking at the sheriff, and he seems to think that another couple of weeks would work. So they're not huge, but they're conversations potentially, and we might actually obviate the need for some conversations with a little more time.
All right, so do we have a
About
consensus for that, to hold items 19 and 21 until our next meeting? And I will be very brief on the items I asked to remove from consent. So let's move to item 17, which, Jess, I believe requires a Levine Act declaration.
Yes. Item number 17 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda.
I'll be presenting on item 17. The board has in front of it a report that provides an update on the status of the EMS RFP. What I really want to call to the board's attention is a new state law that took effect in January that requires that the board adopt certain criteria associated with the bidding process. Those criteria are included in pages 3 and 4 of the report. In order to keep track on timeline, County Council will need to return to the board at its March meeting with a resolution to adopt those criteria. Included in the legislative file are examples of the items that are currently proposed to be included. If the board has comments or feedback on those, it would be great to hear those today so that can be incorporated in the resolution that comes back to the board in March. Other than that, I and others are available to answer questions.
Supervisor Chavez, questions first or public comment first?
Public comment.
Jess, do we have speakers on this item?
I have one speaker in the virtual queue, no speakers in chambers.
No speakers in chambers? Okay. Let's hear the virtual speaker, please. 2 minutes.
Our first speaker is Blair Beekman. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. As a point of procedure, as items 19 through 21 have been deferred, will they still be allowed public comment time? Thank you.
Why don't you do it now, Blair? We will reset
Well,
your
thank
clock,
you.
and you can do it on all 3 items.
Very nice of you. Thanks a lot for that. These items are really important to me. I've kind of made it a point over the past few months to really go into the importance that I think the future of prison camera use for items 20 and 21. I hope we are really considering how those can be a part of the process of the future of the surveillance and technology ordinance. Biometric camera use, how that conversation can have ordinance concepts to it, can set a real important standard for our future. How we're going to talk about the future of biometric camera use that's going to be more and more prevalent in our society. We do some important work in Santa Clara County, and the tech ordinance really creates a really good neutral space for all sides to weigh in on what good practices can be and what's acceptable standards and what is openness and transparency with the process. So to really want to take biometric camera technology that is currently in our prison system, like many other questions, these difficult national security questions may not be actually that difficult. And it shouldn't be that fearful and secretive, possibly. So good luck how to make it an open process, a process of dialogue, conversation. That's the important thing of our community process, and what the technology ordinance is just awesome about. Good luck in these efforts to make it an open process. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. On this item, I would move approval, and I just have one question relative to the criteria.
Thank you. Is there a second on the motion? Thank you. Supervisor Ennis with the second.
Thank you, Sylvia. My question is, the way this is being structured or designed, does it allow for an option of an all-public proposal?
It would, yes.
Okay. That's my most important concern. And then the other is that I want to make sure I understand whether or not this is intended to negate our need to extend the current contract.
The resolution, I guess
The timeline and the approach, because you said a moment ago that you needed to come back with the timeline, and what I have been concerned about is that I felt like we've been kicking this down the road for a bit, and so what I want to understand is the goal to get this done, does it negate a need to extend the contract or not? To extend the current contract.
The current RFP timeline, if the RFP is ultimately successful, would, as I understand it, negate the need to extend the contract. But there are a number of things that could happen during that process, including how long it may take for Cal EMSA to approve the RFP that are not necessarily within the county's control.
Appreciate that. I think what I wanted to understand is whether or not we were structuring this in a way that gave us an opportunity to meet that deadline. I recognize there's an outside party that's a little mercurial. But if we are trying to meet that goal, because you had talked just a moment ago about the timeline, then I'm very comfortable with moving it, affirming on the record a public option is available, and affirming on the record that the goal is to not need to extend the current contract absent the completion of an RFP, and that if that is going to happen and there is some slowing of the timeline, that the board would be informed.
Yes, I would also just note that if there's a change in vendor, there may also be a need to extend the current contract to allow for transition.
Of course, and I think that's sort of a different in my mind in terms of where we sit today. But I appreciate that may be the case. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas?
Great, thank you. So I'm hoping that we can, this is an opportunity, since this is an opportunity to provide some feedback for the policy that will come back in March. I'm hoping that if there's any way that we can include some language to require a comprehensive plan for the paramedic workforce development. I'm looking at James.
That certainly, I think, could be included.
Great. And then also an opportunity to provide some provisions that will hold the ambulance service provider accountable for having enough staff. When we take a look at diversity and equity efforts, we have to make sure that there's enough folks working in our very busy parts of our cities and county. So I'd love to see that we could include a comprehensive plan to maintain paramedic staffing levels. And then lastly, I mentioned the workforce development. I think that is it. Except to also be flexible with those who are working parents and include some type of family-friendly workplace assistance program. As I know that EMTs are primarily a male-dominated field, that this hopefully would allow more females that are either tending to a young child or who are on that early part of, or not early part, whatever part of their life they decide to have children and now have to take care of children. Anyway, so if we can include something of that sort, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think it could be possible to include something in the resolution that says something like the bidder must provide a plan that addresses those kinds of components. So that's an affirmative requirement that would be imposed without specifying exactly what that would look like, but would require that be a component that's presented as part of any RFP.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. And those are my questions and comments.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and a second. Let's take a vote on this.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. That was unanimous.
Apologies.
We do need a vote to defer items 19 and 21. So if I could get a motion and a second.
Second.
Motion by Lee, second by Chavez. We included public comment previously, so let's take a vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
5-0, thank you.
Thank you very much. Item 18 is a report on the winter storms damage to county roads.
Good afternoon, members of the board. President Ellenberg, Harry Freitas. I'm the Director of the Roads and Airports Department. I do have some slides here prepared, but I do know it has been a long day. It's certainly at your discretion. I believe we also have some folks here from one of our affected communities. Oh, is my mic not on?
It's got to stay really close to it, Harry.
Could you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it's at your discretion? Okay.
Go right ahead, Harry. Thank you.
Okay, great. So today's action, we're asking you to receive a report on the winter storm damage that we sustained, between really Christmas and the early part of January. 9 successive storms, atmospheric river, words like bomb, cyclone. We declared an emergency in the county. We received damage, really permanent damage. We received a lot of damage, but permanent damage at the time of writing the report, we had 10 sites. We've had 2 more sites kind of open up since then. Nothing major, but we're up to about 12 now. And we're also asking the board to appropriate $5 million from our road fund, our rainy day fund, if you will, so that we can spend it to design and construct the permanent repairs of those roads. I'll briefly just describe the damage as mostly being centered on the east foothills, also known as the Diablo Range. We have a slide on Calaveras Road just before the county line. We have 2 slides in the San Antonio Valley, on San Antonio Valley Road, and we have 2 washouts on Mines Road. Mines Road is still currently closed, and that again, Mines Road connects the San Antonio Valley more directly to Livermore in Alameda County. And then in the Santa Cruz Mountains, the most impacted road was Bear Creek with three failures, slides and washouts. Bear Creek's currently opened. We also have damage on Black Road in the hills above the Los Gatos and Saratoga communities. And we have a slide on Old Santa Cruz Highway, which is just north, if you will, of the Lexington Reservoir. Right now, the status of the repairs on Bear Creek, the road is open but restricted to 1 lane in each direction. We have 2 temporary traffic signals on that road that are operated by batteries to provide signals to drivers so that they can safely traverse the road. Once you get to the summit on the other side in Santa Cruz County, there's a lot of other slides as well. So Bear Creek is treacherous. That road does carry 4,000 vehicles per day, connects Boulder Creek to Highway 17, very important road. And then we have Mines Road also closed now, and still closed since January 1st. The repair is underway. We have the contractors on site. It's granite rock, and we expect that Mines Road will be open within about 2 weeks. Then construction will continue on in the San Antonio Valley to the other washout on Mines Road, and it will continue as we move up into San Antonio Valley Road, where we have the 2 slides. On the other county locations that I mentioned, roads are open, somewhat restricted, and the sites are being designed. We have consultants, geotechnical engineers, and structural engineers looking at it, and we're getting pricing from contractors. So as far as our communications plan goes, right now during the storm, we used social media, and while the EOC was open, we used the EOC PIO. We have our website, which is active, has all our road closure activity. We also actively participate in the MTC 511 system, which is a Bay Area system that describes all the road closures. We've been actually a participant in the development of that system and moving it into a web-based system. It had previously been a phone-based system. We maintain a pretty active email list from our last significant storm damage in 2017, and we use that email list to update the community as we repaired the 2017 damage. The Office of Emergency Management also has a focused list that they developed in the San Antonio Valley, which we've used. They developed that list during the fires, the SCU complex fire that was in the San Antonio Valley. We also use signage on site to inform motorists what is happening with the road, when to expect it open, and whether or not there's going to be like daily closures. In other words, we might be closing the road from 9 to 3, get the commuters through, and then there's going to be a temporary closure during that day as the contractor's installing certain pipes or to make their operation more efficient. Supervisor Chavez asked if we could get Caltrans here. Unfortunately, I was not able to accomplish that, but I did want to mention in Caltrans and city coordination, we work extensively with Caltrans and the Highway Patrol. Highway Patrol does a lot of traffic work on county roads, so we coordinated with them when Highway 17 was closed to a slide, and then Bear Creek was closed at the same time, and then we also had Old Santa Cruz Highway closed. We were running out of options. 9 was closed, but that was during the height of the storm. We were in communication with both the Highway Patrol and Caltrans during that, and as I say, lower Santa Cruz County Roads Department or Public Works Department. 152, we had problems both over Hecker Pass and Pacheco Pass. We had flooding at the base of Pacheco Pass in the Bolsa Road, Lover's Lane area. There was evacuations in that area. And then on Hecker Pass, we had some slides closing Hecker Pass going over to Watsonville. Highway 9 was closed during that, and we're working with Caltrans. And then 130, which is the extension of Alum Rock that takes you over to the Past Lick Observatory. That was closed, and there was actually snow plows on that hill during the height of that operation. Then, of course, with the local cities, we interface mostly with them where our county roads go into the city, so it's mostly on the periphery of the urbanized area. But, of course, we're in contact through our Municipal Public Works Organization, which I participate in, and then through the OEM operational area calls that we were holding multiple times during the day, during the event. On the adjoining counties, Alameda for Calaveras, we worked with San Benito for roads in those southeast county flood zones, Santa Cruz for those issues in the Coast Range, and then Stanislaus, we talked to them quite a bit because they had Del Puerto Canyon closed, which also provides access to the San Antonio Valley. I have pictures of the different locations, but I don't think it's necessary at this point in the day unless you want to ask a question. I think I'll turn it back to the president or the chair, unless you want me to just kind of go through the pictures. I can show you those.
I think that's fine. I'm not, unless anybody wants to look at the pictures. I think we have some questions. Go ahead, Supervisor Smitty.
Thank you, and Ms. Freitas, I hope you'll be okay, but actually my question goes to, I think, probably Dr. Smith, because it's about the FEMA declaration. I think our congressional delegation, were good advocates for us, but we ended up with, unless there's been a late-breaking change, FEMA said yes to our county officially, our official designation, but not to individual designations.
Well, there's actually been some news on that. We early on got approval from FEMA or designation from FEMA to be able to apply for public damage repairs and get refunded for that. The personal damage has not yet been included, but in a meeting with Cal OES, they're going to do a site visit, I think tomorrow or the next day, where they will assess whether they think that that will be included. And from talking with our legislative representatives, I think they are likely to include that. The way that this works is a little nebulous in the sense that the state and the feds have an assessment they need to do about personal property damage. There's no particular trigger point, but it's really a matter of judgment as to whether the amount of damage is such that insurance will not cover it, or that the property owners are not in a position to rebuild. The data from property owners is collected by the cities in the incorporated areas and by the county and unincorporated areas. We think that there's justification based on the damage for us to get approved by FEMA for personal reimbursement, but it hasn't actually happened yet.
Is there, well, first, thank you to Mr. Freitas and his team for, moving expeditiously, because I know that this work's a real hardship on folks who are in certain parts of the county. And then, Dr. Smith, thank you for the update. That's encouraging. Is there anything our board can and should do to enhance the possibility, the likelihood that the individual delegation authorization takes place?
At this point, I don't think there's anything specific to do, but it turns out they're going to be here on Thursday, so we'll push real hard and get a tentative idea of what the team thinks on Thursday, and if they are still relatively negative, then we'll probably ask you to talk to our congressional delegation.
Well, if we need, I'm going to look to County Counsel's office on this. If we need to tee something up so that we have properly agendized a Brown Act compliant opportunity or tool at our meeting on February the 28th to do a resolution in support of such a designation to help individuals who are affected, I would like to make sure that we have that opportunity so that we have a way to weigh in formally. I'm guessing that that's not possible today, given the agenda. I'm kind of looking over, hopefully, but not getting much in the way of nods or smiles from the County Counsel's office on that. So in all seriousness, I'd like to make sure we have an opportunity to weigh in if we feel it would be helpful and necessary on the 28th at the latest. The other thing I would say is part of the reason I asked Dr. Smith is that from the preliminary research my office and I were able to do, nebulous was the word that you spoke that sort of I thought this is a little hard to identify very specific criteria. So part of and I know you know this, but I just want to underscore it. I'm really very pleased and appreciative that folks are going to come and give it a look. What I would say is, that means it's kind of important where you look, because in a county our size and as diverse as our county is, what I think many of us have experienced with these weather events is, you look one place and it doesn't look like the impact was all that dramatic. You look someplace else relatively close and it's just god-awful and extraordinary what you see. So I just want to make sure people aren't drawing big conclusions about our big county from relatively small amounts of data. And in the area that Mr. Freitas was talking about, on the west part of the county, up there, I think we're talking about territory, Mr. Freitas, that's adjacent to Santa Cruz County there. My understanding is Santa Cruz County has gotten the individual designation, yeah? So it's challenging. I mean, I know at some point you have to say, well, that's where the line's drawn, but it's a little challenging right now for people to understand why, literally across the street, FEMA said, okay, you're in, and literally across the street, FEMA has not yet been willing or able to say that. And I don't mean that critically. I just mean it's a hard thing for people to process, and I think the case can and should be made. So thank you for following up on it, and I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, to underscore the importance of this to individual constituents out there who are struggling.
Supervisor Lee?
Thank you. First, I want to thank Mr. Freitas for the presentation and all the work you and your staff are doing to help us recover from the winter storms. And I also want to thank our county residents affected by the road closures who travel a long detour to come here since early this morning to patiently wait to provide public comments in person. Right now it's 5:42, so I look forward to hearing those comments. On some of the questions, I just wanted to follow up again, Ms. Freitas, is on the Mines Road repair schedule, I was told that it's supposed to start possibly today. Do you know when it will be reopened for Mines Road at this point?
Yeah, the contractor did start this morning at 7 a.m., and their schedule is for 2 weeks to reopen and repair the first location. At that point, the road will be reopened, but Site 2 will not be completely repaired. But at that location, it'll be restricted to 1 lane in each direction because it's passable.
Right.
It also is restricted to 1 lane in each direction on San Antonio Valley.
Right.
Those are we'll take a little bit more time with those so that we can buttress and properly repair them, so they'll be resilient in the future.
Okay. In terms of the outreach to San Antonio Valley, just want to ask to see what exactly have we done to outreach on these repairs progress so that the residents there will know what's going on?
Yeah. So we have been building a list of email addresses as we receive calls. And we're using that email address and a email list that the Office of Emergency Management developed when they had the fire in, I think it was 2016. And so that's what we're going to use mostly to communicate. But as I said, we'll also be using roadside signage. And then our website will have the storm damage information as we start to build the projects. We built a website for storm damage in 2017, and we're going to repopulate that with these damaged sites as we start to develop the designs and the construction for the repairs.
Great. After these emergency repairs are made in a few weeks or months, would it be appropriate for us to do an assessment on these important county roadways like Mines Road, San Antonio Valley roads, so that we could prevent these damages in the future?
Yeah, I mean, we have been, our department has been cataloging the many hundreds of culverts, which are the concrete pipes that cross, and I'll just show you an example. Thank you so much. This is a 7-foot culvert in Mines Road. It was taken by one of the residents here. This part of Mines, you can see that the road is over. This day when we were out there, the culvert is partially blocked. You can see it on the left flowing partially, and the rest of the water's going over the top of the road. This part of the road survived, and so that can be reopened. It's dried out now. As you can see in this picture, this culvert right here, it has a rusted bottom, and it actually rotated. This is not uncommon in California, and we have been inspecting these, but we've been, prioritizing these. We think part of the reason why this particular one failed, I don't believe that, and it's hard to find evidence of it, but we think it's partially a debris flow associated with the previous fire that occurred. And, we can only clear the culverts in the road right away. Sometimes if you're in the Santa Cruz Mountains, you can clear the culvert, but a log can come from way up on top of and block it. So to the extent that we can, yes. And we are attempting to get a better handle on our unfunded liability in roads. We certainly would like our road network to be more resilient, but these storms were punishing. There was, as evidenced throughout the rest of the state, our infrastructure actually held up pretty well by my assessment. There were some significant failures, but we did pretty well.
Yes, the saying goes, don't let disaster go to waste. I think this is actually highlighting the shortcomings of what these roads are, and we can see what the problem is, and hopefully using this data, we might be able to figure out exactly what this assessment is for the future. You could come back with a plan of what the budget might be to get it fixed. I'm certainly going to support and make a motion to support the received report and also allocating the modification of $5 million to fix these roads in the urgent basis.
Motion made. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Supervisor Ennis, for the second. Did you have anything to add, or would you like to go to public comment?
Oh, I think we should go to public comment. Thanks.
All right, let's do that, please.
Public comment?
Dr. Smith first. Thank you.
Just informational bit. There's a 2.5-minute video on the Office of Communication, and it's got a website, and it's got discussion of how hard our workers work during the event, and I think it would be interesting for you to read it. It's or listen to it. It's a very good video.
Could you send it to all of us?
Send it to you? Okay.
Thank you. And my kids did say that I had eyes in the back of my head, but apparently they went away when they got old, when they got older. So, public comment. How many speakers do we have?
I have 3 in chambers and 1 virtual.
All right, let's do 2 minutes for each speaker, please.
Thank you. We'll start with in chambers. We'll start with Greg, followed by Lance, followed by Karen. Greg, you'll have 2 minutes at the podium. Lance and Karen, feel free to line up.
Thank you, County Supervisors, for seeing us today. Some of these pictures we actually generated to Otto Lee's office because of the problems that we were facing and having a hard time to communicate. I know all of you use a laptop. Back there, most people don't have a laptop. Many of the ranchers live there. Their families go back over 130 years. My family's been there 100 years. Karen's family's been there 100 years. Karen runs a business here in town, and she can see stuff, and she does call us on the phone. The Gmails or whatever we use, they have gotten through now, which I appreciate. But there was a lack of communication. I actually run a team of operators that work for CAL FIRE. I went to CAL FIRE because I didn't feel like we were getting anywhere, nor did anybody else. But I work hand in hand with the unit and asked them what they could do. And they said their hands were tied. They were not aware that the road was actually out coming from Livermore. That came right from the boss, the head boss here, George. And they were told it was in Alameda County. It was not a problem with Santa Clara County. So I don't know where the buck stops, but you can understand the frustration. We have sat here since early this morning so we could speak to you, all of you, so that you understand. It is a big deal. We can't move hay, we can't move cattle, and we have older people. All right, I did my 2 minutes anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. Mines Road's been closed since January 1st. We were just asking for emergency repair to open the road for emergency services like ambulances and the fire department. Also, with the roads closed, it caused a hardship for the community. A 36-mile, 45-minute commute turned into a 70-mile, 3-hour commute one direction. The concerns and hardships were conveyed to county roads, to several people in county roads. I did receive a call from a representative on January 22nd from county roads, and she basically told me they were not going to do any repairs for 3 months because they didn't want to do the repairs twice. She also said they could not do any repairs unless the Board of Supervisors approved the repairs. So then I called Otto Lee's office, and they were going to look into it. After 4 days, they said they couldn't get any information on an emergency repair for the county road that I should call the county executive office. On January 27th, I called the county executive office and told them the same issues. And they said that as soon as they got information, they would share it with us. So now the road's been closed 27 days. The county still had no information on an emergency repair. The executive office also told me I should call Senator Corsese's office. So I did and talked to his chief of staff on January 30th. January 31st, I did get a communication from Director Freitas that he expected a proposal from the contractor on February 1st. We completely understand that things take time, but isn't there a better way to get emergency road repair done that's been closed for 37 days? Do we really need to call our county supervisor and our state senator to get them involved, to get basically an emergency repair done that was creating a hardship and also emergency? Livermore is the closest place to ambulance and fire service for us because come over Mount Hamilton, it takes longer. So that was one of our big concerns, and it seemed to just fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
My name is Karen Alger, and I have property behind Mount Hamilton in San Antonio Valley, and I am the President Pro Tem of the Mount Hamilton Range Improvement Association. I am representing the residents and property owners of San Antonio Valley. On December 31st, Mother Nature blessed us with some desperately needed water. She was more than generous. In doing so, it uncovered our lack of preparedness. We had 4 sections of county road damaged on that weekend, with the most severe being at Mines Road at approximately the 26-mile marker, severing access to Livermore. This forced anyone who works, gets food for family or livestock, and access to medical services from Livermore to detour to the top of the Mount Hamilton or out to Highway 5. This included any and all emergency services and mail delivery. When I finally made it back up to the hill 3 weeks later, I was appalled that nothing had been done. The slide at the 4-mile marker wasn't marked, and nothing was done at the 26 or 26.5-mile marker. We took pictures and forwarded them on to our county supervisor. Lance has already talked about all of the inquiries that were made. I am less familiar with the section of road at 26 Mile, but I can tell you that the backup plan for an emergency is not there. We are told we have no materials, we have no culverts, we have no equipment, we don't have manpower, and we don't have the people smart enough to fix the roads. We also don't have emergency contracts in place. That seems odd. We're told to be prepared because there will always be water falling from the sky, and Mother Nature is going to bless us again. Come on.
Our next speaker is Blair Beekman, virtually. You'll have 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. What I thought was interesting about this recent storm in early January, if you notice, I traveled along the barge along the 580 from, say, Castro Valley into where the Pleasanton and Dublin. Almost every single hillside had a mudslide on it, a depression, and there was over 30, 40, 50 hillsides. So it was a weird storm. It caused a lot of flooding and a lot of just saturation. I think there was a lot of low-level flooding, at least definitely in the Francisco area, that I think really called attention to the ideas that we really have to be considering sea level rise issues. And for as much as this may have been an odd storm, an accidental storm, I hope it was a good wake-up call to learn how to, what the previous speaker mentioned, we have to develop some preparedness practices. And we want to be, well-reasoned about these conversations, but we really have to address that sea level rise is happening in the Bay Area and climate change issues are a-coming. And we just have to take some new steps, and we have to be willing to talk about those steps openly. Hope it can be a well-reasoned conversation. But, there's a certain feeling that I think conversations are being withheld in San Jose, possibly here in Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, to protect land value issues and just to protect an overall sense of our better selves and better reasoning, which can be okay, but we can't be afraid to talk about this subject matter either. So you set a standard, now let's be able to talk openly about these subjects and prepare well in our future. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee, additional comments?
Yes, thank you. On the motion, I would like to actually add to what I've already made the comments for Mr. Freitas regarding doing an assessment on some potential prevention or preventive projects that we might be able to do and how much it will cost. I would like to add that to the motion to have that completed, and also looking at the possibility of having state fundings, being Highway 130, good portion of it, so see if we could get the state to also help pay for some of these. Would that be possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. To a second? Thank you.
Supervisor Smidian?
I just want to be clear that the motion does incorporate direction to staff to provide an opportunity, if we deem it appropriate as a board, to weigh in on the FEMA designation for our meeting on the 28th. Did staff understand the motion to include that?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next question I would have, I would say board members may or may not remember actually a referral that I submitted relative to the Loma Prieta community, again, up in the area that is Santa Cruz County adjacent, about the importance of emergency preparedness there and the particular challenges of being right on a county line where you have a multiplicity of jurisdictions. And, you know, to everybody's credit, there are some folks who are working very hard to make sure that, including the sheriff's substation, where there's going to be, you know, opportunity for somebody from Santa Clara County Department and the Santa Cruz County Department to be in the same place when that moment of crisis arrives. But I am, you know, as I'm listening to these folks who are sharing their experience today with us, I am even more concerned about the sort of ability of bureaucracies, and I don't say that judgmentally or pejoratively. I just, you know, large organizations sometimes struggle to be nimble in a moment of crisis. So I'm concerned about that. I just want to put that out on the record. The question I want to ask finally, though, is do we have, and if you said it already, let me just ask you to say it again a different way. Do we have the ability in a moment of crisis to say, you know, that's why we have X number of dollars set aside, go, 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 go? And how much is that, and who makes that decision, and how does the decision get made?
Yeah, we have the authority. We have emergency contracts available, but we also have to get contractors out there. And it was a struggle to get a contractor, our contractor out there. We were weighing the fact that as late as the 14th, I think there was still at least 18 inches of water in the bottom of that trench, and it was still moving pretty fast. We had inspectors out there. I sent our first email out to the mailing list on the 11th. I just checked that. It was still raining the 9th, the weekend of Martin Luther King. It was still had a fair amount of water in there. Now, there's things that can, you know, be done, but I don't think, you know, helicoptering in a, you know, like a temporary bridge probably would have been like the, you know, the most kind of, you know, aggressive approach in that case, and we didn't choose that option.
Yeah, I guess if the maker and the seconder are amenable, Dr. Smith, any reason we couldn't ask for some focused attention on this issue in the June budget, in the May and June budget conversation? You know, what I'm thinking about, you know, forgive me for stating the obvious, but the world's changed in the last decade. And so the way we have historically been what we thought was prepared may no longer be the way we need to be prepared for the decade ahead. And I don't know what that means. I don't know what it looks like. I do know I'm glad as can be that I don't have your job, Mr. Freitas. That's, you know, that's the one thing I know for sure. But I would like to ask the county executive, if the maker and the seconder are amenable, you know, could we ask for some consideration of that? I feel like we're always fighting the last war, and that's a source of concern to me.
We can consider it.
All right. Well, I guess to help in that consideration, you know, what I would say is we have in our budget a lot of reserves, and of course the great thing about reserves is they don't have to be spent, and they're only spent, at least in theory, if some unexpected eventuality occurs. And so I'm not talking about identifying annual funding increases necessarily. I am saying that, you know, when the moment of crisis arrives, we want to have the resources on hand. And it may not be a resources question. To Mr. Freitas's point, it may be a contracting and procurement question. You know, is it okay to have, you know, just one provider or two providers? Do we need more providers? Because, you know, I take your point, Mr. Freitas, when you have an event of that magnitude, other people are going to be calling the same folks we're calling for help. You know, there's a limit. So I don't want to let this moment go by without giving some consideration about what we do, and I'll ask the maker and the seconder to incorporate a consideration of appropriate strategies in the budget.
Yeah, definitely acceptable.
Can you tell me what acceptable strategies would really look like?
I can't because I don't know, which is why I'm asking the administration, but I think what I don't know the answer to is, would the world have been different if there was $10 million in a reserve fund that was ready to go? I don't know if that's the right number. I don't know if that would have been of any use whatsoever, but I'd kind of like to have some discussion about it before we act on our budget so that when we have a rainy season in 23-24, if it is as bad as this one or worse, we don't kick ourselves for not asking that question. Is there a different way that we should handle procurement in moments of crisis? And Mr. Freitas is shaking his head like...
Well, I would just say, just to clarify, we had job order contractors available. We have one right now. And we also had the authority to mobilize an emergency contractor. We did receive emergency contracting pricing from a contractor in Livermore, and it was extremely high. And so we were comparing that to the job order pricing that we were getting, and we balanced those two things while we were communicating, and I was sending out emails, and I was talking to Supervisor Lee's office, and let's see, Supervisor Lee's office, and yes, your office, because of the Santa Cruz Mountains. And we're constantly kind of balancing those things, and we're looking at, you know, we don't, you know, doing a real kind of temporary fix means that you have to wait till the summer and you'll tear it out. And then you'll put it back correctly. In terms of resilience, I want all the culverts to be replaced with better culverts and head walls and brought up to modern standards. So our goal is that resiliency and that these slides be over-excavated, the slides that I showed you, and buttressed and evaluated by a geologist so that when they don't fail the next time. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what we're balancing as, you know, professional engineers. We're looking at the safety of things. Like, for instance, on Bear Creek, you know, this, I'll just show you an example if you really want to geek out on this stuff. But on Bear Creek, one of the sinkholes was actually 18 feet deep. Now, the road was passable. And folks thought the road was fine, but the pipe was 18 feet below the road. We used ground-penetrating radar. We got a geotechnical engineer up there with a rig that told us what the extent of the sinkhole was, and that's when we decided we were able to open Bear Creek because it wasn't under both lanes. So
and through the chair, and excuse me, Mr. Freitas, I want to emphasize again what I think I said earlier. I'm not second-guessing the judgments anybody in your organization made. I am not. And you know me well enough to know that if I was, it would be clear that I was second-guessing those judgments. Yes. But I'm not. What I'm saying is the world has changed, and we got to think about how we're going to change with it. And maybe back to Supervisor Arenas' good question, which was, so what does that look like? And that's why I say I don't know. Mr. Freitas, you've just made the case, if I heard you right, saying, you know, maybe it's not about an emergency response. Maybe it's about investment in permanent and lasting infrastructure. Excuse me for the redundancy. It's an investment in permanent infrastructure that would obviate these kinds of emergency crisis moments, in which case it's not about a reserve. It's about saying, okay, we got to up our investment in some way, which is, again, why I say, I don't know, but I want to make sure that we ask. And the last thing I'll say, and it really will be the last thing, is yes, there's a cost to calling in the moment of emergency rather than doing a conventional job order or work order or whatever the proper term of art is. But there's also a cost that's financial to people who live in the area, areas, plural, whatever part of the county they may be in terms of commerce, but also in terms of public safety. God help somebody if they have a heart attack and it's at the wrong day or the wrong week when there's been a crisis. And, you know, I know you have to manage resources and, you know, spend the money wisely, but I just think we need to be mindful of the fact that there are both economic and human costs associated with delayed action as well. And enough said.
I will accept it. I think it sounds like you want recommendations and it's not exclusive to just a fund that responds to a crisis, but taking a look at what's the best investment. And I will say yes. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I want to just add one point, and I think it's an interesting point about how responsive that we are. And there are two requests that I would like to make. One is that, especially as it relates to particular offices and situations like this, that there really should be a number that people can call that they can get consistent, updated information. And it concerns me about how many places people have to go to get something basic addressed. And so if that could just be included in the motion, that there really should be one number. And my second point is, I really just want to reinforce the point that you just raised, Supervisor Smitty, because you know it's interesting, and I know, Harry, you know this more than probably anybody in the room outside of the folks who do emergency preparedness work that are wearing uniforms, and that is that very soon it's going to stop raining, and we're going to be in a fire. Yeah. We're going to be we're going to be looking for ways to get up over this hill, and we may in fact be saying to ourselves, God, we should have put in the temporary bridge because of the length of time it will take to do the permanent fix, and us getting through a fire season. So I don't understand. I understand the point you raised about how you're balancing issues and initiatives, but I do think that in this instance, we should be having a bigger conversation about how actions not just impact this particular emergency, but the coming emergencies that we know we're going to have. And that really speaks to the point you raise about how are we thinking about our work differently, because it would make sense in some instances potentially to do a different kind of fix than others. I think the other point that I just want to raise that I think is smart is that it is exactly because of climate change and all the other challenges that we're going to have, that the points you raised about what gets reinforced, what's the new material that gets used, and all of that, that we don't miss those opportunities. So I think part of the reason I'm so interested in reinforcing what you said about a new environment that we live in and reinforcing what I said about a number is that what it means is that we have to have much deeper conversations with the people who live in our community, because they're so directly impacted by the interim or long-term decisions we make, and should be giving us feedback about what those are. And what I still don't understand is under what terms and conditions, you know, and not to put it all on you, Harry, but you know, is Harry tasked with making a decision that in fact could be an emergency decision that should go into the, you know, the Office of Emergency Services? I don't understand that today, but I would like to understand that as the discussion happens as part of the budget process. Like when do you just act, and then when does it come back to the board for a contract, as an example?
Well, let me try to answer that.
Thank you.
The Roads Department has a separate funding mechanism, and Harry is authorized to do whatever needs to be done to respond in an emergency. But in this particular situation, the issue was not funding. The issue was the ability to get staff into the right place. You know, remember, we have 1,400 lane miles of county road that exist, and there were problems on virtually all of them. So that doesn't count incorporated areas or lanes that are controlled by by Caltrans. So you can't have somebody in every single place, and you have to make decisions about what's going to have the greatest effect in the greatest number of situations. So it's not a matter of adding money, it's a matter of making sure that the infrastructure is paid for in the United States, which it has not been.
Well, I think that what Harry raised was actually a multiplicity of issues. Again, I'm not talking about funding. What he's saying is he was trying to make decisions and choices based on, some of it was cost, some of it was availability of staff, some of it was what's the right choice. And my only point here is that when we have the discussion as part of budget, better understanding two things: the communication with the public and the communication with the board, and under what circumstances something does get elevated, and taking into account what Supervisor Simidian just raised about how are we thinking long-term and short-term about resolution. And I recognize what Harry was saying is that you've got all these moving parts. And so again, I'm not second-guessing the decision as Supervisor Simidian wasn't. I'm only saying that I think we're going to be hearing about this kind of thing year in and year out, and this is going to require a different approach. That's the only point I wanted to raise, and I do want to make sure that we address the communication issue with the public sooner rather than later. But thank you, Dr. Smith.
I guess I would just add that we were working two tracks on this. We were getting the emergency contract pricing from Redgwick out of Livermore, and we were getting the granite at the same time.
Can you stay close to your mic, Harry?
Sorry,
please?
I never got to make the decision because the emergency contract was so busy he couldn't give me the pricing in time either. Everybody was just so slammed by the storms. So I never got a chance to really even get to that value judgment, and I would have been talking to the OEM director if it would have gotten to that point. It was just such a compressed period of actions. So what we did was we decided to take both paths. The emergency contracting path, which we had the funding and we had the authority, and the job order contract path, which we already had the contract and we had the funding. So we were working both paths.
Thank you.
We never kind of got to that value judgment point, so that's how it went.
Last point I just
Supervisor
want to add before we just take the vote, it's getting late, is that since we're talking about some infrastructure, I heard that there's such a thing called infrastructure bill that was passed last year by Congress along with the Inflation Reduction Act. So I think there might be some federal monies that will be available. I just want to make sure that we don't leave any stones unturned on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Smith, did you have something else? Supervisor Lee?
Nope,
Anything
I'm
else?
good.
All right, we have a motion by Lee, second by Arenas. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. Thank you, and thank you especially to the public commenters who waited for hours and hours to be here. I think you added a level of reality and urgency that would have been hard to duplicate without the voices of affected community members, so thank you. All right. Item 19 has been deferred, so we are on item 20, the implementation of OCLAM recommendations, and I'm going to look to my colleagues to see if you would like to hear a report, or if you're, yes, we would like to hear the report. All right.
I just wanted to tell, it is on, so thank you. Good evening, President Ellenberg, members of the board. This is an item, well, first of all, Bob Johnson, Sheriff of Santa Clara County. With me at the table is Assistant Sheriff David Sepulveda, Captain Pageant, as well as Captain Duran. This is an item that you may remember was prompted based on OCLAM's report regarding the Hogan incident, where he suggested 5 recommendations for the sheriff's office, and I believe that was a request to come back to you by Supervisor Simidian. And if you may remember as well that OCLAM addressed this, Mike Giannacco addressed this briefly last month in an update that the recommendations had been implemented by the sheriff's office, but I'm here to confirm that statement that yes, all 5 recommendations have been implemented. But first and foremost, I guess I would definitely like to thank OCLAM for the thorough assessment of that incident back in October and their thoughtful recommendations regarding custody bureau operations. I would also like to thank this board for giving us the opportunity to come in front of you to clarify any questions you may have regarding those 5 recommendations. But I would also like to commend the staff, because these recommendations were put in place not based on my arrival. They were actually put in place as soon as November 1st of 2022, I'm sorry. And the credit goes completely to Custody Bureau and the staff that's here with us today. So thank you, Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda, Captain Duran, and Captain Pageant for that. But I am here to address any questions that you may have specific to those recommendations. But I do want to reassure you, as well as the community, that all 5 recommendations have been implemented, whether they were addressing policy updates, forms that needed to be corrected or created, or operations that needed to be standardized. So available for questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Let me first see if we have any public speakers on this item, Jess.
I have only one request in chambers.
One in chambers. Anybody on Zoom?
No.
All right, let's hear the speaker, please.
Our
Supervisor Ellenberg, if you please, I would like to hear the 5 recommendations first that the Sheriff's Department implemented before I give my public comment.
Can I get, you know what, let's read the recommendations.
Yeah, so if you remember, the 5 recommendations, recommendation number 1 is that the Sheriff's Office should convert memorandum regarding transport of jail detainees from Elmwood to acute psychiatric unit at Main Jail into policy. Again, that's something that we have done. Recommendation number 2 was that the Sheriff's Office should maintain a centralized database of such transports from Elmwood to Main Jail. Recommendation number 3 was the Sheriff's Office should ensure that the transport policy includes an express direction that if detainees are transported via sedan, that they should be seatbelted in the back seat of the vehicle. Recommendation 4 was the Sheriff's Office should develop policy requiring all jail staff to immediately provide first aid to detainees whenever there is an indication of a serious injury. And recommendation 5 is the Sheriff's Office should write policy articulating the rare conditions under which an internal affairs investigation can be terminated prior to the conclusion, requiring such memorandum being set out the reasons and the approval from the sheriff.
Thank you very much. Let's go to public speakers, please.
Our speaker is Paul Soto. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Ellenberg. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'm concerned that we need a policy for a cop to give first aid to somebody. Do we really need a policy for that? Or do we need a human being? These are the questions. I mean, that to hear that is just like, wow. I mean, what kind of society am I living in where I need a policy in order to compel a guard, okay? And they are called custodians. What is a custodian by definition? A custodian is somebody that is designated to administer care for someone that does not have the capacity to care for themselves. That is the definition of a custodian. That is the definition in terms of their job that is given by the county. They're custodians. Where is this person? He's in custody. In custody of who? A custodian. You know, so I mean, this is like way out. That's why I wanted to hear it. I wanted to hear it in publicly and stated in this county. There is a cultural issue that is not being addressed. Sadism exists in this county jail. We need to account for that. Sadism means that I get joy and I get excited watching the human suffering of another human being. I watched that Andrew Hogan tape, and I've seen that constantly over the 35 years of experience that I have inside that county jail. Not anymore. I'm going to be here, and I'm going to make sure I introduce myself to Sheriff Johnson and let him know that there is a letter that is going to ask for his attendance at the Human Rights Commission. They formally wrote a letter, and I had made sure that I was in that meeting so that it gets sent, because I'm going to be in that meeting because there's been human rights violations inside of that jail. Thank you.
That concludes public speakers.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you. Madam Chair, do we have folks from Oaklem who are participating virtually? Mr. Janako or his team?
Mr. Janako is on the Zoom call. He's opened his microphone.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Michael Janako here.
Thank you. There you are. You popped up on my screen. There you go. Mr. Janako, some questions. The report from the Sheriff's Department indicates that all 5 of the recommendations have in fact been implemented. Is that your understanding as well, sir?
It is, Supervisor Smidian.
And a number of the recommendations speak to policy development. Have those policies actually been written, completed, adopted, and reviewed by you?
Yes. When the report was issued, within a few weeks, actually, I sat with the executives at the Sheriff's Office, and they provided me the written documentation showing that the policies were written and they met our expectations, which was great to see.
Thank you. And not to cover old ground, but the policy, of course, is only as good as the implementation. And what are your thoughts, if any, about ways in which we can be sure that the newly developed policies are in fact implemented?
You're right about that. And so we have a plan, and our plan is to check in periodically with the Sheriff's Office and to examine whether in fact these policies are being followed. For example, when there is a transport of a individual to the mental acute ward from Elmwood to the main jail, there is supposed to be documentation of that. So periodically we intend to go to Elmwood and check on that documentation and see whether or not those transports are being effectively and appropriately logged.
Okay. And colleagues, the reference to culture, which was made by our public speaker a moment or two ago, you may or may not recall that when we dealt with the Nunez referral earlier in the day, sheriff, team, Oaklem, that I specifically called out the importance of addressing not only systems and policies and practices, but culture as well. Is there a way to assess whether adherence to policy in fact becomes part of the culture over time?
Supervisor Smidian, in our experience, the way in which policy ends up becoming incorporated into culture is through 1, training of the policy, 2, the influx of new personnel, and then 3, enforcement of that policy. And so all 3 need to occur before there is true integration between policy and culture.
Thank you. And if I may, through the chair, Sheriff, does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it sounds absolutely correct. And I think the key that I was also going to emphasize was the training aspect, making sure the entire organization is well versed on the new policies, which we are in the process of doing and it has already been done. But that's something we're going to be continuing to do. And also the accountability piece that Mr. Janako addressed. And that's where I mentioned that I will be presenting to the organization my expectations as far as respect, not only for everyone we encounter, but respecting the profession. And that is a huge piece of the accountability. There are policies, laws, protocols in place. I expect everyone to adhere to those. And if they don't, they will be held accountable. And again, I think having Oaklem will make us better, because incidents of that magnitude will obviously be reviewed by Mike Janako and his office and be reported back to this board.
Mr. Janako, are you still with us? My screen reverted to, there you are. The information sharing agreement, the status these days is what? That was a long-standing challenge under the prior administration. Where are we with the information sharing agreement between the Sheriff's Department and your office?
Sheriff Johnson, I'm going to give the board the good news, which is we are in agreement. We have struck a new information sharing agreement, and I believe that the last step for finalization is presentation to the unions as part of their labor agreement. But I don't expect those to be any significant hurdles. I hope the sheriff agrees with my prognostication here.
Sheriff, you want to weigh in? I don't want to.
No, I'm very excited about the new agreement. Again, I think it's going to bring Oakland closer into our operating protocols and seeing what we're doing, how we're doing it, and have much better engagement. So I'm very excited to get that implemented.
Well, let me commend you and your team for that commitment to engaging in this way and sharing the information. And gentlemen, I don't work in your world. I can only imagine that this is a little scary to you and some of your team. But I think not only is it essential for a well-functioning organization that keeps the public safe in a responsible way, but I also think it's essential for rebuilding trust out in the community, in law enforcement, not just here in Santa Clara County, but around the country. And I think ultimately that's going to be in the best interests of all the people in your departments. I really do. I also think that absent, and Supervisor Chavez and I spent a lot of time on this in committee, absent a robust oversight effort like this county has stood up using OCLAM and the OIR group as our contractor, you leave board members and the public, but board members in particular, with sort of no real way of fully understanding or appreciating what's going on in your organization. And that can only lead to speculation and guesswork and political agendas. And I don't think that's in the interests of your department or your employees either. So I hope as you work through this, and there'll be some hard moments, you share with your team, what is it, 1,500 folks between the two organizations on the community law enforcement side and the correction side, the benefits of having this kind of oversight, because I think as OCLAM builds trust with this board, and I think it has done so very effectively to date, then we're going to continue to look to them to say, not because we don't believe what somebody tells us, but because we're in the trust but verify mode, because we have to be. That's kind of where it is. And so that's why I wanted the item to be back before us today, Madam President and board colleagues, because I wanted to be able to say, all right, this is what we've been told. Is it real? Is it happening? Is the policy there? And what do we do to make sure that it's not just words on a page, but that it becomes a part of the custom and practice and culture of the organization? And I feel like we've made at least one step toward making sure that's real. So if it would be helpful, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move approval of the recommended action.
Thank you very much. I'd be glad to second it, and want to also express my real appreciation for negotiating toward the information sharing agreement. When the board heard this item in November, I had expressed concern that the process of terminating an internal affairs investigation provided no mechanism for ensuring that that justification recorded by the investigator was truly just. If it was only to be reviewed by the sheriff, in the Hogan case, that's exactly where some of the malfeasance occurred. So I really do think that this is a very significant moment, and want to appreciate very much the work of our new sheriff, our existing team, Michael Giannacco and OCLAM. Thank you all very much. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you for the report, and also my colleagues for the work that has led us to this point, where I think it's holding us all accountable and creating this transparency that's going to translate into trust. And we all look forward to working with you, Sheriff, and this really inspires, I think, the beginning of a really wonderful conversation. I have a question about recommendation 2, and I know this has to do with a centralized database that's in the pipeline. And let me just tell you my experience on the city of San Jose's attempt to create a database for Office of Equality Assurance, and it took a good 4 years, and they were still doing paper, having a paper trail. People pushing carts with time cards and that sort in order to make sure that we are holding developers accountable to a livable wage. Databases can just create a whole bunch of havoc, right? Just the technology. So I'd like to just know what your path is to having this centralized database and not fall back on. I think you're putting in some temporary protocols,
Right.
that just manual things, but I don't know if that's how long that's going to last and what your plans are for that centralized database that's really going to keep folks more accountable.
Yeah, it's a great question. And just so you don't feel like you're missing anything from San Jose, we're not that far off as far as technology and still pushing paper down with the cart. But to answer your question more specifically and probably more articulately than I can, I'll turn it over to Assistant Sheriff Sepulveda, because we are in the process of contracting for a new jail management system, which will dramatically help us in this database collection.
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg and members of the board. I am David Sepulveda, Assistant Sheriff, Custody Operations. To answer your question, we have two processes in the works. One is our inmate tracking system, which is an automated system which will be designed to track transports and things like that. That will take the place of any paper system that we have now. In addition to that, we're working with our procurement team to finalize our selection of a vendor for our jail management system, which will also remove us from the stone age of the paper process we have now. So the timelines are this spring we should begin work on RFID. There is some infrastructure that we're working out right now to implement that system, and the vendor should be in the facilities around late spring to bring us the training and the other pieces that need to be put in place in order to get that system live. And the JMS system, that will take a couple of years. So once we get a timeline from the vendor after the procurement process is complete, then we'll have better information on when that will go live. But we're estimating that will take 24 to 30 months.
I'd just like to add one other thing, and it's kind of early in the conversation, but to your question specifically about a plan, one of the things we've realized, especially in law enforcement, we have a tendency to piecemeal technology pieces as we need it. And one of the asks I'm going to be asking for in the upcoming budget is an IT architect to develop a workflow plan for our organization, integrating all the IT-specific requests and pieces of technology that we can utilize in the upcoming years.
That's great. IT integration plan, yes. So it's a great suggestion. I look forward to seeing what that centralized database, and hopefully it won't take as long as the city of San Jose, although love my city. I love what we all do, but we are a bureaucracy, and always with the intention of creating efficiency. Unfortunately, it is a bureaucracy. So sometimes it moves slowly, and I really appreciate that you have two processes in place, in the interim and then a longer term solution. So I appreciate that and look forward to seeing what that work plan looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to circle back. I'm so sorry. It's just late in the day, clearly for everybody. But I made a connection that I want to confirm was accurate. Is part of the information sharing agreement is one of the terms that that OCLEM would be able to review the decisions of internal investigations?
Yes. We're actually moving them into the process of internal reviews. So before, where it's placed in our protocols and our processes is now they will be engaged in the discipline review board. So as the investigation is completed before any discipline is recommended, those cases are brought to the board. Oakland will be part of that board, so they'll have access to seeing every case that goes before it.
Great. Thank you so much, Sheriff. I see no lights. Let's take a vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian? Aye. Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. Item 22 is for items removed from the consent calendar. I removed items 58 and 64 and ask that those be heard concurrently. I did have a question in light of the hour. I'm going to take that one offline and instead just make a comment here. I really appreciate the collective focus of our county staff in focusing on this issue. The district attorney's task force, to the county council's filing of the gun violence restraining orders, public health department, the public health department's report and work plan, and the Office of Budget Analysis and the county executive's work to expedite funding through the mid-year process. I'm grateful to you all, and addressing gun violence absolutely needs to be at the top of our agendas. I pulled the item because I wanted to be clear that while I very strongly support the work, I do have concerns with the proposed direction to add entirely new positions in the district attorney's office rather than utilizing existing resources, particularly as we talked earlier today about the fact that our county may be facing a challenging economic forecast. And I wanted to what I want to do is really avoid a presumptive pattern of approving a new team of positions every time there is a very legitimate priority public safety concern. And in fact, I think we've already sort of started along that line. We recently approved 6 new positions in the district attorney's office, including 1 attorney, 3 criminal investigator, 2, a forensic accountant, and a victim witness advocate just half a year ago for the human trafficking task force. And that work, like this, is deeply, deeply valuable. But as we continue to identify issues that warrant this prioritization, I would really like to see a different model that works within the district attorney's existing budget and employee count. My concern, again, is that this is not necessarily a responsible or sustainable approach if we continue in this direction. The DA's office is currently one of the most robustly staffed offices in the state. We've had conversations about that, and I very much appreciate that the DA sought to address my concerns in the off agenda and did reduce their initial request, but still not. I'm still not convinced of the need for the additional personnel. In particular, the connection between the need for additional personnel to address the current court backlog was concerning, because if we add prosecutors, even one more, I assume that we're more likely to add to the backlog as opposed to reprioritizing work among existing staff. And of course, making tough decisions to take up this critical gun safety work and simultaneously looking for opportunities to safely reduce the court backlog. The district attorney's office has been working diligently to reduce the number of charges filed. I hope this direction will continue. I would also expect that reassigning current employees may enable the office to more quickly get started on the important work, but I certainly don't know the office as he does. So if someone would like to make a motion today, depending on where everyone else is, I'll note that if that motion includes the addition of positions, I'm going to abstain on that basis alone. I don't want to risk a no vote, frankly, as being construed as lack of support for the very important work that we need to do. So that's my position today, but I'm very interested to hear from all of you.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval of both items, and that's both item 58 and 64, and then speak to the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting because I think as we were talking earlier about the budget, that that was actually part of my concern as well. And one observation that I'll make is that much of the reason that we're investing, or at least I'm comfortable with this investment, is really three-part. One, that we're using grant funds. Two, that the money that we're using from the county is going to allow for more support from the police agencies, frankly, that should be doing this work. And three, that what the district attorney's office is doing, I believe, is leaning into a gap in services that are not available to us because of such strained police resources across the county, and really looking at leveraging those resources. So one of the reasons I'm really excited about this is I think it actually addresses the growing problem we have in a really responsible way. The second part that I'll just make an observation about is that many years ago, when I very first was looking at gun safety issues, particularly as it related to restraining orders, the first agency I went to in the county was actually the Sheriff's Department, in part because the Sheriff's Department is in receipt monthly of all of the prohibited persons who should not be having firearms, and their responsibility or their response was to send that out to all the departments, but there was no follow-up, there was no central database, and there was really at that time no interest in engaging in this issue. And then I went to the district attorney's office, and they leaned in, and not only did they lean in, but they did their own pilot program, and using their District Attorney Rosen as the leading, I don't know if there's a better way to say top cop, but the leading law enforcement person in our county really used that influence to get the other departments engaged in this issue and engaging the courts. So I think, so I'm very excited about this. I think it's going to make a huge difference. I think not only as it relates to removing firearms from people who shouldn't have them because we're at risk of criminal activity, but of suicide and accidents in homes. So that's why I'm moving approval of this item. And I do just want to acknowledge President Ellenberg. I think that the point you're raising about why the county specifically in so many places is leaning in and either funding other institutions or growing our own is because we see gaps in services. And we are doing that right now with the schools. Like, we are leaning way into their lane, and as we should. I mean, I think, oh my God, did I do a Mike Wasserman? That is how you know it's late. I almost said Mike earlier because we were looking at a presentation without numbers on the slides, but I refrained myself. So in any case.
Just, if I can interrupt very briefly, I don't believe this is outside of our lane, truly. I think this is good and important work. I would have preferred that we could do it with existing resources. I know the grants expire in 2025,
Well,
but
I
I
guess-
absolutely hear you.
Yeah, and I think the only point I was making is that this is in our lane. It's also in a lot of other agencies' lanes, and so we're going to get them moving. Right. And I think that's the same thing we're doing with the work that we're doing in early learning. Is it all our response? No. I mean, there were a bunch of other institutions, County Office of Education, schools, the state of California, but we're going to lean in so we can get people moving. So in any case, I'm very enthusiastic, and while I understand Supervisor Ellenberg's hesitation, I do want to encourage my other colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Fair enough. Supervisor Lee.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I know we've already heard the item. I want to call out the importance of this gun violence task force and request that we continue to use some of these strategies that are called out in the report. One of them being is the gun violence restraining orders and disarming folks who have an active restraining order. Gun violence restraining orders need to be further promoted in our community so that the public is aware of the process and how to apply. The process should be simple, straightforward, and transparent, with the application available in multiple languages. The adjudication of these applications also needs to be very quick and timely, so if there are supplemental resources that are needed for the courts to process applications, funding should be explored as well. And after all, we are talking about potentially saving real lives in our own community. I know that when I mentioned this many times, many people were not aware of this process. As we add staff to this task force, I also want to make sure that we also focus on outreach and educational opportunities to get this information out to our residents. And in addition, given the severity and frequency of the recent mass shootings, I would also like to call out and request that we also host at least 2 gun buyback events annually, and that this be included as part of the gun violence task force report back to the board, as well as in the budget process. Last year, we had 2 gun buyback events in Milpitas, Morgan Hill / Gilroy, and they were extremely successful. A total of over 700 firearms were collected, at least 26 being assault-style weapons, and 7 ghost guns, and even 1 sawed-off shotgun. And I sincerely want to thank our District Attorney, Jeff Rosen, and the County Sheriff's Office, and various local enforcement departments, and now county, and many other county departments for the support for these important events that would likely save lives. And we must continue hosting these type of gun buyback events in an annual basis to support the work that the Gun Violence Task Force is trying to accomplish. And I would want to say thank you for District Attorney Jeff Rosen for your efforts of being here, and we look forward to these successful partnership that our county has with you along the way to help increase our public safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I have no requests.
So I think that there were 2 additions that you were making, and one addition I want to pull off and make a recommendation about it. I think on the first point about making sure that we're using the gun task force and the staff there to also do more education. I think we have to do it both with public safety officers, but with the community overall on gun restraining orders. I think that's something that's pretty core to what they're already planning. So I think we can add it and say, yay. Yeah. On the issue of the gun buybacks, what I would like to ask is if we can bring that back as a separate item. And the reason is that I think that we're going to have to look at doing more than 2. And I think that I would be very interested in looking at and I'd like to meet with the Sheriff's Office to talk about this, because the Sheriff's Office has a capacity to receive firearms year-round. Again, something that's not widely publicized and not incented. So if you and I could work on bringing that back to our colleagues in the for our next meeting, that way we can talk to the other partners.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Madam Chair, just,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to, but, we're talking about the district attorney. I believe, unless the shadow is miscast, that he's actually sitting here. I do think it would be nice to give him an opportunity to chime in if he would like to chime in. If he doesn't want to chime in, fair enough, but I just... I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. All right. Or as we say, take yes for an answer.
For an
There you
answer,
go.
right. All right. Let's take a vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
I think that I made my point, and there's no glory in standing alone here for the good work that's going to go ahead anyway, so I will vote yes as well.
The motion carries 5-0.
Yes, you're in charge.
All right, with that, hearing no objections, asking for no objections, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, Jess. Thank you to the CreaTV folks in the back and all of the clerks that hung on with us all day. Thank you.
Thank you, and let the record show we ended at 6:52 p.m.